Oh, I don't like the way the music changed as I switched the scenes over, but alright, we're here at least.
Yeah, I can't. So
Yeah, that was... It like did a weird little glitch. It kind of like it sounded like the music stuttered on its own for a second before like starting up again. But you know what? That's fine. It seems like it's going fine now. I think it was just the switching in between songs is what got it.
It's a bad omen.
Yeah. Oh man. All right. I think we should start off by reviewing what we have because I know we did a lot of these ones at like. What was it? What time did the stream end? It went until like 6 a.m. I think for me.
Yeah, I was gonna say because for me it ended at around 3.
Yeah. So I have no idea how well we rated the characters, honestly, from like midnight to 6. So there's a good 6 hours there where I don't know how accurate this list actually is. So I think we should probably review a couple of these guys.
Yeah. I remember specific Part 5 characters, but like a lot of the side characters for Part 5, I can't really remember how we ranked them.
Yeah. I do remember Doppio, Risotto, and Pesci. I do think they still belong in S tier.
Yes. Yes.
I'd probably put Hayato in S, but you know what? He deserves
looking at that order.
Oh man. I love that he's
so
down
funny
here on his own.
Purple Pizza is an S.
I know, I like that he's above the main villain. Like, that feels right. It's a stand we see significantly less of. And it is rated 1 above.
Yeah.
But you know what? The narrator is a full row ahead of both of them, so I think...
That's true.
I think our priorities, are in a very interesting location when it comes to Part 5.
I think that we have good logic behind it all.
I mean, I will say S tier is just our, like, top favorites. But, like, honestly, looking at who we have in, like, A, B, and even C, we got some good characters up here.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Like, I don't think I have many complaints. I do love seeing Tonio up there in A tier, because, man, he's so good.
I love Tonio. I wish we got more of him.
I know! Oh, man. Oh, the other day I meant to watch the live action of, The Spoke, and I forgot, because the only episode I've missed is, well, technically the movie as well, but I've missed the movie, and I've missed Poaching Seashore. And I need to watch Poaching Seashore so badly, because that's one of my favorite one-shots! It's like DNA and Poaching Seashore are my two, like, top favorites of the Spoke series. I gotta watch that.
I have not watched a single episode since I left your house.
Oh man, it's so good! Honestly, that wouldn't be a bad thing to do, is just watch more of the episodes when you come back, because it's so enjoyable. The Cheap Trick one is also really funny. The way they try to get around it being a stand and just go like, oh, it's a mysterious yokai! And it's like, uh-huh, whatever you say!
Yes, I love stands that inadvertently don't exist, but also... Yeah.
It's so fun. And the fact that they keep bringing in stand users, because they brought in 3 of them now, I believe, because they had Ken, Kinato, and now Tonio. And I really am so curious how on earth they explain Tonio's healing ability. Is that just a thing he can do similar to Rohan? Or like, do they explain it as like, oh, he's actually possessed by a yokai? And it's like, you can only use that explanation so many times! Oh man.
This thing is rubber.
What is she trying to eat now?
She wasn't trying to eat anything. She's got this little rug that I keep on top of one of my cupboards. And she just flung it onto my back and it fell off at the same time. And I'm not sure how she did it because it has a rubber bottom to it.
You might have the most creative cat, I think, ever. Because everything she does, I can't imagine how on earth she got herself into that situation.
I really wish I had, like, video proof of everything that she does just so that I can show people, because I feel like half the time people don't believe me.
Oh man, no, she's just a weirdly smart little cat. I believe that. You've met Jenny. Jenny is essentially a grown woman that you can like have a conversation with, but she's also a cat. So I believe that JoJo's like that. What was that?
Jenny even looks like a woman. She's got
She
that
does.
ginger cat face.
The way she looks at you as well, it feels like you are speaking to a grown woman. And she speaks
She's
back.
so judgmental.
She is! Everything you do! She is looking at you like she does not approve. She is
I'm glad
fascinating.
that I got to see her.
Yes. Oh, man. Even Mo made a guest appearance, which is absolutely insane of him to do because he hates everybody that he does not know.
Yeah, he got pretty close to me too.
Yeah. Apparently he was still cautious, but he was also still like, okay, you don't seem
Yeah.
like a bad guy, but I still gotta come over here just to make sure. Oh, while we were setting this list up, by the way, I had to, one, re-add all the characters that weren't there in the list originally, which also included Shinobu. Because there's a couple for, like, 7 and now a couple more for 9 that I've added, because there's a good handful of new characters that have been added in Part 9 since I made this list, so... I had to rewatch the video to see where on Earth Shinobu ended up, so she's at the end of C. So I had to re-add her back because for some reason it did not save.
Right, okay.
That's okay. But yeah, no, I've added a couple, because I didn't include 2 characters for Part 7 originally, and then I decided, no, they deserve a place, so I added them back after the tier list was done. But every time it refreshes, it removes them from the category entirely, so... But that's fine, we can get to them later.
So weird.
I don't know why, you'd think once they're placed, it would keep them up there, but no, it keeps deleting them. And then, because while I was already at it, of adding the new characters, I decided to add a couple for Part 9 as well. You are still behind though, right? Like a couple chapters?
Yeah, I've been so preoccupied.
That's okay, that is totally fine. I just wanted to be sure, because honestly, I think that's gonna add a fun little element to it, because the pictures do not have any spoilers whatsoever. It's just a picture of what vaguely looks like stands, and then a couple people. And I think it's going to be kind of fun hearing your first reaction to them and trying to figure out, like, so where do you think this image that you have no context on, where do you think it should go? Just to see, like, what your initial thought on these guys is going to be.
Unless we need to split the stream again and I end up reading 9 before then.
Oh, man. That'd be pretty funny. Like, it just takes us, like, 10 hours just to get through Part 6. We do have...
Honestly... Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize Charlotte's not here! Instead of Charlotte, we just have Loco Barocco.
What?
Man, I was gonna say it's gonna take us like 10 minutes just to figure out where to place Charlotte. I didn't realize she's not even here! No,
Why
you know
is
what?
it Charlotte here? She's like an honorable mention.
Charlotte counts as her own character, I say. I'm downloading a picture of her right now.
She deserves to be on this list.
If we have Danny on this list, Charlotte needs her own spot. Like, come on.
Exactly. Even though she was only there for like, what, a minute?
She gets, like, a couple lines, and she uses all of them to criticize, almost everything Jolene says. Like, man, I gotta add her. Okay. Okay, let me see. This picture might work. Okay, let me scroll down to the bottom real quick. If it'll let me. Okay. Ignore whatever just happened with my mouse. I don't know why it was moving that way. Okay, Charlotte is now here.
I wasn't even looking.
Okay, let me... Okay, nope, too far. And there we go. She's cut off a little bit, but that's fine. Because I was looking and I was like, oh, like, I know both of us like Charlotte, like, she's probably gonna take us a weird amount of time to decide. And then I realized she's not even there! But, you know what? It's all good now. We have corrected the timeline. Charlotte is properly being included.
Okay, good. I'm so nervous for half of these characters.
I know, oh my gosh. I keep, talking with, Lucian and a couple of my other friends from Metro, about Part 6, but 2 of them have not finished it yet, so I keep trying to tell them, like, guys, I promise, it's so worth it, you have to finish Part 6. Like, it's so...
I hate that conversation.
It's
Please finish it.
Yeah, because, like, both of
It's
them
so good.
they've had the very ending spoiled for them, and I'm like, whatever you think happens, please, I'm begging you to just watch it. Please.
Yeah.
Like, it's so incredible. I love Part 6.
Like, there isn't even an excuse anymore because it's all been animated. And it's so beautifully done.
It's so good. On the bright side, Lucian did very quickly fall in love with Anasui. So that has remotivated him, because that's where he stopped, like, right before Anasui was introduced. And now Now that Anasui has been introduced, they're like, oh, you know what? Maybe he is pretty interesting. Maybe I'm gonna keep watching. And I'm like, whatever it takes, please. Please keep watching.
That's amazing.
I do love how many,
Someone-
how many people have had that reaction to Anasui's existence. They're like, ooh, this is interesting now.
The world's biggest simp aside from Vanilla Ice.
It's so impressive. Like it's, I would never have guessed that those would have been the two, like, competitors for that title in JoJo, because, like, you would think it's a grand slam, like, oh, it's obviously it's Yukiko, right? Obviously. No. Somehow, these two guys have managed to beat her for that. It is very impressive.
And neither of them are wearing pants.
Nope. That's technically none of the three of them are. Yukiko's wearing a skirt. That's a weird
That's true.
trend. The more in love with someone you are in JoJo, the less you're allowed to wear actual pants.
I guess. Yes, that makes so much sense.
Oh man. All right, I think we've stalled enough. Where exactly do we want to put Jolene?
Definitely an S tier.
That's what. Yeah, I was
Because this is the
scrolling up.
JoJo stuff we have.
Yeah, I was scrolling up to S, but the question is, looking at who we have in S, who do we feel Jolene is better than?
Ooh, okay.
Yeah. Here, I know. Here, I'll put her down here so I don't have to hold the mouse the whole time. Because I'm just gonna put her next to Kinato because we know Kinato is he is the placeholder for S. He is the very bottom of S. So just so I don't have to hold my mouse the entire time, she's gonna sit next to him while we decide.
Right. This is hard.
It is.
Because I feel like we keep doing the whole, oh, well, she's better than the previous one, so we have to put her above.
You know, we did that so many, like, JoJo's in a row. But I do feel like Joseph and Josuke for me, both of those two up there, those two are very tied. Like, this is, Joseph is first, but these two are, like, they're tied right now for me. And Giorno is just barely higher than them. But then Jotaro, I will admit, Jotaro is a little higher than Giorno for me. Like, it's not nearly as neck and neck, but it is still pretty high.
Yeah,
But at the same time, I
honestly,
do really like Jotaro.
See Jolene above at least Giorno. But I feel like
I can see that argument.
also probably above at least part 3 Jotaro.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I definitely enjoyed a lot of her scenes more, like her, what's the word? Her, like, banter with her friends. I like that, because she has a lot more of that than Jotaro does, even though he does have a fair bit. But it's mostly with Polnareff. Because as much as I love Jotaro and Kakyoin, they do only have a couple conversations. They're just very memorable. However, he does have a lot more conversations with Polnareff. They're it's a lot more just insults, which admittedly is very funny. But Jolene actually has conversations with her friends, and I like that. I do think they're very fun to like just see, like listen to them just kind of hang out for a little bit before the show continues. Like the salmon speech, them trying to figure out what's the opposite of pork. That's one of my favorite conversations in all of JoJo. Like, it's so funny.
Anytime she's talking to FF, just feels very like, why are you here? But not in a mean way.
Yeah, just in a genuine, like, I'm trying to study you. Why are you the way you are way? And I love that.
Uh-huh.
But then part 4... I know we've spent a lot of time talking about part 4 Jotaro already, but I genuinely can't begin to say how much I adore the way he changes in part 4. He's, like, just straight up a different person in part 4, and I love that. Like, he's still, like, he's got the same, like, base personality, which I do love, but he's just so much, he's matured so much in that 10 years, and I absolutely love seeing it. Because we don't get to see that a lot with that many JoJos. It's him and Joseph, basically. Like...
Yeah, once they're done, they're done.
Yeah! So the fact that we actually, like, I would lose my mind if we got to see the same, like, 10 years later version for Josuke and Giorno, but we don't get to! And I know that I would probably, like, absolutely adore them just as much as I love and adore Part 4 Jotaro, but we don't get that. So the fact that we do with him, it makes it genuinely difficult to decide, do I like seeing that way of that way his character has changed more than I like Jolene as a whole? Because genuinely, I don't know.
Yeah, because genuinely, the half of it isn't even his personality, it's just the fact that he has changed so much since part 3.
Yeah, he speaks so much softer. Like, he's more, like, patient. He, like, just everything about him. Like, he's a stronger stand user. Like, he's just, everything about him is such a fascinating character.
We can always move Jolene later.
Yeah. Right now, I feel like her and her dad are kind of, like, tied right now. Like, the two of them are very, like, neck and neck. Oh, man. Alright. And now, Stone Free. Alright. Oh, too far.
Right.
Too far. I'm not trying to make a new tier for Stone Free, but I do want to say I do feel like Stone Free is a very easy S tier for me, because I adore the stand ability. Like, I love the ability, I love the design. The slight redesign she got for the anime as well is also very nice. Right here, let me put her here again. Like, I don't know, Stone Free is just easily one of my favorite stands. But I just don't know how much of my favorite stand exactly.
Yeah, for me, I love the ability, and I like the design. Okay, I think it's really funny that she has sunglasses.
Yeah!
I don't see it being above a lot of the characters in this tier.
That's kind of my thought process. I'm torn between... here, let me put it by some of the other stands up here. I think visually, I do like it more than the hand. However, King Crimson's expressions, I think I like more. Even though Stone Free is very expressive, whenever we get to see the full humanoid form.
Right.
But then...
Yeah.
I don't know, Purple Haze had so much character in, like, 30 seconds of screen time.
Yeah, Stone Free doesn't have very much character in itself, I think. So, I'm okay with it being right there.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I do like the detail that Stone Free smells like soap. That is one of my all-time favorite JoJo details, because it's so unimportant. Like, ultimately, that is one of those things...
It's important.
We never needed to learn that. Oh, but
You know what? It's a good detail to know that sometimes in the jail cell, you'll just get a waft of soap.
Yeah, like, can other, like, non-stand users smell that? Like, do they just think Jolene smells very fresh sometimes for no reason? And it's just because she's been unraveling Stone Free at a punch trying to do something. Like, she's been over here fighting for her life, and they're just like, you smell really good right now. And she's like, thanks, I'm about to die. Yeah, I need to hurt, please move.
It's so funny because usually it would be the other way around, where if you're fighting a lot, you're not gonna smell good.
No, but I like to imagine the smell of the soap would overwhelm the smell of like sweat, because like she does sweat a lot. That's visible. But I do like to think that the soap overpowers it. Also,
just think that she naturally smells like soap all the time, and
it's
like a barrier.
Oh, I love that. Alright. And I know, this is another one that I know both of us adore. Where are we feeling Hermes? Because I just know we've talked a lot about Hermes in the past. So I know she's S tier.
I feel like somewhere between like Mista and Trish, around that area.
That's where I was looking. I was looking up there and I was like, okay, I definitely like Hermes more than Iggy.
Yeah.
But I don't...
So, like, maybe in between Narancia and Iggy.
Yeah, because my next thought process was, man, as much as I love Hermes, I'm not actually sure if I like her more than Narancia. I feel like those two fill a very similar, like, place in my mind.
Yeah.
Like they're like the kind of like the silly friends that also have very serious moments that make you go, "Oh, man, I'm really sorry for everything you've been through."
Yeah, I agree.
I think that's a good place for her. I was on her wiki page the other day, and I saw the little detail saying, like, Araki considers her to be a female version of Polnareff, because of, like, the sister thing, and also that they're both very, like, silly characters, and I was like, wow, you know what? I always forget this, but that's so true. She just really does feel like the same place as, like, Polnareff does to the Crusaders. And honestly, I love that for her.
Man, I need to like watch part 3 and part 6 back to back. I feel like that
Oh
would
man, the emotional
make a lot
gut
more
punch.
Yeah. Because skipping part 4, because I know part 5 is also a gut punch, and going
Yeah.
straight from part 5 to 6. But like part 4 is so nice, and it's that nice breather. But going straight from 3 to 6, I feel like would be miserable.
You don't get like the only like what's the word? Comedic moment you get is like Wes. And then from there on out it's kind of just tragedy. Like
Genuinely.
oh man.
Starts off with tragedy with Jotaro, and then it ends
I
with an even
know.
worse tragedy, but at least it's pretty.
It is. I will give it that. It is very pretty. Also, okay. I'm actually a little torn on top of A or low S for Kiss, because I think it's a very fun ability, but we don't get to see the humanoid form very much, which I feel is kind of underrated.
Right.
Which, like, is
think
kind of
top of
fair.
A is good.
Now that I'm thinking about it, it's kind of fair that we don't get to see the humanoid form very much, because it is mostly utilized from the physical stickers themselves. Because Hermes does a lot of the fighting on her own. Which,
Yeah.
that makes sense. That's a good reason not to see the stand too much. But I don't know, I really do like Kiss's design. I think it's a very fun stand design.
Genuinely. I really like the weird crown thing.
Yeah, I've got no idea why that's there, but man, does it look awesome. Like,
I really, really want one of the fancy JoJo figures
Yes!
for Kiss.
it's the one I
that's
see the
so-
most, too. It's
Mhm.
everywhere, and I'm like, oh, stop tempting me! I don't have money right
It's
now!
gorgeous. It's mostly when I don't have money or when I'm trying to save for something else, and then I'll just see her in the distance, and I'm like, ugh.
Literally, I've seen her
Start
at
melting on the spot.
two different cons this year. Kiss, I saw Kiss, Moody Blues, and I think the last one, it was another part 5 stand, and I can't remember which one it was now. I remember I was mostly just excited because I saw Kiss. But then I went to
Right.
another con, and I saw a Kiss figure again, and I was like, why are you following me? I don't have money!
I see a lot of the weather report as well.
Oh, Weather Report is, oh my gosh, I can't, okay, we gotta make it to Weather Report next, because that's another of my favorite stands. Oh no! Before we can get to that, we have to get through Emporio.
Ooh, oh no.
Okay, well, we're exactly replacing this poor boy.
S tier. Easy.
Yeah. I know he's definitely above Hayato. Because I know, as much as
Yeah.
I do adore both of their, like, the way they get so determined and fight back, Emporio definitely has him beat for that. Just for, you know, the sheer amount of
Emporio's
horrors that
so
poor
sad.
Emporio has to live through. Hayato gets, like, one bad event. For Emporio, it never stops. This poor child.
Genuinely. Like, genuinely from the beginning of his life
Yeah.
till everything else.
Yeah.
I can't even say the end of his life because I don't know. I hope that it got better.
I can only hope. It's one of those things I do to like I kind of like override like headcanon status, and my brain just starts to accept like, yeah, this is canon. He had a good life. He was brought in, and he was adopted, and he was happy, and he lived a good life. It's like one of those things where it's like I physically can't think of that as anything other than being canon because it makes me so sad. Like, of all the
I would not be
JoJo,
able to live with myself otherwise.
I know, because like of all the JoJo kids, man, does he deserve that happy ending the most. Like, this poor child. Man, I kind of want to rank him even higher, honestly. Like, I'm kind of thinking above Holly. Because as much as I do absolutely adore Holly, Emporio's, like, final couple scenes in part 6 really get to me.
Man, I almost want him to be higher, but
I know, I was gonna say,
understand him being
if it
there.
wasn't for Polnareff here being at the end of the top of S tier, I would have him up there with Bruno. But I do think, like, no.
Genuinely.
I do like Emporio. I do like Polnareff a little bit more than Emporio. But they are, honestly, putting him up there by Chariot Requiem, I feel like I've cried equally over both of them.
No, I agree with that.
Like, he's just, oh man. He's such a great
Ugh.
character. Emporio is
It
just,
hurts my heart, man.
I know. Literally every time he shows up, I'm like, oh, you poor thing. Like, I feel bad every time I say that, like, Mew Mew is one of my favorite characters, because I love the Jailhouse whole arc. Because then I remember that in Emporio, it's a never-ending loop of him electrocuting himself. It's just, that's all he did for, like, 3 days. And I'm like, I feel so bad saying that's one of my favorite arcs. Because, like, Jolene, they play what's happening to her more as comedy, versus every time we get a cut back to Emporio, it's like, by the way, he still is dealing with this. And it's like, oh, you're right.
It's so sad.
Like,
he's gonna need therapy, and then his therapist is gonna be so confused.
He's gonna be in twice-a-week therapy for the next, like, 5 years. Like, at least.
Yeah.
Like, oh, this poor child. I do feel like he's earned his spot up there. And then, okay, this next one's kind of interesting, because actually I'm going to stay down here for a bit, because I genuinely don't know where to even begin to put burning down the house. As an idea, it's such a fascinating concept, but as a stand, I don't know... I really don't know where I'd put it. Because, like, I feel like the way it's utilized is ultimately just there but cool, but yeah. I feel like it deserves more than that, just because of how, like, cool it is both visually and also, like, some of the scenes that take place in the stand.
Right.
It's like, obviously the stand itself doesn't do anything, but I think it's an incredible idea.
To, like, see?
Yeah.
This is difficult. This one is difficult because it's not like it has a personality or anything, or that it really does much.
It's just it's more of a location than it is like like a character. But at the same time, it is technically his stand, so it does deserve a spot. Aw, do you think that's his stand because he just needed somewhere to be? So because he was even when he was born as a baby, his whole drive was, I need to be somewhere safe. So his dormant stand physically became that, like, a safe place to be.
That is very sad, but definitely true.
I had never thought about it that way before, because, like, especially the way, like, towards the end, the way he's running to the room. Like,
it makes so much sense too.
Yeah, I've never put too much thought into, like, the way his stand, like, is, because, like, I talk so much about the fact that stands, like, represent the user, but I'd never, like, thought about how burning down the house represents Emporio. But no, it is kind of just a safe place for him to be. That's so sad. Also, I'm on the
miserable.
I'm on the wiki for the stand, and I need to show you the image they use for the anime. I'm not gonna put it on screen. I'm just gonna send it to you because this is so sad, but also really funny the way that it's framed.
Oh my god!
Like, I see why they used it.
They use that one
because they used the same panel from the manga. But something about it in the anime just looks way sadder. I think because it's more zoomed out. Like,
yeah, like, it just feels slightly more empty.
Yeah.
The piano is further back in the corner and facing the camera, as well as the chair being on the floor.
Yeah, it looks so sad, and he's so tiny. Why is he
so small?
Also, did I tell you they shrunk him for the anime? He was already really small. He was already only 4'7". They made him 3'3" for the anime.
Why though? Everyone is already so tall. He's so itty bitty.
I don't know. They tried to make Poochie taller as well. Poochie is supposed to be 6'5", but they kept him the same height as Versus, who's only like 5'11". So they accidentally made both of them in this weird limbo state of being either 5'11" or 6'5". Because, like, Versus is still said, he's still said to be, he's still 5'11". Like, I just read that on his page, like, the other week. Let me... Because they show them, like, eye to eye, and they're the same height, and that's, like, a whole thing. Yeah, Versus is still 5'11", even after the anime. So I don't know why on earth they tried... Yeah, it just it doesn't feel right for Poochie to be that tall, considering even in the manga, like, he's taller than Jolene, but he's not, like, towering over her like 6'5" would be. Like, they're supposed to be,
Yeah.
like, fairly on par. So him only being a couple inches taller than her, that made more sense, because that's what was portrayed. I don't know why on earth the anime tried to be like... Yeah, the anime tried to be like, let's give him a whole 6 inches of height. He needs that. And it's like, did he?
Jesus Christ.
Did he need that much extra height? I don't know what... The anime is kind of obsessed with trying to, like, make all the villains the same height as the Joestars. Because I want to say they did the same thing to Diavolo. Let me double check real quick.
Maybe what's been happening is he's been, like, using discs to platform his shoes.
Yeah, he's been hiding them in his shoes. Oh, that sounds... Yeah, that sounds right. Oh, man. But, you know, okay, Diavolo is 6'3" according to the anime. Which is... That still feels taller than he should be, because I feel like... I don't know, something about him, to me, has always screamed he's exactly 6 foot. Which is a weird thing to, like... Yeah. Think, but I don't know, because Doppio is 5'7", which sounds about right, because he feels like Doppio should be around my height. So I don't know. I've always thought Diavolo like is taller, but not like that much taller. So I don't know. 6'3" just feels way too like significant of a increase for him. I don't know.
Yeah, I'm trying to think because the biggest frame of reference I have is my dad, who is also 6'3".
Yeah.
And imagining him at the same stature is like. He's got terrible posture too.
Yeah, that and that I think doesn't help. I think like I don't know. I feel like him being like 6 foot but with a really bad posture, like feels like it's more accurate to the way he's like drawn.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Maybe that's what they were thinking. They were like, well, he's gonna be 6'3", but with that slouch, he's gonna just barely be 6 foot. Maybe that's what their thought process for the anime was.
So he's 6 foot crouched.
Yeah. He does kind of stand like he doesn't know how to straighten his back sometimes, I will say.
I think he's genuinely got like a pulley system in there and he can't straighten it all the way.
Yeah. So even during his big reveal, like he still has it. Like he's like he like forces his shoulders back for a second, and then he goes back to being hunched immediately after.
Uh-huh.
And saying, "Wow, you don't know how to stand with those shoulders back at all, do you?"
Grew up with terrible posture.
It's all he knows.
Shrimp mode all the time.
It sounds right. Alright, I think we have to rate Burning Down the House at least higher than Ken. Because I do think I enjoy the Stand as a concept more than I enjoy Ken, as much as he is a fun character.
Right, yeah.
But I don't know, Rat with Gun might be cooler. Because that's funnier. Because like the idea that a rat's soul is a military grade gun, I really enjoyed. I think the Rat episodes have always been some of my favorites to rewatch, and it's partly because the Stand is just hilarious.
Yeah, thinking about like the reason why, I don't know. I think that's fine. That's fine.
If needed, we can raise it. Because I do feel like it's not even, like,
yeah,
really questionable that Emporio has, like, the least interesting stand of the main characters for Part 6, purely because it is just a room at the end of the day. But as a concept, I do enjoy it, so... Alright, the next one I just realized is a little difficult to rate. Because it's the same person twice.
Right.
So, are we rating FF... purely in the human form? Or should we rate... Okay, should the first one be FF as a character, and should the second one be FF purely as a stand? Because those are two very interlocked concepts.
The way that FF treats being a stand is very, like... It's hard to separate the two of them because they talk about becoming a person so much.
Yeah. And, like, even towards, like, during the Poochie encounter, when they, like, physically take on a human form in stand form, that gets me emotional, honestly. Like, that really, like, shows just how strong the connection is between the two, is that they are just ultimately one and the same. So are these gonna be ones where we just keep them side by side? Or should we
It's
try
gotta
to?
be.
Yeah, because I can't think of like a way to try to separate this that doesn't feel like we're gonna be like undermining an aspect of FF, honestly, because they're just so interlocked.
Yeah, their last like monologue
Oh my
really
gosh.
nails it in. I can't separate the two of them.
Yeah, that's reasonable. I had to tell FF's voice actress, that's one of my like all-time favorite JoJo scenes. She was like, "Yes, it's such a good one. I love doing that one."
It's so devastating.
Oh man. All right.
Oh.
Here, we'll rank the first FF, and then we can just add the other one right after. All right. So I know definitely for the two of us, FF is S tier.
Yes,
What kind of
100%.
S tier? Oh,
Man.
what if we use the logic of FF being both the animal companion and the healer? So then FF has to go higher than like Iggy. Like we have to use Iggy as like the starting point, being like, well, FF is the cooler animal companion and the cooler healer. So like that means FF has to go above at least Iggy.
I can get on board with that. I feel like I'm trying to look at all of because I'm trying to think of if I like FF more than like Polnareff.
Yeah. FF is one of my all-time favorite JoJo characters. Like, I just absolutely
they're-
adore them as a character.
They're so funny but so serious about everything.
know.
So it's like they fill so many different voids, I guess.
Yeah, they balance them both so well. Like,
Uh-huh.
okay, if we're comparing them to the Crusaders, and like Hermes is Polnareff, FF kind of feels like, I mean, using the animal companion thing, like I guess Iggy being the one who gets kind of brought in later and just like not brought in against their will, because FF did fully like say like, hey, I'm gonna help you now, but like didn't like wasn't originally going to be working with them type logic of like Iggy had to be
Right.
brought in because he wasn't originally going to be a part of it. FF wasn't originally going to be a part of it because FF was originally with Poochie. I guess FF does kind of like take both Iggy and honestly kind of Kakyoin's place, considering that they're both also very like they're both very intelligent, even though FF is clearly intelligent in a very different way.
Oh, I just realized that Kakyoin is still at the top of all the JoBros.
Yeah. He is currently
So
the
funny.
number one for them. Which, yeah, that's
Number
fair.
one JoBro. I feel like FF deserves to be up there somewhere, though.
Yeah. Oh man. And now I'm trying in my head to decide who I like more. Because okay, I can fairly easily rationalize myself having FF higher than honestly even Hermes, Narancia, Rohan, and Mista.
Yes.
And I think I can see Requiem and Emporio as well. Requiem is a little bit of a challenge, but Emporio I can also see the two of them are good buddies to me. So I feel like Emporio would also be like, oh, FF's awesome, put FF up there. But honestly,
Yeah.
that makes the big challenge Polnareff, Bruno, Okuyasu, and Kakyoin. Oh no.
This is too hard. See, this is gonna be the entire stream. Is just part 6.
Oh
I
no,
know
you're
it.
we're 40 minutes in and we've made it to FF.
How many characters have we had? Like 4?
Yeah, roughly. They're all pretty much up here.
Ah.
The only one not is burning down the house.
Good God. A poor S tier can't hold on for any longer.
I know. Oh no.
So I kind of want FF to be above Polnareff, but below Bruno at least.
I can kind of see it. Also, I do kind of like they have similar hair.
Oh yeah, the slick to the head.
Yeah. Oh man, they do. They both of them they wear it very well. Oh man. I don't know. They both have some of my favorite like monologues in JoJo.
Genuinely. Man, that's so difficult.
Oh,
There's so
man.
many well-written characters.
I know, I'm trying. At this point, I'm just thinking about, like, their speeches at this point and, like, which ones ruined me more. And I do think Okuyasu's little thing when he comes back and talks about how he saw his brother again, and he was just like, oh, obviously I'm just gonna go with you, and his brother was like, no, you need to decide for yourself. And Okuyasu was like, I'm gonna think about this for a little while. And like that's why he was out of the fight for so long, is because it was his first like major thing he had to decide without his brother's help. And the options were included being with his brother again. Oh man.
It's so sad.
And the way he says it so calmly as well, him being like, yeah, I just like thought about it for a little while and decided I'm gonna go back to Morio. And then he just woke up. And that, oh my gosh, I do think that makes me cry a little bit more than FF's, even though FF's is one of those ones where, like, I think I've lived by what FF says more than I do for Okuyasu, but what Okuyasu said has definitely, like, hit me emotionally harder. Just because, I don't know, it's something I never would have expected, like, to be, like, the peak of his character arc. It's not where I expected his story to go.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Yeah. In terms of bawling my eyes out, FF definitely takes the cake for me.
Yeah, especially Bruno takes it so, like, he literally says, I'm going back where I belong. Like, him accepting us so easily, like, oh, I guess I'm an angel now. Alright, this is how it was supposed to be. Like, it still is really sad, but it's much easier to cope with it when he's just like, yep, this is how it is. Don't worry, you've got this. Like, it's still really sad. But at the same time, like, there have been rewatches, it's not many, but there have been a couple rewatches where I haven't cried at Bruno's little goodbye. Versus, I don't think I can even look at pages of FF's goodbye without crying. Like...
Yeah, because, like, the realization of technically FF could exist, but it wouldn't be the same ever.
Yeah.
And having to explain that to so many of my friends, for example, meanwhile watching Bruno degrade and then he's finally accepted his fate,
I know.
as opposed to FF who wanted to live a long and fulfilling life as the person that she had just become.
Mm-hmm.
Like...
Oh man, and the fact that literally, just like during that arc, we got to physically see how much FF had come to, become her own person. Because like the fact that the stand literally takes the form of the body. Oh my gosh. Like, I literally, like, had to stop reading for a moment when I got to that, because I'd seen that form before, but I didn't know why FF had taken that form. I didn't realize it was because she had, I'm gonna say discarded, to put it nicely, the body. Because I always forget just how graphic the shooting scene is. But, like, I didn't know that was what had happened, and that's why FF had taken that form. I assumed it was FF, like, covering the body with the plankton. I didn't know it was. I didn't know it was physically like. No, this is the form the plankton are taking now. And I was like, oh my heart.
They did everything they could to still be who they wanted to be, and even then.
And the fact that even Anasui was just like, hey, you can just use my body, it's fine. But then FF was like, no, that's not what this needs. That's not what this is supposed to be. Like, oh my gosh, like, and also the fact that, okay, I love Anasui. I'm gonna say that first. But man, did I absolutely hate everything he did and say during, like, every conversation he ever has with FF. Like,
my God.
That's why Anasui is my top love-hate relationship character, because I think he's a great character. He's so funny. But at the same time, every time something goes wrong for him, I point and laugh. Like he's like a little clown to be laughed at. Like, I'm just like, this is what he deserves! He's earned this! But at the same time, I'm like, like, oh my gosh.
Into those situations.
Yes!
And then it's like, woe is me! And then it's just like, ha 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 ha.
Like, I'm so... like, easily, like, driven to tears over, like, the littlest of details. Like, there's been times where, like, you know, in part 5, when they swap bodies back, and the guy hugs his dog, and the mom holds her baby. Like, there's been times where, like, I've, had happy tears, being like, oh, I'm so happy they're happy. We don't know any of those characters' names, except the dog is named, like, something with a B. Like, the only character we get named is the dog. Like, those characters do not matter. But just seeing them be happy just makes me so happy for them. So, I say this to preface that the scene of Jolene throwing the ring and Anasui being so genuinely heartbroken should be a really sad scene for me. But I love to reread that scene and be like, ha, you know what? I don't care how much money you spent on that thing. I don't care what it cost you to get that. I don't care what future you were envisioning yourself with her. I'm glad she threw that ring at that alligator, because you know what? You were mean to FF.
It was funny.
It is genuinely. It's like, obviously it's
so
written as a
funny,
comedic
too.
scene. I'm just saying, like, I think if that was any other character, I would have teared up a little bit, like seeing how sad he was at it, being like, oh, that is kind of sad. Like, I know it's meant to be funny, but I do feel kind of bad that, like, he's so upset over it. But no, because it's Anasui, it's the funniest thing in Stone Ocean to me. Like, he deserves
Honestly.
that so much.
She's getting cheered on for, like, throwing something at an alligator, and he's just over there screaming.
And it's the way that, like, but it's not just Jolene, it's also Hermes. They're both so, like, mad at that alligator, literally just sitting there on the side of the road, and both of them are like, look at that thing! That thing sucks! Let's pelt it with something! And it's like, why would you want... Girls, are you good?
Live in Florida.
Yeah, like, it's like, girls, you know that
like,
they're out there! You don't need to pelt them with the first thing in your hand! Oh, they're so
like
funny.
The least of your worries, being inside of a car and seeing an alligator, you guys are not in danger of it, nor is it bothering you, and you're
No.
gonna decide to, like...
Just chuck some random
God.
object in the car at it. Like, if she had woken up and that had been, like, a phone, she still would have thrown it. Like, she didn't care. She just got so mad seeing that gator. And that's so funny to me. Girl had been awake for 0.3 seconds and was filled with anger. Like... Oh,
Maybe she had, like, a bad dream with an alligator in it or something.
She was dreaming of Charlotte. She was like, man, I hate that thing.
Her jail trauma.
Oh, man. But yeah, I do... as much as I like, adore Anasui, because I think I remember, like, telling you about this a little bit before Stone Ocean anime came out, telling you, like, oh yeah, I do really like this character Anasui, he's so fun, but I can't wait to see people react to him, because I know some people are gonna, like, hate him, and I can't wait to see the way people react to it. Because, like, one, obviously he's very pretty, but two, he's really mean. Like, he just will say, like, the most out-of-nowhere mean comments. Like, and I do love as well that FF calls him out on it, being like, hey, are you sure you're gonna marry her? She doesn't even know your name yet. Like, you've like grabbed her and you're like trying to hug her, and you would literally have not introduced yourself. Maybe step back. He's like, no, this is my wife. I don't care what you're saying. Like,
He's such a weirdo.
He is.
Like, you took your ex-girlfriend apart. You dissected her. And then you met another girl on the spot and was like, oh yeah.
Literally. Like, they hadn't even spoken, which I will forever thank the anime for including that scene where he just looks at her and then leaves. Because that didn't exist in the manga. They never actually saw each other in the manga. But the idea that he saw her for 10 seconds in the anime, and then immediately had to leave because he was like, well, that's my wife. I have to go start planning our wedding. Like... Oh, I love that so much. I'm forever thankful that they did that.
It's so funny because he looks so judgmental and so serious, but in reality, he's like, yes, my wife, she's arrived.
Yeah, literally. Like, he leaves Weather and he's just like, well, I'm not in this arc, so have fun, Weather. Treat her nicely. I'm gonna go start wedding planning. Like, oh, I love him for that. Oh, you know what? This takes place during the last arc. I'm gonna spoiler screen for it. Which button is it? This one. Okay. During the Made in Heaven arc, when he, like, says, like, I think who was he talking to? Like, Emporio, saying, like, oh, I'm gonna ask her to marry me, like, after all this is over. And then Jolene's just like, oh, you can just do it now. And the way he just looks at her, he's like, huh? You heard that? Also, you're telling me to ask you? The man's brain shut down in that moment, so he never actually got to ask her. Because I think in his head he was like, oh, I didn't think it was gonna be that easy. I thought I was gonna have to save her life first, and then she would say yes.
I think it's funny that his confused look is just him looking angry and, like, just stares at her, like, genuinely.
Yeah, like he
Because
doesn't
he's
understand.
constantly just, like... Yeah, he kind of looks like a dog sometimes. It's
Yeah.
just like, man, just do it. It's... Then he waits until he meets, like, Jotaro, and then he's like, I need your blessing immediately in this life or death scenario.
And the way that is the most normal person reaction that I think Jotaro has ever had in his life. The way he stares at him and he's just like, are you being serious? Do you see what's happening up there? Are you being serious with me right now? Like,
him grabbing Jolene is the funniest thing.
yes!
Like, that made me laugh more than anything, I think.
Because, like, he's been awake for, like, a couple hours at this point, but he's like, okay, obviously I need to go save her. Like, the Speedwagon Foundation has been catching him up in the helicopter ride on what's been going on. So he's, like, just barely back. But he's like, okay, so she's still been in the prison for the past, like, 6 months. She has made friends that have been helping her. She's gonna be okay, but I do need to get to the space station or space center, rather. Space station's a little different. The space center to, like, help because, like, he's about to, like, reach his final form. Don't worry, like, we're gonna be fine and I've got this. But he's been briefed on who Emporio is because he recognizes his name through the text. Which means he's also probably been briefed on who Anasui is. Meaning he's aware that this is the man who dismembered his girlfriend and went to jail for it. And the first thing this man says to him is, oh hi, I would like to marry your daughter, can I have your blessing? And he's just like, what? Why would you say that to me? I think something's wrong with time, and also, you're a murderer of your girlfriend. No! I'm gonna keep her very close to me right now, for the foreseeable future. And not just because of the priest who's doing weird things around me, but you're under my watch now as well!
I love the silence of it all. Where
Yes!
He's like, he doesn't even say anything really, and he just kind of like tugs her clothes, and it's so funny.
It's the way he stares him down and then grabs her that says everything. Like he genuinely cannot believe what this man is asking him. like that. Honestly, we saw him and immediately went, oh, her father! Before you marry someone, you're supposed to get the father's permission. I need to ask for permission! And it's like, why was that your first thought? We are about to die! Please keep your mind on, like, the task at hand!
The fact that literally everyone is about to die and he's...
Yeah.
All on his mind is Jolene.
Keep in mind, like, Made in Heaven has just emerged from his arm 10 minutes ago. Maybe, because time's weird. But, like, I think that's something people don't talk about enough, is that it split from his arm before it went to Poochie. Like, that was the thing that it used to enter the Earth, was Anasui's arm. Like, I would have some concerns that aren't related to marriage in that moment. Oh my gosh.
It's crazy because not only did that happen, but they witnessed like this huge abnormal floating thing, and there's explosions and bright lights and loud noises and there's things being flung at each other, and they literally have to escape to the roof because that's the only safe place because he's hiding behind pillars and going so fast that nobody can see him.
Yeah!
And then all he can think about is marriage.
Mm-hmm. Also, I did just remember, he also, like, if I remember correctly, grabbed Jotaro to pull him onto the roof. I want to say he was the last one up. So he, like, manhandles this man, and then's like, hello, I would like to marry your daughter. Like,
Man is bold.
He really is. Like, he just had, like, his hand, like, one hand on his chest, one hand on his leg, and was just like, hello, I know you do not know me, but I would love to marry your daughter. Like, how much confidence do you need to begin to that conversation?
I
Oh my
think that
gosh.
it's so funny how that carried over universes.
Yes. Oh, I love. Honestly, I just love everything about like the new universe just entirely because it's so optimistic. I love that.
Uh-huh.
I also like that
I
he got
really
a.
wish I
he-
could have seen more.
I know. I also wish we got the alternate weather's name because I believe we get Hermes's thanks to the anime. I want to say it's in the credits. I want to say.
Oh.
Let me look this up and see.
He would just
Her
have
name-
his original name, wouldn't he?
That's what I'm thinking. Like, I think it would be really cool if we got confirmation that he just had like his original birth name. That would be really cool.
Uh-huh.
But okay, the JoJo wiki says the name of the alternate Hermes is Eldis, which is very fascinating that she changes names. But I guess Anasui does, and like
Yeah.
those two characters, by all means, have no reason to change their names. But like, at least alternate weather has like options for what his names could be.
Yeah.
Oh,
Think
I
he's still a playboy in that universe?
I like to think so. I think that would be fun for him. I also just noticed I forgot he's wearing the world's largest backpack. He's just standing
Right.
on the side of the road wearing a massive backpack. He's dressed the way that he is and he has that kind of hat. It's incredible this man thought anyone was actually going to let him like hitchhike with them.
Yeah, he's an optimist.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. I'm on the page and it mentions for minor characters in Stone Oceans, and it also says eldest sister, which yeah, she's probably still named Gloria just because I don't think she's important enough of a character to get a different name. But then it also says
Right.
Irene's father, and I'm like, oh, well, I know his name is Jotaro, but I wish you had just said that instead of calling him Irene's father. Because, like, we
That
know
just
he
makes
still
me
has the same
sad.
name. I don't, just the fact that that's what he's been reduced to for this, and it's like, aw, man.
Like,
It's still Jotaro!
Dude, because in that universe, he's still like, he still defeated Dio, didn't he?
Yeah, everything from parts 1 through 5 are all the exact
Yeah.
same. So that's why it's kind of sad that they didn't call him Jotaro in this. It's like, man, you're
He plays
reducing
such a
everything
big
he's
role.
done to Irene's father?
Dude, that's messed up.
I guess they have to call him that because we don't get confirmation that his name is the same. But, like, why would it be different? It's still
It
Jotaro.
has to be the same.
Exactly!
It's
like,
the same guy.
literally. The
Like,
only people who are
that is
different are the ones affected by part 6.
Yeah, because they were all born at that time. He was born earlier than that.
Yeah! Like, everyone else who's born, like, after and stuff. I mean, I guess technically Weather was born around the same time, but, like, he was still technically born later. Like, everything...
Yeah, we still don't have confirmation on his name, which is why it could very well be
Yeah.
just the same.
Because, oh boy, does this man have options for names.
Good God.
Yeah.
That's just messed up.
I remember I was in a trivia thing, and one of the questions was, what's Weather Report's real name? And I was like, you gotta clarify what you mean by real name. Do we mean birth, or do we
Yeah.
mean what he took on after birth? Because those are different answers.
Yeah, because wasn't that one of Ari's questions at Hallmat?
I think
JoJo.
so, yeah. What is she doing?
Stop it, you douchebag. Oh, sorry.
You're good. I think that's a fun name. A fun name to call her, that is. Why am I getting spam on Instagram? Some person's trying to say, like, oh, our CEO will get in contact with you, and I'm like, I don't care who your CEO is, leave me alone. How did you find me? What are you doing here?
I get those all the time, and I've literally turned off. I did the filter thing where if I get DMs that are like CEO or ambassador, I shouldn't get them.
You would think, but for some reason, the Instagram
Yeah.
filter is just really bad.
You can talk it in like a normal person. Thank you.
But yeah,
Food.
I will say the one at Helmet wasn't the one I was thinking of. It was a different one that I had done. But now that you say that, I do think that was one of the questions that she asked as well.
Yeah, because I remember I also answered, and I was like, does Domenico count? And she's like, oh, well, I guess that one counts too, but that's not what we were talking about.
Yeah, because like that name, unfortunately died on day 1. But Wes Bloomerang sure did stick for a while. He had that one for a good, what was it, 16 years?
Yeah, because like technically, they're both, but I'm not going to talk about technicality. It's too difficult for my brain. The noggin doesn't want to turn the gears that fast right now.
Yeah, that's fair. It's a bit of a confusing one. I did keep the spoiler screen up for all this, which is nice. For some reason I got afraid. I clicked the button on accident and undid it, but now we're good. But yeah, poor Weather. This man's got so many names. He's got so many options if he ever wanted to go by a different nickname than Weather.
Imagine, like, he wants to change his name to something else, and everyone gets mad at him because he literally has a list of names that he could go by.
Literally, they're just like, hey, like, I can call you any of, like, your names if you want. And he's just like, I think I want to come up with something new. And they're like, buddy, please. Like, there's too many.
A really boring name. Because if he's like, nah, I want to be called, like, Phil. And we're like, dude,
no.
Domenico is so much cooler than that by default.
It is. It's so much nicer. Sorry, I'm on his page and I forgot just how close he got to Jolene when they were talking for the first time. And I love the look on her face. Like, her eyes are so big.
Dude has zero spatial awareness.
He really does. It's almost impressive. I mean, I guess if you whisper for, like, most of your life, you're gonna get, like... You're just gonna naturally lose, like, personal space, I guess, but man.
Yeah.
It's impressive. Alright, here, let me move the spoiler screen so I can see where we were. Oh, right, we were on FF. Oh, no. Oh, I don't want to go back to comparing Bruno and FF. I think FF is just gonna have to stay there. Here, let me grab the stand and bring that up so we can have them side by side. There we go. You know what? This is fitting because we got similar hair and then they both have silver, so that's good. It's nice to find the little random, like, unrelated parallels.
Uh-huh.
Alright, we have made it to Weather Report. It only took us an hour. We're not even through the main cast. Alright, Weather as a person.
At least we're this far. It could always be worse.
Yeah, that is true. I don't even remember how long the Crusaders took us, but I know they took us a while.
Too long.
This is a tough one.
Above Abacchio.
Yeah. Because my first thought process was like, oh, well, I like Weather more than I like the narrator. But honestly, the narrator, when he did voice Weather, like, that was nice. I missed that. I do love his voice actor for the anime. I like who they ended up going with in Japanese. But his voice in Eyes of Heaven was just absolutely incredible.
With that in mind, bring back Koichi's voice actor for John.
Please! I keep talking to people about that, and I'm like, I keep rationalizing it, being like, okay, well, he voiced Koichi, and Koichi is a main character. However, it'll be a new universe, so the new universe the voices won't matter because it's unrelated, so they can use whoever they want as new voice actors. It's a clean slate. Like, I feel like I'm like a conspiracy theorist with the way I'm trying to rationalize why he has a chance to be the voice of Johnny still.
Dude, imagine if they, for the English, have Johnny Young Bosch again play Johnny specifically.
We've heard his British accent. Can he do a country accent? Because I would not complain.
That he can do a country accent better than a British.
Yeah, like, I would not complain if they bring the accents back for part 7. Like, as long as they do, if they do Gyro's Italian accent the way they do Tonio's and not the way they did Caesar's, I'm all for it. Because Caesar's English voice, it causes me physical pain. Like, I can't listen to it. Bryce Papenbrook, he I don't think he's a bad person. I just wish he had done anything different. Anything else for poor Caesar.
Yeah.
Because I have heard roles, like, I do feel like most of the time when I talk about Bryce Papenbrook, it's in relation to Caesar and how much I don't like his voice as Caesar. I do think he's done good roles. I feel like I need to, like, defend, like, him a little bit from myself for how much I've talked bad about him. I don't think he's a bad voice actor. He just kind of jump scares me sometimes because he's in everything, and so suddenly he'll be, like, I'll be watching something and I'll hear his voice, very distinctively his voice, and go, oh, I didn't know you were in this. Like, I should have guessed because you're in everything, but I didn't know you were in this. Like... But
Right.
it's just his Caesar where I'm like, wow, why on earth would you do him so dirty like that? Caesar is such a good character, and this is how you voiced him? Like, oh, it's so, so sad. Versus Tonio is like just the right level of like stereotypically Italian, where I'm like, you know what, this is still fun, I like this.
It's not overbearing.
Exactly.
Uh-huh.
And I feel like Gyro, like, that just feels like Gyro as a character. Like, stereotypically Italian, but not annoyingly so.
Yes.
Whoa.
You good?
Oh, yeah, Jodie almost knocked something over.
Oh no. I figured it was related to her, because it seems like she's a little bit of a menace.
Only a little.
She tries her hardest. She's trying to upgrade to Big Menace. Oh yeah, I will say,
Yeah,
this
it's kinda hard when you are.
this is unrelated. Has she actually grown? Because I know Iris is still the same size as when you met her.
No, she's still small.
She is the runt, but she's beefy.
She's like buff, but she's still small.
Yes.
It's fair.
She's, like, every time I see my sister's cat, which is like
A normal, like, slim cat.
when I
Yeah.
look at Jodio, and she's got like, she's got a beefy tail too.
She's trying to live to the Joestar name. She's like, well, if I'm gonna be a small cat, I still have to be a strong cat. So she's just trying to straight up be Jodio. Because I mean, we don't have
Which is funny,
confirmation,
because
but I like to think he is just naturally as buff as Giorno is, just because that's really funny to me that this is like literally like the most modern day kid we've had in JoJo. So the idea that he does not have to work out at all, he's just built like that, is really funny to me.
Stop it. Ow. Go away.
Jesus Christ.
Don't look at me like that.
God, you're terrifying. Wait, we haven't placed weather yet, have we?
No, I actually just put him. I placed him down for a second because my finger was starting to hurt from holding the mouse. Because in my head I was going back and forth, and I was like, well, I do kind of like Weather more than these characters, but I don't know if I like him more than these ones. So, while I finish debating it in my head, I'm gonna put him further back here.
Yeah. This one is rough.
It is. Because my thought process is, I definitely like him more than Abakio.
Yes.
And when it comes to like climactic scenes in JoJo, him versus Pucci is on the same level as GER versus Diavolo. But
Right.
then I think of like Weather as a character and like his whole backstory and the way he just is and how much I love like just everything about him. And honestly, I'm debating putting him above Trish. I don't know exactly how much higher, but I'm thinking at least higher than Trish.
Uh-huh, I can see that.
Because, okay, I'm gonna bring the spoiler thing back up for a second. Because I know Araki likes using incest for tragic twists, because he keeps doing that. However, or like he keeps using it like as random things in JoJo, like just like random. It gets it brought up randomly as a plot point. I do feel like Weather is the best version of that, just because he didn't know. And that's the whole point of Weather's backstory, is that he and Perla did not know. They did not purposely do anything wrong. Like, I want to say the line is, like, the only crime they committed was falling in love. And it's like, yeah, that's fair, because they literally had no way of knowing. Like, I know Pucci, like, confessionals, you're not supposed to say anything, but it was his sister. I feel like he could have just told her. and then she could have tried to find, like, even if she didn't want to, like, tell Weather after that, like, hey, so fun fact, you're actually my older brother. Like, if she didn't want to have that conversation, that would still be fair. She was, like, 15. Like, that's a very heavy thing for a 15-year-old to try to, like, discuss with her, boyfriend. But, like, yeah, it's unfortunate. But, like, if Poochie had just told at least Perla, hey, like, I can't go into the specifics, but we are related to this guy. You can't tell, like, anybody, but you can tell him, like, this is the only person you're allowed to tell because of, like, how I learned this information. I feel like she would take that seriously, considering she grew up in the same family as him. Like, if he just told her, hey, I learned this from a confessional, she would know, oh, so it's a secret. Okay, so I'm definitely not going to tell anybody because of, how those work. Like, just, that would have saved so much. Just so much in general. So, like, the two of them genuinely...
but they were also really young.
Yeah! Like, I do get, like, Poochie, like... Because they do, like... It's very, very heavily emphasized that even if someone says, like, a murder confession, you're not supposed to tell, because confessionals are supposed to be purely between, like, you and God, basically. However... I feel like God would understand if you told your sister, hey, I got some bad news about your boyfriend. Turns out he's my twin. I just feel like he would give a pass to that one.
Just a little.
So it's like, I don't fault Weather at all. His story, it just makes me sad, knowing, like, man... This poor guy, like... And also the fact that he responded to the news of both Perla being dead and that being his sister by immediately deciding everybody needs to die. I'm not safe from that. Everybody needs to die. That's fair, I think. After being literally hate crimed and then being told, yeah, your girlfriend was your sister, also she's dead now. Like, yeah... I would lose, like, all faith in humanity, because that's pretty much just what happened with him. He lost all ability to love humanity because of what he went through. I think that's a very reasonable reaction. Yeah. And, like, that whole thing just makes me so sad. Also, do you know, I still see people arguing that the KKK was removed from the Stone Ocean anime, and I'm like, buddy, just because they didn't have the pointy hats, what did you think they were?
Yeah, what? Like, a massive hate group against black people is the KKK.
Literally.
Just because they don't look like them doesn't mean anything.
I'm like, it still wasn't subtle. Like, they literally just removed the pointy hats. Everything else is the same. And I'm like, that's fair, I think.
They removed, like, the most, like, visibly hateful part of them. The most, like... Which makes sense. It's the same reason why they didn't have, like, people heiling in part 2 like they did in the
Like, they still made it so you could obviously tell what's going on with those people, but they decided we don't need to be that in your face about it, so let's scale this back slightly. Literally, it was the same thing.
Yeah, like, it's important to have the hate groups that Araki put in for the sake of plot and for the sake of what it stands for, because it's against it. But that doesn't mean you need to have the hate symbols.
Exactly. I don't get why people don't get that. Like, I don't know. I felt like that was kind of an obvious one. But, I don't know. But yeah, it's one of those things I see get brought up every now and then, and people being like, I hate what they changed for the Stone Ocean anime. They didn't need to remove these guys. And I'm like, are you new here? They've done this before. Calm down, buddy. It's okay.
They tried to lynch him. Is that not good enough evidence?
I'm like, was the sight of his hanging body on the tree not enough for you to figure out? And also the fact that they don't they outright say that the reason they don't like him is because he's a mixed kid, like, trying to like get with a white girl, and they're like, oh, you're like a black boy in disguise. Like, just because you're light-skinned doesn't mean, like, you're not black because your father is black. And it's like, well, one, he's just He just comes from a very dark-skinned Italian family. But, like, he doesn't know that. As far as brother's concerned, he is mixed. He does think his father's black. Like, ugh. Like, still, like, it's all just very obvious what their reasoning was. And also, I've also seen people to this day still bring up, well, if they were, you know, the KKK, why are they fine with Poochie? And it's like, well, Poochie is one, of the church, two, not dating a white girl. So Poochie is not the highest priority they have right now, because as far as they're concerned, they're just like, he's fine on his own, as long as he stays on his own. Like, that was their concern, is that they didn't want him contaminating their girls. Because, you know, that's a very rational line of thought, if you're racist.
Yeah, wasn't Poochie also the one who kind of, like, sent them after him?
Yes, he was the one who approached them. Basically, the argument I've seen people say is, like, if they were racist, why didn't they, like, why did they even listen to what he had to say? Why did they immediately dismiss him? And it's like, well, one, he comes from a very, like, well-known family. Two, he literally is with the church. Like, the racists are also, like, they're still Christians. Like, it doesn't make sense, but, like, that's how it is in small-town Florida. So it's like, also, they know he's not dating a white girl, so they don't care about him. But he came in here to say... He came in there and started talking about what they thought was a mixed kid dating a white girl, so they were like, oh, that's my priority right now. That's what we've got to worry about. Like, that's... I don't know if I'm just too, like, small-town Florida for that to have immediately made sense to me or what, but... I don't know. There was nothing, like, illogical about what happened. I mean, aside from the racist stuff.
Washington, and I understood.
Exactly, that's why I'm like, it's
So,
confusing when people, like, say it didn't make sense for them to, like, listen to him or do something that he requested. And it's like, no, it does.
It also has to do with, like, it feels like it's the same thing about how there's, like, Latina people who support Trump.
Yeah.
Where racist white people don't care as much because they're supporting Trump. You know?
Like, they're just like, oh, you're on my side, cool.
Concept.
It was pretty much the same thing, where they were just like, oh, you're on our side. Like,
exactly.
I don't get why that's such a difficult thing for some people to understand while reading JoJo. Or I guess watching now, but still, it's just weird.
I don't know.
It's one of those things where, like, I would have assumed the discourse on that would have stopped when the anime came out. And I will say it has died down a bit. I don't see it as frequently as I used to. But it's still out there. And it doesn't feel like it's rage baiting. It feels like it's people genuinely, like, saying, like, they don't understand something. Like, it's just... It's a weird thing that we have to discuss every couple months with the Stone Ocean fandom, but... Oh well, I guess. That's how it is.
Yeah, I won't be mad at people for not understanding something, but, like, the backlash...
Yeah.
Like, of the, like, they shouldn't have done this, or why did they do this, instead of just, like, hey, I don't understand, can someone explain?
Yeah. It's the way, the thing that, I think that's probably what gets me about it so much, is that it's always framed so aggressively. People being like, this was stupid, it didn't make any sense. And it's like, no, you just didn't you didn't think about it very, very long, I think, is the problem. Like, if you had a question,
yeah,
you could say it without, like, criticizing the story. Like, that's a very normal thing to do.
Where if you know enough about, like, history, I'd say, which doesn't take a lot, but if you know anything about history, you'd know it. But these people are also, like, mad at it because they think they know enough about history, but also they clearly don't.
Yeah. I don't know. People are just... Sometimes in JoJo, things get not overlooked. They get dived into too deep, and I'm definitely, one of those people. But other things, like things that, like, should be dived in deeply to, get dived in deeply to. And things that really shouldn't be, really get dived into. And I'm like, no, this was fine surface level. This one made sense. We don't need to keep going. Because, like, I'm definitely one of those people who dives in deeply for, like... Because we talked about, like, Stone Free smelling like soap earlier. It's like, that was definitely not something he expected people to think about too much on. But, like, that's for, like, silly little stuff. But, like, complaining about the fact that Araki included the KKK in a way that some people felt was incorrect. It always feels like that wasn't the thing you were supposed to take away from Weather's story. You were supposed to take away the fact that, I don't know, he got hate crimed live on camera? Like...
It's one of those things where people, I think, only know the generalized media form of the KKK, and not that they were just, like, unfortunately, just a group of racist people.
Oh, yes. Oh, hi, Lucian! I'm glad you joined during the KKK talk. This was...
Yeah, what an awkward thing to walk in on.
Yeah. Oh, man. Here, let me unspoiler for a second so you can see where we've placed people. We're still debating whether, because it's very hard to decide where to put him. Oh, man. Yeah, we're an hour and a half in, almost, on Stone Ocean, and we have not finished the main cast. We're not even on Arasui yet. Gosh, we've genuinely spent 20 minutes discussing just Weather Report.
Okay, but to be fair, he's got a very deep backstory, so it makes sense.
Yeah, I do feel like he probably has... Not even probably. He has the most, like, detailed backstory of the main cast of Stone Ocean. Like...
Yeah, and he has to for what happens.
Yeah. There's a reason his arc lasts, like... What is it? It was, like, almost 30 chapters, I want to say, from the manga?
Yeah.
Like, it starts
so
in...
short afterwards.
I know, like, it starts in, like, the teens and ends, like... No, it's close to, like, 20-something. It felt like, while reading it, it felt like each chapter, like... It felt like we got to, like, part 17 of the arc, and I was like, oh, it's still going? But, like, in the anime, they condensed it so much. Like, they did... Like, not even in a bad way. They just condensed his story in a way that I didn't think was possible.
They made it so understandable and so much, like... I wouldn't say simpler, because it's not simple at all.
Yeah.
Almost simpler.
Well, here, let me check and see exactly. Like, what episodes of the anime are this? Where's the chapter list? Yeah, it's only like 3 or 4 episodes of the anime, which... Honestly, I remember while reading it and thinking... I remember after I read it being like, that was like a 7-episode thing for the anime. That was wild. Like, that felt like the entirety of, like, Dio's world. Like, how that starts in, like, not Dio's world, but, like, the final, like, confrontation with Dio, where it starts in, like, episode 40 and then goes for, like, 8 episodes. It felt like a version of something like that, where it just kept going. But no, they managed to, like, cut it in, like, half the time.
That's insane. It's crazy because it's such an information load, but it never feels overbearing.
Mm-hmm. Like, it's genuinely impressive. Like, for the issues the Stone Ocean anime might have had, they told the actual story itself incredibly well.
Yes. I think it's funny that 90% of our spoilers screen starts off with us talking about the story, and then it ends up with us complaining about the other half of the fandom, and then it goes back to us talking about how pretty the show is.
It's a very consistent cycle, I would say.
Yeah. But it's because every time we talk about something good, it reminds one of us about how someone online somewhere said something crappy about what we find beautiful.
Yeah. And unfortunately
I feel like I get personally attacked.
Yeah. And unfortunately the Stone Ocean, like, anime... Actually, no, Stone Ocean just in general has been unnecessarily attacked by the JoJo community. Just for no reason. Well, no, I know the reason. It's misogyny.
Well, technically... Yeah, I was gonna say, well, technically there is a reason. It's just stupid.
Yeah.
The amount of people online, specifically men, who have admitted that they hate Stone Ocean because Jolene is the main character and she's a girl. Like,
it's
hello?
so sad. I'm like, you're saying this out loud? You're not even hiding it? Wow. I'm so sorry for everything that's happened to you. Like, how do you get to that point confidently in your life? Genuinely.
How do you enjoy a show? Yeah.
Like, how do you enjoy a show enough to talk about it online, only to force yourself to hate it because the main character has boobs?
Literally,
Really?
because she behaves
That-
the same way the other JoJos do. She is no different comedic-wise than Joseph Joestar, and people are obsessed with that man. That man makes one vaguely suggestive joke, and everyone's like, top-tier comedy right there. Jolene makes the same suggestive joke, and they're like, oh, how can a woman talk about this? And it's like, buddy.
Oh, so disgusting. Oh, she talks like a man. Oh, huh? Then why don't you like it, huh?
I don't
understand.
It's actually wild how this happens. Like, I just don't get it. Also,
Here we go again. We're complaining again.
Yeah. I just wanted to, and now I'm about to point out something pretty. I like that Jolene's hair here is almost the same color as Dio's because of the lighting that they're in. Because I wouldn't think that those two have similar shades of, like, blonde highlights. But with the lighting that they're both in, it does look quite similar. Like, I think of Dio's hair normally being much closer to Giorno's here, but I think because it's dark, it makes it look a lot darker. But I don't know, I think it's pretty...
I love the colors that they chose for the anime because it's distinguishable, but not in a way where they look like different characters.
Yeah! Like, I like that they knew they had a good base from, like, the colored manga and, like, the games and stuff, but they were like, but we need something just a little different. And I think they did a great job with it. Yeah. But apparently they looked at Aramis and went, perfection. We don't need to change a thing about her. Like,
which makes sense. She's got a great character. I just think it's funny how they made Jolene more green. And
yeah.
I love her original design. I just think it's funny that they went, you know how we can make this better? More.
Yep. They're like, oh, so people call the trio in Stone Ocean the Green Girls. What if... Yes. What if we leaned into that? But then they took away FF's green lipstick. I'm still mad about that one, actually. I'm, like, not, like, genuinely mad, but it's weird to me that they went with, like, kind of an orangish?
Well, they can't all three of them have green lipstick.
They can't share lipstick. They're not allowed to share. They can't use the same brand.
Look, I am sure that even just as a joke at some point, or series, I don't know, they have all smooched at some point.
They do seem like the kind... Like, even... Okay. Yeah. Even if we ignore, like, the romantic side, like, the shipping side of things, these girls seem like the kind where they would give each other, like, a kiss on the forehead to be like, hey, it's gonna be okay. Like, we're good, I'm here for you. Like, just basically being supportive girls. Like, that is absolutely, like, the relationship that these three have.
100%.
So, like, I don't think any of them would have any problems, like, sharing something like lipstick, just being like, not being like, ooh, gerbs. They would just be like, yeah, that's fine. I don't care. Like, it looks cool on you. I'm gonna try it.
I think it's so funny because in reality, you'd think that, like, half of the scenes would start off with, like, solid smooch marks all over, like, FF's cheeks.
Yeah.
And just green marks everywhere.
That sounds right. And FF would just would treat it like it's totally normal too, just being like, yeah, this is nice. This is how things are.
The pet companion.
Yeah. Like, I don't mean it seriously, but at the same time, it is a funny title to be like, yeah, you know what? Plankton are technically animals, and different parts of JoJo's do have an animal companion. Like, that is a thing in multiple parts. So I guess FF kind of fills that role.
Definitely. I love her so much.
Genuinely, it's so... I absolutely love the way Araki wrote FF's character. It's so fun.
It's so well done as well. The tragedy with the comedy.
He's really good. When the second this man has to write a funny, tragic character, like FF, Polnareff, Narancia, like, those guys are all hilarious. But they're also really sad. Even Rohan, to a degree. I was talking about this the other day, with Lucien and Leone, and Rohan's backstory being that he doesn't remember his childhood because of the traumatic event of, you know, Kira trying to murder everyone in the house that he was in. And, you know, the fact that the only reason he didn't succeed in murdering everybody is Remy tossed him out a window and then died? That's actually horrifying. No wonder he doesn't remember his childhood. That's actually really sad. It just doesn't get touched on very much because, like it gets, okay, we do get his backstory, and it is explained to us, but I think Rohan himself just doesn't want to deal with it very much, him being like, that explains why I don't remember it a lot, and then just moving on, trying to be like, I'm not going to deal with that today, because that's how he is as a person.
Yeah,
Like, that makes sense.
And honestly, I completely forget quite often that Rohan is also a victim of Kira, just not in the same way.
Yeah, it's like, it makes sense, because, like, I have actually seen people question, like, why did Rohan, like, get so invested in trying to figure out the murder? And I'm like, Raimi was his babysitter. He was there that night. But at the same time, because Rohan doesn't bring it up, it's fairly easy to forget. But, like, I think that's the point. I think Rohan's not thinking about it on purpose. I think he's decided, well, if I suppress those memories for this long, I can do it for another 20 years. Like he is absolutely the kind of guy to be confronted with trauma and be like, nah, that's for later. Like...
Yeah, totally. That's a problem for 30 years later me.
Yeah, he's like, once I'm an old man who can rant about whatever and people are just gonna ignore it, that's when I'm gonna deal with this. Because, like, yeah, it's genuinely so easy to forget what Rohan's been through. Like, he definitely counts, I would say, as being one of those, like, tragic but funny characters. Araki just doesn't lean into it as heavily with him as he does the other ones, I would say. Like, I want to include Mista in that. But Mista's more mysterious than he is tragic. We just don't know why Mista was alone. I don't know if that was by choice. Like, if he just decided, like, you know what? I think I'm just gonna wander the streets of Italy for the rest of time. Or if he got kicked out. I don't know what happened. Like, and apparently it's not important to him because he never brings it up, so.
Yeah, maybe he had, like, one sibling and 2 parents, and 4 in a family was just too much for him.
That would be the most Mista backstory I could possibly see. That's so him. And, like, that just sounds so like him.
Yeah, because, like, imagine his parents give birth and that's just too much for him, so he had to leave.
Yeah, like, he was, like, 13, and they announced, like, oh, you're gonna be a big brother, and he was like, you mean the house is gonna have 4 people in it? And he just packed up his bags that night. He wrote a letter being like, well, one of us has to leave to keep this family safe, so it's gonna be me. And his parents were just like, well... He's already gone. What do you want us to do about it, I guess? Like, they're just as carefree as he is. So they're just like, nah, he's fine. He'll know how to survive the streets of Italy on his own.
If he left by his own accord, he's got this.
Yeah. Oh, man, now I'm just thinking of Mista's family being a bunch of clones of Mista. They're all the exact same carefree attitude that he is, but, like, with a little pinch of, like, kind of being insane. And I'm like, you know what? Yeah, that sounds right, actually. That's the only people I could imagine raising a son like him. They just have to be the exact same as him. That's why he doesn't bring them up ever. Like, everyone else is, like, got these horrific, like, childhood stories of their family, and he's the only one who doesn't bring anything up because he's just like, my dad looks the exact same as me, he behaves the exact same as me. My mom, weirdly enough, same thing, she's just like me. So, we got along great. There was just 4 of us, so I had to leave. Like...
And they perfectly well why he left too.
Mm-hmm. They read his letter and they were like, that's real of you, son. I get it.
Yeah, you got good logic there, buddy. Enjoy your life on the streets.
And I mean, he kind of did, so... I mean, he seemed perfectly fine. Like, just living on his own, I guess. Which is... That's wild to me. Mista is, I think, one of the funniest characters in Part 5, purely because of that. The fact that he's just happy to be there.
Oh,
man.
God, I love him so much.
Mm-hmm.
He doesn't got he doesn't got a lot of flaws.
Yeah, he really is just there for, like, the fun of it. Actually, isn't that kind of why he joined Team Bucciarati as well? He thought it would be interesting? Wait.
Yes.
Because I remember Bruno approached him in jail. But I could, like, saying, like, okay, like, something about, like, he got him out of jail. Wait, I gotta read this again. It's been a little while since I've watched the episode of Mista's backstory, so I don't remember exactly how that conversation went. Because, no, he had the same... He had the same, like, getting, like, adopted, basically, story, but his is just less tragic.
Yeah. See, it's so funny because I did literally just watch it, like, 3 weeks ago.
Oh, man. I forgot he wore a purple beanie. I'm so used to him wearing red that it's weird to see him in any other color.
Actually, no, I watched that, like, a month ago, and I was making my Ren Fair costume, so of course I wasn't paying attention.
Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, okay, his sentence was either 15 or 30 years in prison.
Wow.
Yeah, so he was wondering if he could actually spend 30 years of his youth in jail. And that's when Bruno heard about what happened, and he approached him and was just like, "Hey, why don't you work with us?" But he also knew Mista would not last 2 years in prison, so
Yeah,
he used the gang's influence to change Mista's verdict, and then he had him take the test. Wow.
It's so crazy because the reason why Mista is in jail is so stupid because his reasoning to shoot the guys was valid.
Yeah.
But
the fact that he landed each shot, like, without needing to reload.
So cool.
It is really cool, but at the same time, I get why the Italian officers would be like, "There's no way that's what happened. There's no way this was in self-defense. Like, that just wouldn't happen."
But the way that the narrator explained the whole scene was so cool because they were talking about how if you're nervous, you're not gonna have a steady hand, but he just locked in that moment.
He did, literally. Like, because it says he picked up the gun and reloaded it without getting shot once, and then just shoots everyone perfectly. Like, that's incredible.
I love how that ended up being his stand.
Yeah, like either that impacted him so much, or this man has just always had, like, an affinity for guns, whether he knew it or not.
Yeah, either works.
Yeah, both are very fitting for both Mista and specifically, like, JoJo logic. Oh, man. I just realized I left weather at the bottom as a placeholder, now we have to put him somewhere properly.
Oh, right, I forgot that we were on part 6 still.
Yeah.
When did we start talking about part 5?
I don't know. I only noticed because I switched back to the thing to look at what character was next, and I was like, "Oh, Weather, you're still here. Maybe let's put you somewhere."
Oh my god. I don't know where to put him. Oh, we were talking about Rohan.
Oh, that's right. We talked about Rohan, and then we were because we were talking about tragic but funny characters, and how we were like, "Oh yeah, Rohan kind of fits that," and even like Mista like kind of does, but he's just less tragic. That's how it happened. Okay.
Yeah.
We successfully backtracked. We figured it out.
Oh man.
Alright, well, he's definitely like on at least like the second row, but where specifically in the second row?
Yes.
Because I'm gonna leave him next to Hermes for a second while I try to decide.
I don't know, I feel like around Emporio or something.
I was thinking that, but I was like, is putting him next to Emporio too on the nose?
I mean, no. We have lots of characters from the same part next to each other because...
Well, I meant
they might be separated later by part 7 or 8.
That is true.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I was thinking the end, but you know what? It's not the stand, so... it's fine. Plus, we managed to separate Polnareff from Chariot Requiem, which is kind of interesting, so...
Yeah. Yeah, looking at our list, we've managed to separate a lot of characters.
Yeah. Kakyoin and Polnareff were next to each other at one point. That's crazy.
I forgot about that.
Yeah. Oh, wait, I just noticed Jonathan and Kakyoin have very similar little, like, bangs. Like, they've got, like, the same little style.
They got the little curtain bangs,
yeah,
the anime curtains.
It's so cute. I didn't notice that before. Because I noticed that Koichi had it, because his are just more, like, uniform. And I remember thinking like, oh, it's kind of funny how many parallels like him and Koichi have. Like they're both green high schoolers, with green stands, and they both have the little bangs. And like they both fight a blonde villain who talks about time and stuff, and it's like, huh, that's kind of funny. They have the same chest thing that happens to them, except one went a little better for one of them. Which is a real shame that it didn't happen. That didn't happen for both. Although, you know, this is a weird thing to notice. I didn't realize Koichi had so much more prominent eyebrows than Kakyoin. Kakyoin's eyebrows look really thin in comparison.
Oh yeah, Koichi has like thick eyebrows. I love it.
Yeah, that's interesting. I had not because like when I think of the part 3 style, I think of everybody having very like prominently drawn eyebrows, because I know JoJo definitely does. But I did not realize that in comparison, Kakyoin's were so much thinner. And I mean, obviously Polnareff has none, but like Abadal does, part 3 Joseph does. Huh, I didn't notice that about him. That's very unrelated. Yeah, like it's very unrelated to what we were talking about before, but it's just, I don't know, I had not noticed that until now. Alright, next up is...
Are we just keeping Weather there?
Yeah, I think that's a good place for him. But next up is his stand. Which...
Right.
This is a very cool ability. It's a very basic one, but the way it gets used, so creative. I absolutely adore the way it gets used.
I love the subliminal effect.
Yeah! Like, that is... Like, that's one of those things that people bring up a lot, saying, like, oh, stands are so confusing. But, like, subliminal messages are, like, a genuine thing.
Yeah, I don't think it's confusing. I think it's really cool.
I think it might be surprising that that's what the explanation was, like, that's why things were happening that way. I could see surprising being the word used, but it's always confusing, is what people say, being like, I just didn't get it. And I'm like, I don't know, man. This was one of the easier ones to understand, being like, oh, it's like a thing you see, but you don't realize you're seeing it, so that's why your body changes. But
it's
I
like
don't know.
Propaganda.
Yeah. Because it's like, I don't know, I guess...
I don't know, it made...
Something, despite the fact that they explicitly say that it's, like, a thing that, like, you're not aware of seeing, like, Pucci has a whole speech about it. Like, it's something you see without realizing that you're seeing it.
Yeah.
Or you don't realize it's influencing the way you think. Like... That's literally the whole thing, is that you don't realize it's there, so that's why we didn't see, like, the messages, because we couldn't. That's the point. It's just, it's very interesting to me. But I don't know. I also love the design of the stand.
Oh, for sure. I think that people just need to stop questioning JoJo and just let it sink in, you know?
Exactly. Because if you go in questioning it too much, your brain's not going to accept the information. Like...
Because it's literally outlandish. All of it is outlandish.
Literally.
That's the point.
And that's why it's fun. That's why I'm here. That's why I want this.
It's why it's so funny whenever there's a joke that's made of, like, oh, imagine he, like, shoots off into the sky and explodes, and then it actually happens, and then you decide not to joke anymore.
Yeah. The amount of predictions that you have made as just silly little jokes and that are things that actually happen in JoJo is hilarious to me.
The text. I cannot imagine your reaction to a lot of them whenever I, like, cracked a joke and it's gonna happen in 2 episodes.
Yeah, literally, there's a couple times where I had to take a deep breath and turn my phone off for a second and, like, sit there and be like, how did he know? And then I had to, like, go back and respond as if nothing happened.
Like, 20 minutes later, you get the message in full caps lock, like, oh my god, what?
I know, like, the fact that you've done that for, like, every part. I do feel like part 6, I think, had the strongest, because I know we did our little game of, like, Sonotion predictions. The way you guessed, like...
Oh, yeah.
Like, what was it, like, 5 or 6 things? Like, almost exactly?
I can't even remember. Do we still have that channel?
I think we do. Here, I'm gonna put, Weather up by the Killer Queens. Let me go look for that, because there was the couple that I said, and I was just like, oh, yeah, we do, okay. Did I pin any of these?
Oh man, this is so strange to look back on. I see the big eye emojis.
Yeah. Oh, I did pin you guessing that he was gonna name something Earth, Wind, and Fire, because I literally lost my mind. I was like, he did! He actually did! And you were joking because you were like, oh, he's already used that name, but it would be kind of, like, that was the whole point of your joke, is that they had used that name before. And I was like, no, but he did! He did use that name in Stone Ocean! Like, that was the one that, like, broke me the most. I was just like, there's no way of all of the stands for you to pick. Like, you could have said, like, oh, he's gonna name something Crazy Diamond. Like, you could have said anything! And you said the one stand that he actually used again. That was wild.
Yeah, I don't even remember, like, how it happened. It just kind of, like, popped up in my head, and I was like, oh, haha. It felt right.
Oh, you also pointed out symbolism that her outfit looks like a butterfly in a spider web. Which...
Did I?
Yeah, I'm on the channel now. I do feel like that's pretty... This was... Oh my gosh, this was 3 years ago.
Yeah, I'm looking through it right now, but I can't see, like...
Yeah, I started at the very top and I scrolled down a little bit. It's your second message. You also said baseball kid is an absolute nut job, which I think is a really funny sentence. Because, like, okay, you were right, but not in the way you thought for that one.
Uh-huh.
Because you did say, okay, I see you compared him to Pinkie Pie, and I feel like when it comes to, like, having a sense for bad things, that's correct. And he does do a lot of weird stuff that doesn't quite make sense. He's just not cheerful about it. Instead, he's very sad about it the whole time. So, like, that one feels kind of accurate, just not in the way you expected it to be.
I'm trying to see, like, if there's anything actually exciting in here.
You also, you said you were gonna joke about Mariah Carey, but that already exists too. So, and then, yeah, I pinned the message. And then you were like, what?
This is so funny to look at.
I know, oh man. Oh, you did, this was a correct one. You guessed that someone's gonna find the pendant that made Jolene get a stand, and they're also gonna get one. That's exactly what happened with Hermes.
Uh-huh. I wish I guessed more stuff, because this would have been so much fun.
I mean, I know there was a couple things I think you said during SakuraCon. Because I feel like I feel like there's a couple that haven't been written down. Or rather, if they were written down, they weren't in this specific channel.
Or, like, via DM or something.
Yeah.
R.I.P. to Lost Predictions.
Oh, this is a fascinating one. You said that there was going to be a stand similar to Green Day with poison effects, but it'll be more injection rather than infection. And I know the mosquitoes were not quite like they were a red herring, but that's pretty accurate to the mosquitoes with Yo-Yo Ma. You also said there was gonna.
You're actually right.
Yeah, because like it wasn't the mosquitoes doing it; it was the spit. But like, the mosquitoes were the thing to focus on for most of that arc.
Yeah.
So that's another really close one. And then you also said you saw fan art of Mouse Jolene, so you said it would be really funny if there's a stand that turns people into animals in the furry episode, which I'd say it describes Wolf on Asui pretty well.
Oh yeah, dude. I'm so good at this. I'm so good at this game.
Oh,
I almost
man.
wish I was still behind a little bit so that I could make more guesses, but
I mean,
I'm too caught up.
You could for part 9. You are slightly behind in part 9.
Yeah, but I know enough about it to make, like, educated guesses, but I don't know if I actually can make, like, a proper educated guess. Everything is going awry.
Yeah.
Why were we talking about condoms?
Were we making fun of Bucciarati? Because I know every chance I get to make fun of him for comparing. Instead of his first thought for something rubbery was a condom and not a balloon.
Right.
Like...
Yeah.
Fugo leaving really brought down the group's overall IQ.
Oh no. Yeah, it really did.
You said that. You were the one who said that. That's so funny.
Yeah. Oh wait, you said okay. There was something you said that was right, but it was for part 7. I gotta scroll back up because I don't remember what that was. Because I'm skipping this, so I'm not reading very detailed. Let me see what you might have said.
Yeah, I'm trying to see if there's anything.
Oh, okay? This is not related for part 7, but you said is the little kid stand the baseball bat, and you said something about inanimate objects could be stands.
Yeah.
And technically, the baseball specifically is not, but you were right where it was an inanimate object. So that, while it was not specifically a baseball bat, you were correct in that his stand is objects.
Yeah.
Man, I wish I could remember which one specifically. Oh no, wait! Okay, so you had 6 points overall, 8 for guesses for other parts. What did you say that was for other parts? Oh, I wish I had pinned more of these. That would really help with this.
I was scrolling up a minute ago and I saw something about 7, but I lost it. Earthwire. This is super random, but did I ever explain why this is such a funny guess to me?
No.
I can't find it. I'm gonna do a specific search and just look up 7.
Oh, you were trying to guess. I made it to where you were trying to guess more part 7 stands.
I love how this is what we're spending our streaming time on right now.
I know, just scrolling through old messages trying to figure out what's going on.
This is so exciting, I'm sure.
Ooh, an idea of how old these episodes are? You said, I should really read Purple Haze feedback. Have you read Thus Spoke? And I responded, I have not, but I want to. And now I'm over here, the #1 advocate to be like, read Thus Spoke! It's really good, actually!
JoJo, stop it! What is your damage, man? Stop eating my curtains! Ah!
Oh no.
Stop being so loud and screaming at me! Oh my god!
I made it to his. We were talking about how characters in JoJo, they become less muscular as it goes on, but not really. It's just more hidden by their clothes. And I reference a scene in part 8 when someone is shirtless, and I was genuinely impressed because he was buff all along and had been hiding it. And you're just like, oh, sneaky guy. And I'm like, oh, if only we knew.
The naked Gappy drawings.
I know. The fact that he's literally got his belly out for all of part 8, but it's still not exaggerated, or it's not shown exactly just how buff that man is for most of the part. It's kind of impressive. That man's running around everywhere in a crop top. It's impressive.
Genuinely, yeah. You know, I make a good point. There's nobody named after Aretha Franklin. I'm a little shocked.
Yeah, I saw that and I was like, oh, that was a good guess, but yeah.
Okay, I'm done looking at old messages.
Yeah, I just reached
terrible.
I just reached the bottom of it. I still don't know what specifically you said that was for part 7.
Ah, man, I wish I knew, but because
I realized what one of them is. It's for part 8. Because remember how I said there was a couple that were for other parts? It wasn't just part 8. It wasn't just part 7, rather. One of the things you said is pretty similar to part 8. I'm gonna put the spoiler screen up for this, so I can read what your message is. You said there's a master of disguise, and it's actually the main villain. If that doesn't describe Toru, I don't know what does.
What? Where did I say that?
It's in your first message. It's towards the bottom. You're talking about but you're talking about a different character. But that phrase, you're saying like he has no knowledge of anything or like what's going on. But then plot twist, that's his stand. But then it turns out he's a master of disguise and is actually the main villain. I think that's why I gave you like 2 points, because you said something for part 7 and something for part 8. Wow, that's you definitely earned a point for that one. That's wild.
Insane.
That's definitely one of those things that like in the moment I read it and I started like shaking my phone around being like, how do you know? How did you figure this out?
How did guess that? So I didn't even realize that after like when I started reading part 8 that I had guessed that.
Yeah, oh my gosh, I forgot you said that until just now.
Because I genuinely didn't know like anything about. I went in completely blind for part 8.
That's wild. Wow.
That's insane.
Man, I'm glad we had this realization on part 8 day. That's fun. Which also, I just realized we haven't mentioned that it's part 8 day. It's literally, it's the day part 8 ended, and also, technically, the day it began, if we're going in the story. Man, that's... Did I tell you just how emotional that made me, by the way? Reading part 8, the last chapter of part 8, and realizing, oh, it's his birthday today! I was so emotional that day. I was losing it. I was like, it's over! Also, we saw Lucy! Also, part 8's over! Oh no! So much happens in that final chapter. Like, that was a whirlwind of emotions. Oh, but man,
I wish that I could rewatch and reread all of JoJo for the first time, because it's like it feels almost nostalgic to me, even though it's only been 3 years at this point.
Yeah, because we're looking with the way these messages are timestamped for November of 2021. Like, you had only just finished part 5, like a little bit before the Stone Ocean anime came out.
Yeah, and I binge-watched all of JoJo in the same summer.
Yeah, which is crazy. I mean, reasonable, but like, because I did the same thing, but like, I just did it slightly before you.
Yeah, because we even moved halfway through it.
Man. Oh man, and then once you started reading it, you just absolutely, like, you devoured those chapters. You were reading at light speed. But also the messages that you were sending me told me that you were still comprehending it. You were just going at such a fast pace. It was genuinely impressive.
I had to. There were so many things happening. I couldn't slow down. I was so scared for everything.
Yeah, that's fair. Especially in 7, where part 7 is so good at the second something calms down, being like, oh, just kidding, their life is in danger again. Like,
yeah, I think it was, almost the last 50 chapters or so?
Yes!
That I read all in one night.
That's what I did! I read it in one day. I started the day being like, I want to say Weka Pipo had just been introduced. So, it's like the Wrecking Ball arc.
Right.
And then as soon as you finish the Wrecking Ball arc, it is literally... It's like going up a roller coaster that you didn't know had one more, like ascension left in it. And before you know it, you're at the peak, and it's just flying down the rails, and you had no idea that was about to happen. So you're like, oh, I guess I'm on this roller coaster now. Cool, yeah. I guess. I thought we were done.
I can't stop now.
Yeah, like, I don't... I'm just happy that I'm not the only person that's happened to for part 7, is that the second, like, you reach, like, basically like the Wrecking Ball arc, as soon as that's done, it grabs you by the throat and says, you're not stopping until you're done reading. Like, until JoJo is done, you're not allowed to do anything.
I wish I could have seen my own face
when I put my phone down after part 7 and had to just sit there
Yes.
in my wet face because I couldn't cry anymore because I was thinking too hard. Because, like, I went from bawling my eyes out to putting my phone down and just staring at a wall
Yep.
for like an hour after I was like bombarding your phone with text, and then I was like, you know what, I'm gonna start praying.
Yep. Oh man, that is the effect part 7 will have on the human soul. It is going to absolutely annihilate you for the last, like, I want to say like 15, 20, no. Yeah, like the last like 20 chapters. It will just absolutely annihilate you. Because I was on the wiki earlier and I saw that Diego dies, and I want to say it's 76. And I was like, oh, I didn't realize the story went on for so long after that. Like, it really felt like it was much sooner, and I know it's because alternate Diego, but that's still a good, 15 or so chapters where Diego's just not there at all. And I did not feel like it was that many.
That.
Yeah! For him to just...
truly was not expecting, for starters, Diego to be killed, as well as... and then just everything happens, and they bring back Diego, but it's not Diego.
It's a worse version. It's
was,
so much worse.
I was actually so mad.
Yeah.
So mad.
I can't remember. Did you realize that Hot Pants had died right away? Because I know a lot of people, it takes them a couple chapters to realize.
Yes.
Yeah, that one was an upsetting one.
Yeah, because I was so devastated that, you know, like, my favorite duo had just been annihilated. Like, annihilated.
And the way Hot Pants is so stunned that, like, she's kind of, like, she almost does, like, she does kind of fight back, but she almost is just, like, she almost is forced to accept it just because she has no time to do anything about it. Because of just how quick everything happens. That she's just, like, because, like, obviously she's still surprised by what just happened with Diego, but okay, it's been a little bit, I say a little bit meaning couple months, since I read part 7, but from what I remember, she kind of just stands there, and then, like, has, like, a slight delayed reaction with trying to defend herself, but at that point it's too late, and then she's just tossed out of the train car. And it's just like, well, bye! You're out of the story now, I guess.
She had no reaction time. Like, she had a couple of seconds to think to herself, and then part 7 is so brutal.
Yes. The way it's not even just brutal for the fact that it kills off so many incredible characters, but for the way it kills them off. Diego getting run over, Hot Pants thrown out of a train, and also, like, I think, if I remember correctly, like, kind of being, like, suffocated by, like, debris. Like, something had, like, hit her, like, throat or something like that. Like, it's so brutal. Watching Gyro float off into the distance ruins me. That is...
Yeah.
Oh, man. Part 7 is not, polite about the way they die. It's just like, no, they're dead.
No.
Say bye. Like, you're not gonna see them after this panel again.
Watching characters, merge with themselves.
Yes,
to
oh my gosh.
Implosion.
That one made me mad for Weka Pipo, because I actually really liked him. Like, I don't know if I've talked about this much, but Weka Pipo is one of my all-time favorite Part 7 characters, because I really liked...
I love Weka Pipo.
I was so, like, as I was reading, like, the backstory with his sister, I was all teary-eyed. I was like, man, I just want him to go home and, like, see his sister again, because, like, I just felt so bad. Like, she was in this abusive marriage, and he did everything right to protect her from it, but at the same time, it did involve murder, so, like, yeah, people probably wouldn't want him around after that. But, like, man, all I wanted was for him to just go back home and be with his sister. And then Diego's like, hey, buddy, test this for me. And just pushes him into the other one. That, like, I loved Diego, but that made me mad. But, like, also, I can't really blame him too much, because I do have to remember, Diego is still Dio. He's not as bad of a Dio, but he is still Dio.
See, at that point, as much as I love Weka Pipo, I was holding on to hope that because Diego had pushed him, that Diego and Hot Pants would have a better fighting chance.
Yeah, because he understood what was happening, yeah. That's what I mean, like, it makes sense that, like, he did that to learn what it was. It's just a real shame, like, people didn't get his happy ending because of it. But at the same time, like, it's a similar advantage to when Kakyoin learned about the time stop, that knowing about it helps you to protect yourself against it better. Like, it's if it wasn't for the whole luck thing, I do think Diego would have stood a much better chance. But unfortunately, the new universe's theme is not time stands, it's luck stands. Turns out luck is real powerful too.
Yeah. Especially because fate is so important.
Yeah. And being able to literally put, like, a protective bubble of fate around yourself, turns out, is a little overpowered. Who would have guessed?
Yep. A shocking turn of events.
It does have me very curious how on Earth, like, Part 9 is gonna go. Because, like,
right.
We've gotten into, like, the concepts of, like, fate and destiny a bit with, like, the way the rock is working. But how is that going to be expanded on? Because I know it's going to get expanded on. Something crazy is going to happen with this rock.
I don't know, but it makes me nervous.
Yeah!
Because, like, I don't know if they've gone more into Rohan's play in the story overall, but it makes me nervous because that's like, he doesn't have ties to the characters, but what he said basically to them before they left with the rock.
Yeah. Implying he's gonna, like, come back to bite them, and also Rohan himself is gonna come back as well, being like, oh, you're not done seeing me. I'm like, oh, what do you mean by this? Like, what do you mean you're coming back?
Is it a good thing? Or are you gonna, like, is there something that, like, you know that they don't, that, like, about them, that's, like...
It just, his final words implied that he knew a lot, and that scares me. Like, I'm like, Rohan, you can't be mysterious here for the... Because who knows how long it's gonna be until we see him again. We didn't see Kato for, like, 20 chapters. No. Yeah, we see her in, like... We see her in, like, the 70s, and then we don't see her again. We don't see that woman for, like, 30 chapters. And then she comes back and, like, changes the, like, course of, like, where Part 8 goes. I'm a little afraid that's gonna be the same thing with Rohan. I don't know if I want that again.
It makes me wonder if Araki already knows who the villain is and has set this up for the villain. Yeah,
I will say, people do theorize that the main antagonist has been introduced. I don't know if I believe it yet, because he hasn't done anything. I don't know if I believe it yet. I think it would be cool, but I don't know. Because I think it's mainly people going, this was an interesting introduction, and also an interesting design. I'm getting main antagonist vibes from them. But people got a lot of those vibes from a lot of characters in Part 8. So, I don't know. Like, I don't know how much faith I have in that.
Like, I can assume that a lot of people thought Mamezuku was gonna be, like, a main villain.
Yeah!
Because he was really suspicious and very adamant on Josuke not saving Yasuho.
Yeah, and also the way he was introduced, so, like, not late, but, like, in a weird way, being told, like, oh, you have to go speak to this man. Like, it's a very specific circumstance that you have to be in. Like, it's just a weird situation. Like, it's honestly kind of similar to the setup that we've had right now for the character that people think is the main villain. And I will actually say, the JoJo Wiki currently has this character listed as the primary antagonist.
Why? If you don't
the fact that we don't know for sure, I don't know. I think it's... Okay, my logic is because this is not a spoiler for what's happening, because I think it's literally mentioned in the chapter right before. The one that you stopped at, or no? The next chapter you want to read, I say, is going to be the one that introduces this company. He's the head of a company, and right now, JoJo's not a fan of that company. So I think that's why they're so confident putting him as the main antagonist, being like, oh, well, he's the head of the company. If this is going to be, like, the main thing that we're going against now, then obviously he's the main antagonist. Which, like, that it does make sense, but I just know Part 8 had a lot of curveballs, including a secondary team of fruit people. Because if you were to use that same logic for Part 8, Damo would have been the main antagonist. But Damo wasn't there was people above Damo. And, like, once you started meeting those people, you probably would have assumed, like, oh, what's his name? Dr. Wu is probably the main antagonist. Because it's just like, oh, well, he's the actual, like, doctor at the hospital. Clearly this guy's gonna be the main antagonist. No! Because there's another head doctor! So it's that one that's the main antagonist.
Yeah.
And even then, it's not
honestly,
the version of him you think, because it's actually the intern who is pretending that he's not the head doctor. So, like, that's why I'm saying I'm not, like, holding my breath on this guy being the main antagonist, because we've had some weird plot twists with main antagonists before.
I mean, even with the concept that they introduced in part 5, where there's the secondary team that are going after them, but not going after them, you know? Because technically they weren't villains. Where did you find this piece of glass?
Oh no!
My lamp shattered, like, a week ago.
That's wild. She's too...
I thought I picked up it all.
She's too good at finding things. She's named after JoJo, but I think she might just be Harvest.
Genuinely, this isn't even, like, a small piece of glass. This is, like, as big as, like, my nails. Like, what? She was chewing on it.
Well, her preservation skills might not be the best.
The thing is that she doesn't, like, eat small things. She just chews on them and asks me to throw them for her, like, soda tabs.
Ah.
But how did this not hurt the inside of her mouth? It's glass! Broken glass. I knew I didn't look hard enough.
I mean, have you heard what Iris's favorite toy is? Balloon strings.
I haven't.
You know, the thing notorious for slicing cats' tongues? Some cats are just weirdly drawn towards things that are just really dangerous.
They're known to slice cats' tongues? Really?
Yeah, that's why you're not supposed to let cats play with, like, yarn. Okay, well, yarn is mainly if they swallow it, it gets, like, stuck in their stomach. But,
Yeah.
like, ribbons and stuff, you're not supposed to let cats play with ribbons, because if it gets pulled out of their mouth, the sharp edge can slice their tongue. And most of the times, it might be, like, a tiny little paper cut. But some cats have had to go to the hospital because of it, because it's sliced, like, in just the right location where the bleeding wouldn't stop on its own. So, yeah, Iris has picked a very dangerous thing.
Yeah, I just don't like cats touch ribbons because they're my crafting stuff.
Yeah, that's fair. But yeah, no, she has not hurt herself with it yet, and I've actually noticed she does bite on the ribbons in a very weird way, like... She almost wants to bite them sideways, if that makes sense, like where it's not the sharp part on her tongue. So that's part of why I haven't, like,
right, yeah,
told the family, like, maybe we shouldn't let her do this. I'm like, she weirdly knows what she's doing with this, so I guess it's okay. It's just weird that she seems to know that. Like, I don't like that she's aware that this is something that could hurt her tongue, so she's taking precautions. That scares me. But, like, yeah.
Your cats are so smart. It's strange.
Well, a couple of them.
Coda.
I was gonna say, Coda. Oh, the other day, he was in my room, and he got up in the little cubby, like, right underneath the desk, where, like, your feet are supposed to go. And he was, like, like, flat up against the wall, so I had plenty of space to move my feet and stuff without hitting him. But I saw him walk out from there, so I assumed he wasn't under there anymore. But I guess at some point while I was working, he made his way back under there. So I, like, put my foot down and felt something soft, and I was like, huh, I wonder what that is. And it was, okay, I'm gonna clarify, it was just the tip of my toe. I was wearing my little, what are these called? Slippers. So with the tip of the slipper, I, like, pressed down on whatever it was, and then as I'm doing this, I slide my chair back so I can look at what I'm touching, and it's Coda's foot. I am just pressing down on his foot with the tip of mine, and he's just looking up at me with all the trust in the world that I'm not trying to hurt him. And I'm like, Coda, why didn't you move? Why didn't you say something? Why did you just let me slowly crush your foot with mine? Like, all these other things he could have done to prevent that, and instead he just had full trust in me, like, yeah, she knows what she's doing. I'm gonna let her keep doing this. I felt
That's
so bad.
Strange. What a weirdo.
And, like, I don't think I actually used enough force to hurt him. I think I just used enough force that it should have made him go, like, maybe I should move. But the fact that he didn't is fascinating to me. Like, he was just, like, so okay with slowly being crushed that he just didn't do anything.
His overall personality is so confusing to me.
Yeah, he's something.
You know, I realize that we've been streaming for 2 hours and we still have hardly gotten through Weather Report.
Oh no, you're right. I have 2 tabs open, or 2 windows open. So I've been on the JoJo wiki on the other tab, so I didn't even. Here, let me. Oh wait, I still have the spoiler thing up. There we go. Alrighty. There he is. Weather Report is next to the Killer Queens. Okay. Alright.
Right.
Gotta take this seriously. Weather Report, I would say it's similar to Sticky Fingers for me, where both of those are like 2 of the first stands I think of when I think of my favorite stands.
Yeah. I was just looking at Sticky Fingers, so I definitely think that he belongs in the row of stands that we have here.
But now the question is he right next to Sticky Fingers? Or is he, like, further down? Because I could see an argument being made for Echoes being higher than Weather Report. Even though, okay, my first instinct was like, oh, I'll put it up above, like, Star Platinum. Oh, geez, I'll put it above Part 4 Star Platinum. But I don't know. I do like Echoes, that weird little creature.
But also the ability is so cool for
and the
Weather
way
Report.
it gets used is so... Because, like, you have a stand that can control the weather. It's the obvious thought process is like, oh, he could just use lightning to strike things, and like he does, but like not in the way you would expect. It's like, oh, he can use it to like summon like hurricanes, or like he can just do whatever he wants. And it's like, yeah, he does. He also happens to summon frogs and make people snails. And also, he has an ability called the Devil's Rainbow. Technically, that's not the ability, that's just what they, like, refer to it as. But, like, that's really cool. I like that.
Yeah, it's... I feel like above 4-star Platinum would make sense, to be honest. Because we already have a Star Platinum that's high up.
Yeah.
Because 3-star Platinum is real high.
Deservedly. Yeah, I think I can live with weather being there, because it is such a cool ability, and the fact that it's not just the stereotypical like weather controlling stand. Oh, and also like one of the first times he uses it is just to play the piano for a second. That's fun. I like that. Like there was no reason to show off and do that, but that was one of the coolest things, like to listen to when the anime came out. I was like, oh, they went, like, above and beyond for weather. They knew this is a cool guy. We gotta make sure he gets all the, like, attention here. They're like, the last arc features Weather Report. We gotta make sure 90% of the focus is on Weather Report. He needs this. And I'm so glad they did.
They put so much thought into the characters. It's obvious that they had, like, a lot of passion for the characters themselves.
Oh, yes. And man, I am forever thankful. 'Cause, like... Again, for all the issues that Stone Ocean may have had, it wasn't the production team that caused those issues.
Yeah.
Like, they put just as much care into it as they would any other part.
And as someone who read Part 6 right before it started getting animated, and actually I think I was, reading the second arc as the first one was animated, right? I think... Like, I finished it
I think so,
right
yeah.
as like I finished it right before the second arc came out.
Because I know we talked about Gwess before the anime came out, and I don't remember. I know you were further than that.
I know that I started it before.
Yeah.
I know. I think I finished like this. Yeah, I think I finished it right before the first arc came out.
Yeah.
So and then I rewatched. I watched it 3 times over. As it was coming out. There was the time that I was in my dorm, and it was like, 3 a.m. or something like that, and we were watching it I was watching it through your screen on
Yeah.
Discord because I didn't have access to it, so I was like watching it in 5 frames per second.
Yeah, and I was just like, look, I don't care how bad it might be, you're not missing the release night. We gotta watch this.
And then I went to bed like 5 episodes in.
Hey, you still got to see a good amount of stuff though. Like, because I
yeah.
know, I want to say that was the last batch. Because I remember us talking about Heavens Falling Down, the night it came out.
It was the beginning of the last batch because I could
Yeah.
just barely hear the intro.
Yeah.
Because I kept hearing like, ah, ooh, ah, ooh, ah, ah, ah. That's what it sounded like to me.
Because I do remember both of us being equally excited, like, oh, there is a new intro, and it's actually really good. Oh no, it's also kind of sad.
Yeah. Yeah, so I've rewatched Stone Ocean like 5 times at this point.
It's so easy to rewatch. It's just so good.
It is. It's so good. Right, we're in the middle of. Wait, who?
I put Anasui at the top of A, not because I want to put him in top of A. I just saw A for Anasui. I needed to let go of my mouse.
The Anasui
feel
is
like-
really funny.
He is, and I feel like okay. For his personality, I'm torn between putting him genuinely in like B or A. But for what he does provide a lot for the show. So I feel like that boosts him up to an A, or to an S tier. I just don't know where exactly in S tier.
I feel like maybe an A tier because we have hardly put anything lower than an S tier so far.
That is true, but it's because we're on the main cast for Stone Ocean. And I know those are
That is true.
the members of Stone Ocean that we like. We both do have our like obscure favorites from Stone Ocean, but for when it comes to the
Yeah.
main cast, that is definitely the favorites.
Oh, I forget that Rikiel is from part 6.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, he's become his own entity in your mind. Like he's just his own
Yes.
thing.
Especially since I cosplay him. It's like one of those, oh wow, hey Rikiel, oh my god.
Oh man. But you know, that's what I mean.
Oh,
like,
man.
okay, we can have like the main cast and our own personal little favorites up in S tier. Because I know, as much as we love like other members of Stone Ocean, they are going to be ranked lower. There is going to be a good amount of them in A tier. I will say, I know that off the bat. But like,
Oh yeah.
I wouldn't feel too bad putting him in S just for the sake of like even like a low S. Like honestly, there's definitely been moments where I've liked Highway Star more than Anasui. Like,
Genuinely.
because like. Again, it's a very much a love-hate relationship with him, but I do have to acknowledge he does provide a lot of good things for the show, even if it's just comedic relief. But he does also have some fun, serious moments, which I will give him credit for. Like, the Bohemian Rhapsody arc, I did actually enjoy. I like the way that he reacts to it and stuff. I think it's also just kind of funny to see just a series of bad things happening to him during that arc, because it's just him panicking for the most part.
Yeah. I laugh at Anasui more than I laugh with him.
Yes, I think that's how it should be for him. Like he's the ultimate, like, pretty face, funny character, horrible person. Like, I know that's, like, kind of like a trope. Like, characters that, like, they get away with a lot just because they're pretty. I think Dio Brando is the start of that. Like, he's the, if you look up that trope, Dio is the head. Like, he's the banner that they use is to talk about it, being like, so you found a character that's pretty, but he's awful, but also he's funny. Welcome to Dio Brando's school of villainy, I guess.
Yeah, but honestly, like, feels... He doesn't just feel like that.
Yeah. Like, he does still feel like, okay, there's actually something going on here. Like, he's
Meanwhile,
actually...
Dio is just that.
Yeah. Like, it's fun to analyze Dio because of that. And, like, it's fun to think, what would Dio be if it wasn't for Dario? But we also still know he'd be pretty bad, because we know he was born evil. So...
Yeah, that's just him.
Yeah.
But, like, it's fun because he utilizes his beauty and everything to his advantage.
Yes.
So it's not even just, like... him being a pretty face with an awful personality is also him utilizing it, and it's the funniest thing ever.
Did I send you the meme that was talking about, like, here are some unironic reasons why I think Abdal is gay, and it's because every other Crusader mentions a woman at some point. Abdal, he never talks about, like, any woman ever, except for, like, it's like him and Jotaro are the only two that never actually, like, comment, like, on a girl's appearance. And the only time Jotaro does is when he's being held at gunpoint because they're trying to get Midler to let her guard down. So that, I don't think that counts. However, yeah. But, like, he never talks about, like, any woman in the series, even though, like, everybody else does. Even Kakyoin says something about, like, oh, I would love to marry a woman as nice as Holly at one day. Like, everybody else does, except for him.
Yeah.
And also, when Dio approaches people that he's trying to convince to work with him, for Polnareff, he uses his drive to get revenge. So he uses something that they all want. So Kakyoin wants a friend, so Dio offers that. Polnareff wants revenge, so Dio offers that. What does he do for Abdal? Stand there and look pretty.
He seduces him.
That's literally all he does. He doesn't say anything other than, like anything vaguely suggestive. And that's, like, it. And Abdal literally...
And doesn't it almost get him, too?
It almost gets him. Abdal throws himself out a window to get away from that man.
Yeah. It's like, oh no, he's too beautiful. I have to literally jump out of a window to escape him.
Literally, he had to shock himself back into, like, his right mind to be like, this man is too beautiful, I have to leave. And also, he's the only one who says that. Like, it's not like for Dio's minions, but for the three of them who have met Dio, Kakyoin and Polnareff don't mention Dio being, like, beautiful or, like, seductive. Abdal's the only one who brings that up. And it's like,
I can't help but think how terrifying of a power duo they would have been if Dio managed to get Abdal.
I know! The fact that Abdal literally had to be nerfed because Araki was like, oh, this guy's too strong. I have to not include him in fights or they would be over instantly. Like, could you imagine? He would have been as strong as Vanilla Ice. He would have been on par with Vanilla Ice.
Yeah, except I feel like Vanilla Ice would have been beefing with him the entire time because Dio is like... Dio obviously has something going for him when it comes to Abdal if he wanted him that bad.
Yeah, the fact that he was literally, like, up there, like, in his flowy little outfit trying to get him to side with him. Like, Dio was not happy that Abdal left. He was like, man, that guy was cool. I wanted him to work with me.
I think it's sad because Dio obviously has a crush on Polnareff, but he obviously is like, damn,
the fact that been nice. He gave Polnareff so many chances to not die at the end of part 3.
Yeah.
He, like, puts him down those stairs, what, like 3 or 4 times? And then, like, even then he chooses to not kill him, like, when everybody else shows up, because he could have just stopped time one more time to kill him at the bottom of the staircase, and then flee. He clearly had enough time to make it down the staircase and back up within the time stop that he had. But instead of killing Polnareff, he just kind of floats off. Because he's like, no, I don't want to kill him yet. I feel bad. Like... That's
so funny to me.
I do like how many times Dio just kind of floats around. Like, it's not like an outright power of his, but it might as well be that he can just float and just do that at whenever he wants. Like, I think it's very fun.
I feel like he's forcing either someone else behind the scenes to, like, one of their stands to just hold him up.
Yeah.
Or he's having, like, the world just carry him around like he's on a platter.
I like both of those. Because Dio does seem like the kind of guy to make his stand just kind of carry him around wherever he wants to go.
Like, he has a cream, like, carry him around.
Yeah, that sounds right. Oh, man.
Good God.
I'm checking his list of abilities right now to confirm that that's not, like, a thing that he has listed. Because it would be under vampiric abilities, let's see.
Right. Sometimes I forget he's a vampire, if I'm being honest.
It's because he doesn't do much with it.
Yeah, he just can't be in. I think my biggest reminder is that he can't be in any of the daylight maps on ASVR.
Yeah. It always like just showing up out of nowhere to be like, oh right, that's why he can't use this map.
Hey, oh yeah, one of us is playing as Dio. That's crazy. I forgot.
You know, it doesn't outright mention like levitation or anything like that.
Huh.
It does say superhuman agility and speed, but that wouldn't give him the ability to just hang in the air. It would give him the ability to like jump into the air, which he does do a lot. Which, like, yeah, that would explain why it looks like he's floating like that. But he just straight up, like, lifts his feet off the ground and, like, floats backwards at one point.
Wait, do you know those, like, older internet videos of people doing, like, stop motion of them, like, jumping, kicking their knees to make it look like they're flying around their yards
Oh,
and
yes,
stuff?
yes.
Maybe he's just doing a bunch of micro stops to keep himself afloat to everyone else, but he's actually just jumping.
Oh, I love that. Because nobody else has vampire senses, their eyes aren't good enough to see it.
Exactly.
Oh,
He's doing like micro stops and just flying around, but in reality he's just jumping.
Oh, I love that. I mean, that's kind of what, like a small version of what they're doing during the battle in part 3. Because I know people comment on the fact that JoJo gains the ability to float. And he's just jumping. He's just using Star Platinum to jump. Now, when the moment that they did just straight up lift off the ground, they were supposed to jump to do that. That wasn't supposed to be them just straight up floating. That was just done for stylish effect. But the reason I mentioned that for Dio is because there's other times where he does that, where I can't tell, did they make him do that just for effect? Or is he genuinely like, is this supposed to be a vampire thing that he does? I can't tell anymore.
I can't tell because he's so flashy, and I can't tell what's him being flashy and what's David Productions being flashy.
Exactly, they work hand in hand too well, to the point where I can't tell when one stops and the other begins.
Exactly. Ugh.
Oh,
Did we ever finish categorizing Anasui?
We have him in front of Doppio behind Highway Star right now.
We can just keep him there.
Yeah. I'm okay with that. Alright, now Diver Down. This is a cool stand.
I really like Diver Down, and I often think of that horrifying moment where Anasui shoves, chocolate in his face?
Yes. It's like
To
a
make him
bakery's
look like-
worth of chocolate into his mouth.
Yeah, just to look like someone else. That scene is imprinted in my mind, and it's horrific.
I remember you sent me that panel as well, being like, why did he do this? There was a better way. Like-
yeah, because it's... What the heck? Like...
He could have done
It's just...
so many other changes to his face that he didn't need to use the chocolate for. Like, he could have just changed, like, his cheekbones and, like, his eyebrows, and that would have given him enough of a different appearance. He didn't need to do all of that. It didn't need to look like he had chocolate under his skin. Like, I think that was a little too far.
Yeah, like... Maybe it was a fear tactic, because, I mean, it got them away from him. But that, like...
Yeah.
They probably see that in their sleep now, you know?
Yeah. Those officers will never forget. Hey, do you remember that guy whose face was, like, weirdly lumpy? Do you remember that day? There was a lot going on that day. But do you remember him? Was he a fairy book character that I've never heard of before?
God,
like-
that would be so horrible. God, he's so scary.
Yeah. And the fact that we get that, like, right before, like, the coolest, transformation they could have made to him, turning him into the big bad wolf. That's wild. Then we got two of those in, like, the same episode. And one of them was way cooler than the other.
God, that scene is so scary, too, with the lambs coming after him.
I know! I'm so glad they made it just as, like, horrifying the approach as it was in the manga. Because, like, one, it's really funny to think, like, is that a goat chasing him down? But also, oh no, the goat mom is chasing him down. Like, it's really well done. And I had never heard of that story before, of, like, the lambs getting eaten by the wolf and stuff, and like the mom cutting them out. I've heard of the story repeatedly now. Like I've heard it in like different like pieces of media, but before JoJo, never heard of it before. So that made it extra horrifying, being like, what do you mean the mom cuts out her babies and fills the wolf full of rocks and he drowns? What? That just happens? And everyone accepts it, being like, oh, good for her. She got her babies back.
Yeah.
Like, what?
I remember watching a short film based off of that story, but it was like, it was a analogy for, like, abuse.
Yeah. And, like, that makes sense. Araki did it just because he was like, what's a weird story I can use, that I can use the wolf in? But man, it was quite horrifying, I will say.
Yeah.
Also, him challenging the mom to fight. Him saying, like, well, fine, show your face. It's like, buddy, she has scissors. You can't punch those.
Yeah, I will say I'm glad that part 6 was his peak dog drawing.
Yeah.
Because if honestly looked at anything like part 8, I would have had nightmares.
Yeah, that would have been more horrifying. Because, like, you just know the proportions would have been so off.
Yeah, that I fear is going to be the biggest difference in between Kismet Melody and actual JoJo, because I don't think I can draw ugly. I don't think I'm capable of drawing Araki animals.
I was to say, our dogs, and like just animals in general, are gonna be weirdly detailed in comparison to how they are in JoJo. Because, like, aside, like, I think the only thing Araki, like, the only animal Araki draws super detailed that looks accurate is frogs. So I'm glad that he's drawn a couple of them now, because at least those look good when they show up. You saw the cats in part 9, right?
They look better than, what's his name, Dulce?
Yes.
Dulce?
That was like 20 years ago. However, it's not as big of an improvement as you would have hoped for his ability to draw cats in 20 years.
Yeah.
Considering, okay, let's just look at how much he's improved drawing humans in that time. Stone Ocean versus part 9? Like, Stone Ocean's beautiful. I don't want to make it sound like I'm downplaying Stone Ocean. But just the people in part 9 are so pretty. And I'm like, wow, great job, buddy!
You have to wonder, would the humans look this pretty if he also focused on the animals that hard?
I think, okay, if he had focused on the animals more, we probably would still be in a very, like, part 7-esque, like, art style. Like, it would probably still be very early part 7, if he had spent as much time focusing on the animals as well. I just realized it's...
which wouldn't be bad.
Sorry, it's after 8.
But they wouldn't be as pretty.
I forgot to feed Rhea, she's at the door crying.
Oh no.
I'm gonna feed her really quickly, I will be right back.
Okay.
Okay. She is eating. We're good.
Good. I'm moving all of my stuff to the downstairs area so that I can charge my laptop.
Alrighty.
I will still be talking, don't worry.
Yeah, no worries. I just need to catch my breath. I ran, and I'm wearing slippers, so I had to be very careful to not fall as I was running. I was apologizing to her the whole time. I was saying, like, I'm sorry, I got so lost in time. And she's like running after me to make it to the food bowl. Oh, okay. Yeah, I did not realize it was so much after 8. Okay, if you had asked me, I would have said it was literally almost an hour from what it was. I would have assumed it was like 7:50 or like I would have assumed like, oh, it's getting close to time to feed her. No, I am far overdue.
See, it's so funny because for me, it's still so early.
Yeah.
If it's 8 for you, then it's only 5 for me. I have not looked at the time.
Yeah, that's okay. Okay. I know we were talking about animals in JoJo, but yeah, no,
Yes.
I don't dislike the cats in Part 9. They look fine. I do think they're cute, but in their own like kind of weird way. But at the same time, I'm like, wow.
Yeah.
It's impressive that a man who can draw, you know, the people next to the cats also drew those cats. like, I don't know. Everybody.
It feels like
You go first.
it feels like when like a sibling or a pair of siblings do like a collab.
Yeah.
Except one of them is an amateur artist. Stop attacking my feet!
Oh no.
I'm trying to walk!
She's trying to make it more of a challenge.
Stop it! Anyways. Sorry.
No, you're good. I was gonna say, I feel bad for laughing because I've had a cat attack my feet before. But at the same time, like, it is kind of funny when you're not the one currently getting beat up by them.
Oh yeah, no, it's just I feel like I didn't even think she was that close to me because she's so slick and moves so fast and quietly that I don't even notice that she's going after me until suddenly I feel little sharp needles inside of my feet.
Oh no.
My tootsies.
She's too strong.
She is. She's got like she needs to be like nerfed or something because she's too strong.
Don't worry, the next patch she'll be her claws will be trimmed.
She should have cats to play with when I move out.
Nice. You know, I put Diver down there as a placeholder just so I could let go of the mouse. But honestly, I'm okay with top of A.
I'm okay with that. It also, we've been like stalling on it for so long at this point that I think I'd be good with anything.
Yeah.
I
Oh
have a
my gosh.
tendency to do-
Oh no.
What?
The next one is Part 6 JoJo.
Oh no!
Yeah. Speaking of like stalling and moving on, how long you got to talk about this man?
Oh boy.
You know what? I'm just gonna put him up there next to himself.
I was gonna say, he belongs at the top of S tier, and that is the automatic response I have, and I think what I will hold on to.
That's so real. Because like we were talking about
I love him so much.
his character development in Part 4, and we talked about that for like 20 minutes. His character development in Part 6? He's not even in that many episodes, and I still lose my mind over every single second that man is on screen.
Dude, just wait until we get to freaking Part 6 Platinum.
Oh my gosh.
Because he is also one of my favorite characters because of the way that he defends.
The way it's so... Oh my gosh. That's one of those things that I think leans into proof of Star being sentient, is that like...
Oh, 100%.
Like, the second anybody else, like, that's not Jotaro, tries to use Star Platinum, it is an immediate rejection. Even Jolene. Jolene, being the daughter of Jotaro, is the only reason she didn't get, like, punched in the face. Like, it still was a rejection, but it wasn't as, like, bad of a rejection.
Yeah, and it's only because he cares enough about Jotaro.
Literally to be like, okay, this is technically my daughter too, but it's mostly his daughter, so I'm gonna be nice. But also, you're not who my stand user, so this is not what it's supposed to be. Oh man, I do like to think that Star sees Stone Free as his daughter more than he sees Jolene as his daughter. Obviously, they're one and the same, but like I don't know. I like to think that's how the stands would see things.
Yeah.
Oh man. I do feel like
Are we keeping him there or are we moving him?
I was gonna say I feel like he might deserve the #1 spot for now, but also I'm afraid for what's gonna happen when Johnny comes along. Because I started thinking like I started comparing like all the different JoJos and how much I love each one, and I'm like, yeah, I can see Part 6 JoJo being above, and then some demon voice in the back of my head went, but how do you compare him to Johnny? And I went, no, I can't do that yet. I'm not ready.
Yeah, you know what? That is a problem for later us.
At the rate we're going, that is the problem for us in 4 hours.
If we even make it past the main characters before then.
Oh, man. Also, okay, I make fun of his outfit a lot, so I need this to be on the record. I do genuinely love his outfit in Part 6. I will make fun of the snake pant boots until the end of time, but also, he does just genuinely look really cool. Like,
They look good, is the thing.
that's the thing, is that it's a crazy outfit, but the fact that it actually looks genuinely good, that's wild. I am genuinely impressed by the fact that his outfit actually looks cool. Like,
Gay men have a tendency to make anything look good, I think.
oh man.
Not to stereotype or anything.
No, that's one of those stereotypes that I think is very embraced. Also, one second, I'm gonna let the puppy outside. Hello, I am back.
Do you think Funny Valentine, that person who chimes in every stream asking if we're in Part 7 yet, do you think they're gonna come back?
I hope they do, but also it would be really funny if they missed when we actually get to Part 7. Like, I would feel bad, but also that would be kind of funny. Like,
It would be super funny.
to be like, they kept chiming in to be like, oh, Part 7? No, not yet. If we finally do Part 7,
It's
they're
funny.
nowhere to be seen.
It's funny because they always like try to watch a little bit if it's not Part 7, but then always end up leaving real
Yeah.
quick, like 20 minutes after they find out that it's not Part 7. Which I appreciate the courtesy of staying.
Yeah,
I
for a
just
moment.
think it's hilarious.
It is funny. I am very entertained by it.
I hope they see the Part 7 when we finally get to it.
Alright. We're slowly making our way through this
Slowly.
list.
Okay. Star Platinum.
Poor boy. I do feel bad for Star during a lot of Stone Ocean.
Oh,
Because,
yeah,
man,
for
the fact that
sure.
we don't get, like... And we don't get to hear anything from the stands being like, hey, so, like, how did you cope with this? Because, man, I'm sure being in a disc isn't fun.
Yeah. Stop it. You don't need to eat a donut. Stop it! Good lord.
It's one of those things
Okay.
Ray has never heard before. She expects a donut every morning.
It's JoJo. Oh my god.
My dad gave Momo a donut and then complained later when her stomach was feeling upset, and he was like, "Oh, maybe it was that donut." I was like, "Well, maybe you shouldn't be feeding her sugar."
Yeah.
And he was like, and that's what he sounds like to me all the time.
It's so valid. But yeah, no, the only reason I let her keep having them, because my stepdad gets them, is he gets the plain ones. The, literally just like the batter ones. So, and also he gives them very tiny little pieces. Anything else though, yeah, no, it would make them so sick. Also,
Yeah, no, my dad gives
we are trying to have her lose weight,
like-
so actively feeding her very, very sugary donuts would not do a good job at helping with that. Because it's summer, she's not running
Yeah.
around as much in the backyard because it's too hot. She doesn't really want to. She's not as excited out there. She just wants to lay in the sun. So yeah,
Right.
maybe feeding her a diet of like a donut every morning would not help with that.
Yeah, because the ones that we get sometimes have a plain one in them, but he gives her like half of a donut to a full donut
Ooh,
at
that's-
once.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah. Stop attacking me! Why are you? How are you?
Oh
Huh?
no.
Okay. Anyways, Star Platinum.
Yeah, I put him at the bottom of S for now because my hand was starting to cramp from holding it. I don't know. I keep acting
Every
like I
time that
can't
I
place
get
them
to-
down.
Every time I bring up like the character that we're on is just as you're like placing them for your finger to stop hurting.
And it's because I genuinely am doing it because I'm forgetting that I'm holding the mouse down until my finger starts to hurt, and then I'm like, oh, I should
Yeah.
probably stop doing this.
Oh man, okay, Star Platinum though. I feel like he belongs at very close to Park Jotaro as well.
Yeah.
Having a stand that high feels almost wrong, but he's like sentient in a way that's so hard to describe.
Yeah, like this stand does so many like subtle things throughout the series to like defend Jotaro, and I feel like that's really worth like acknowledging.
Yeah, it's made very, very apparent when Jotaro isn't himself and
Yes.
is defenseless and is defending him in the room. That made me bawl my eyes out.
And I love that it's the hat. That's what they
It's that
chose to focus on for it. It's like it's a little funny being like, oh, you can't take his hat off, but also like, oh, Star knows that he needs that hat. That's his hat. You can't touch that. Like
Yeah,
I adore it.
it makes me so sad. He's such a good character.
I mean, honestly, do we want to? Okay. Do you want him to be the dividing line between the JoJos and the JoBros for now?
Yes, sure. Kakyoin is finally bumped down for something that's not another JoJo.
It took this long. And I mean, it's technically a JoJo by proxy, but that's fine.
Yeah, it's the soul of a JoJo, so
Exactly.
close enough.
And he's next to the guy that some people think he's actually the soul of. Because the Star Platinum is Jotaro theory is still going strong to this day. I think it's
Right.
fun for, like, AUs, but I don't think it's as fun when people take it genuinely. Because, like,
Yeah, I like I love headcanons and theories,
yeah.
but when you get mean about it,
Yeah, saying,
is
like,
where
no,
y-
he is Jonathan. It's like, maybe in, like, this one's, like, fanfic, but not an actual JoJo.
yeah, an actual JoJo, it's actually Jotaro.
Yeah, it's like, hey, you know that time when Joseph explained that your stand is your soul? Maybe. That means it's not Jonathan.
And at
Crazy
this point-
concept.
Yeah, and sentient stands aren't even the perfect embodiment of a soul because they have a personality themselves.
Yeah, it's like they take on different personality traits from the user, and they just like, because like it's not like a separate soul thing, like whatever's going on with Diavolo, but it almost feels borderline that, where it's like, because I know there is that theory that King Crimson is like a stand that was so sentient it straight up developed its own soul, and that's what Diavolo is. But I
Yeah.
feel like if that is like a case to be made, like for like what's happening in JoJo, a lot of sentient stands are like just before that, where it's like it's still its own person that's separate, but it just doesn't have its own individual soul yet. Like, who knows? Maybe that's a thing that like
Yeah,
more stands
and
could
also-
develop. But like, this is definitely more like, this is more leading to like the theory side of things that I don't think Araki had in mind. But it's still fun to think about.
Yeah, it also it also plays into the fact that he is so vile and so evil, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like other stands don't need to have such a strong feeling like hatred because they care about their stand user enough to not separate the two of them, is
Mhm.
what I think a lot of it is. So
Yeah.
like Star Platinum, who literally spends all of his time helping to protect Jotaro and helping further him along with getting stronger and whatnot, that he has no reason to become something else.
Exactly. He's so like absorbed with protecting him that like the thought of like becoming his own person just isn't even a thing. Versus,
Yeah.
I could see King Crimson being just so angry he like just decided like, no, I'm a new person. I'm the devil actually.
Exactly.
Like I could see that being what happened. Again, it's one of those things where it's like I don't quite think that's what Araki had in mind, but like the groundwork is there to make make it an interesting theory.
Oh yeah.
Because
Yeah.
Diablo does have a lot of weird like soul stuff going on. Because I remember reading something on the wiki saying like, oh, Diablo is like strangely aware of like how souls work, and I was like, huh, you're right. I hadn't thought of that before. He does seem weirdly aware of like what to do with souls and like how they function.
Yeah, I feel like it's one of those kinds of theories that
Oh, what am I doing?
Araki could get on board with, but it wasn't something that he did intentionally.
Yeah, because I mean that does happen like a lot with writing and stuff. Like the fans like they just start like going almost overboard, and the actual artist is just like, huh. I mean, I spent a lot of time on this. I don't think I spent that much time on it though.
Just as long as you don't pull a Scott Cawthon and just start taking the ideas of everyone
Yes,
in the
oh my
fandom,
gosh.
you're set.
Yeah. As long as you don't start changing things because of the fandom. Yeah.
Oh
That's
my
when
God,
things
dude.
become a problem. Because at this point the
I've got
lore
details of that.
yeah, the lore is unrecognizable, I feel, from where it was.
It's so hard to follow.
Yeah. And like it was already I like looking back on like the original like, ooh, what's happening with these like these kids' souls and these animatronics? Like what's the story behind that? Like that was like an interesting time because it wasn't like super deep, but maybe it was deeper than we thought. And now it's just where are we? How did we get here? Like
I
it's
don't know.
and
But
the
hey, I
whole
liked the movie, I guess.
yeah. The movie was fun. I like that they only brought in Balloon Boy just for him to be horrifying to look at. I thought that was funny. I was like, oh yeah, that's about right. That's about how the fandom has treated this character over the years. He's just there to be the worst.
I do hope that the second one has a higher, like, maturity rating, because the first one, while I do appreciate the smaller scares, I feel like it could do a little bit more.
It did feel like, even with the maturity rating it had, they shied away from showing a lot of, like, I don't know, the violence? Like, there's a lot of the
Yeah.
attacks where, like, for some reason, like, they do that side thing where they're like, oh, we're just gonna show you the shadows. And it's like, you can show...
They pan out.
Yeah, it's like, you can show that kind of, like, attack in, like, a PG-13 movie. Because, like, I've watched Marvel movies. I've seen how much blood they can spew from a body in those kinds of movies. I think it's okay to show, like, the cupcake rip off someone's arm. I don't think that would damage the PG-13 rating.
It's crazy because the original game that I played when I was, like, what, 10? Maybe younger? I don't remember how long it's been. 2016? Okay, I was about 10, 11, yeah. The eyeballs sticking out of the suit, was that not
Yeah.
graphic?
Yeah. Springtrap's got a body in there. We spent a lot of time looking real close at that body. And I was like, that was kind of normal. Granted, Scott's human designs have not always been as scarily done as the animal ones, so the body doesn't look as graphic as a body could. But you can still tell that's a skeleton. that's a decaying body. We can tell that much. Like, I don't know. Oh, also, Springtrap reminded me. Did you see Dead by Daylight finally is having the crossover with FNAF?
I've heard of it. I have not seen it. I saw a lot of people saying that it was a joke.
Yeah, so that's the thing. It's not out yet, and it's not going to be out for a while. It's coming out next year.
I feel like that would take a lot of coding to do properly, so I understand why.
Well, my thought process, I don't know if this has been confirmed, but my thought process was, oh, they announced it because of the FNAF anniversary earlier this month. But it's nowhere near ready yet, so they're announcing it now to build up hype, but they know they're not going to be done with it. I want to say it said, like, summer of 25, so it's going to be a while until we actually get to see it.
That's what I mean, is, like, no matter what, from when they announce it, of course it's going to take them a long time to get through it, because animatronics are clunky, big, and hard to implement into, like, a multiplayer game where they're supposed to have cool... Like,
they're supposed to move smooth.
Things to do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, I haven't seen... Sorry, you go first.
Because we've seen what happens with games when they're rushed, like Cyberpunk, and take as long as they need. They need to take as long as they need for this, because it's gotta look good the first time, or else the fans are not gonna be willing to wait. Yeah.
I will say, so as far as I'm aware, they haven't confirmed who the killer is gonna be. But honestly, I don't think it's gonna be, like, Freddy or anything. I think it's gonna be Springtrap. Because Springtrap would be the easiest one for them to animate, because he can move as fluidly as a human can.
Exactly.
So yeah, they would be able to use, like, one of their pre-existing models, and then just turn it into Springtrap. But I do wonder if they're gonna add, like, alternate skins that do look like the other animatronics, but instead of, like, making them move like an animatronic, they just make them, like... It's basically, I'm thinking they might do what they did for the Legion, where it's the same, like, body, but, like, technically, like, a different kid. So it's like there's very subtle differences that make them a different character. But I don't know.
Well,
I think it's gonna be very interesting.
I will say, if they have Springtrap, they could have any of the Phantoms, which would be really cool, because they also move pretty fluidly, because they were literally burn victims.
Yeah. Because, yeah, I do think that is one of the things, is I think if they tried to make it Freddy, in order to make it move at, like, a reasonable pace, they would have to make it, like, move quickly, but also still animate it well enough that it doesn't look bad moving that quickly, because Freddy moves pretty slow, for the most part. He's very clunky, because he doesn't have proper joints. He's an animatronic. Yeah. So... Yeah, even though they just announced it as being like, oh, we're finally going to be collaborating with Five Nights at Freddy's, I don't think Freddy's going to be the killer. I think that would be a weird choice if they did that. Because I think they would just be putting themselves into a corner, like, animation-wise.
And there'd be a lot of, like, glitches, I feel, with either the ground or, like, the character clipping or grabbing and whatnot, because it would be really hard to... Yeah.
Plus the size of Freddy's hands as well. Like, trying to grab characters for that. His hands would just go through their bodies half the time. Yeah. I think using Springtrap where the model is supposed to be more humanoid because a human's wearing it. Like, you can still have bigger hands for that, but they're not, like, massive. So then the character doesn't look like they're going to be flying through them.
You'd have to code every single character being grabbed by him for it not to look stupid.
Yes, and as much as I love Dead by Daylight, I don't know if they would do that. I don't know if they're gonna recode every interaction.
Mm-hmm. Why are we talking about FNAF?
I don't remember which character made us think about it, but someone made us think about FNAF.
We are supposed to be...
I think the reason we got so off topic was because Jolene's mom is the next one, and boy is she really a nothing character.
Oh, like, yeah, they're just there but boring.
I was gonna say just there because she does care about Jolene, but like we don't get to see a lot from her.
She does fight with JoJo.
She does call him on the phone and yell at him, which is something. I'll give her credit for that. Honestly, maybe like. Not higher than Sorbet and Gelato. I want to learn more about Sorbet and Gelato more than I want to learn about her, which is a little sad. But like I would like to know her name and like how she met Jotaro, but it kind of ends there. Versus Sorbet and Gelato, I want to learn why were they in the Mafia? Like, what were their stands? What did they do? Like, I don't know. I have more questions about these two than I do for her mom.
Because if anything, I want to know more about the time period of Jotaro rather than her.
Yeah, because like that's pretty much what it falls back to. Like for her specifically, what I want to know is just her name. But then it goes immediately back to Jotaro and being like, well, how did you guys meet? Like, how on earth did this guy get married and have a kid? Like, that doesn't sound right.
Yeah, because it doesn't, because I'm gonna be honest, he's very, like, I'd say he's gay. And even though the evidence of, like, oh, he got married to a woman who he briefly divorced, and as far as we know, even in Irene verse, they're still divorced.
Yeah, because I want to say it's implied that he had divorced her sometime around, like, when Part 5 is taking place.
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember where I read that, but I read something that says, like, it's implied that, like, they got divorced shortly after he got back from Morio.
Right.
So, like, right in that in-between 4 and 5. But now I'm struggling to remember where that came from, so that might have been from, like a spin-off or something. But I don't know. Either way, we know they were not married for super long. Because even if they were only married until Jolene was like a teenager, that's, what, 14 years? Which, like, yeah, that's a good amount of time. But it sounds like he wasn't home for most of it. So I'm willing to bet they were only married until she was like 6. Maybe.
Probably. It was not a happy marriage regardless.
Yeah. I do think, okay, I like to think he cared about her. I just think at some point he realized he wasn't in love. So he was just like, okay, he just realized like he just had to get divorced. Because I do feel like the catalyst for him getting divorced and not being around Jolene as much is realizing that they're in danger. So then he probably realized, well, I want to make sure she doesn't get hurt. But I'm not probably something along the lines of like, I'm not as worried as I should be. I don't think I'm in love with her the way I should be. So then he got divorced with her as well to like make it even easier.
Because I mean, I feel like, and maybe it's just like my brain hoping that things were better in Irene. But a part of me hopes that they are still in touch, just living far away from each other.
Yeah, like, I don't know, like maybe he's still in Florida, but like just in a different part of Florida. Because I think, do they outright say in Stone Ocean that he had moved back to Japan? Or am I like, did I dream that?
I didn't think so.
I can't remember, because I know he lived in Florida for a while, but he just wasn't home. But that's because like Jolene's raised in Florida. But
oh, man,
I'm struggling to remember if he was still living in Florida during Stone Ocean or not.
I cannot remember. I need to rewatch it again for the 6th time.
There's no amount of rewatching Stone Ocean that will ever make it get boring. So.
Oh, for sure. I don't remember what I was gonna say.
That's okay. I'm trying to read on his page now to see if it mentions it. Okay, so at the very least in 2006, when Jolene was framed for pickpocketing, that's when she calls him to yell at him to come help bail her out, but he hung up because he had to go to Tokyo for an emergency. So, to me, that implies that he might have still been in Florida.
Right.
But also, I don't know. Yeah, no, I'm not seeing anything that clarifies.
They probably just don't outright say then.
Yeah. I don't know, but oh well. It's just one of those things that's fun to think about, I guess. Alright.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Romeo. I don't even want to scroll.
Romeo.
Where are we putting him?
I actually really like Romeo.
Really? You've turned around on him. Because I know when you started Soda Ocean, I remember you talking about how much you hated him.
Yeah, but that was at the beginning, and to be honest, not all of that was on him. And as much as what he did sucked, and there was another way to get around it, it wasn't all on him.
I will say I do give him credit, because when he comes back, he does turn things around, and I appreciate that.
Exactly.
He could have done things worse. However, I am on Hermes's side when she's like, huh, you've forgiven him. I don't, and Bowen still pulls a sticker off so his tongue still snaps in two. Anyway, I'm still on her side for that. I'm still like, he did still suck for getting you sent to prison.
Oh, 100%. It's not like I like him, it's just like I understand.
Yeah.
I don't hate him.
And that is fair. Honestly, okay, I was kind of thinking putting him up there, like, I think next to Scolipy. Because he does help a lot with the plot. But I think I'm just... Yeah, I can't in good faith put him above Donatella, because I like Donatella. But...
Yeah.
For what he contributes to the plot, and the fact that he does apologize, I can put him above Sorbet and Gelato. But I don't know, I like Scolipy a little too much, I think.
And to give him a little bit of credit for something that he can't control, he is pretty.
That's fair. Sorry, I had an M&M.
That's not.
No, I was laughing, but I had an M&M in my mouth, so I was trying to not choke on that.
Oh.
I was caught off guard by that. Like, you're not wrong. I just wasn't prepared for it. Okay, now this next one I definitely hate. Her lawyer. This guy.
Oh my god!
This guy sucked.
Oh yeah. No, he's literally the entire reason why everything happened.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
if he was hired to do that, and then still went, well, they already paid me and I'm already here, but I don't want to ruin this girl's life. He could have just worked with her. But no, he wanted more money.
Exactly.
So he decided to like double down on his deal and like just absolutely get her sent to prison. It's like he could okay, he was being paid off by Romeo's family. Sure, there's a way that he could have like further steered things away from Romeo without getting Jolene arrested. He could have still worked with her to keep her like basically as safe as possible. He didn't need to be sure like, okay, she's gonna need like a 15-year sentence. Like, no, that was too much.
Yeah, there definitely was evidence there that could have been used to get them both out of trouble.
Yes. Like,
ugh. Nah, he deserved what he got. He like turned into a rock or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Honestly, okay. Because Launch into Space needs... I want to reserve that for the worst of the worst. And so far, we've done pretty good with that. But yeah, I do feel like I do kind of... I think I hate Dario only slightly less than him.
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems right. Alright. Now, Loco Barocco, I will admit, is a really bad person. I will admit that. But he's also really funny. I will admit.
I love how that's...
He makes me laugh a lot.
Oh yeah. He's another character that's fun to laugh at.
Yes. Like, even excluding everything he does with Charlotte, he's just a silly guy. Like, Charlotte definitely, like the fact that he chooses to, like, tell the rules to his inmates using a hand puppet, that's awful. You are a prisoner. Your prisoners are grown adults. They do not need a pink alligator hand puppet to explain the rules to them. That's just mean. However, the voice is really funny.
Yeah, I think this is another one of those points where I'm like, the fandom, yeah, you suck. With the whole, all of the literally all of the Florida officers looking disgusting and being the worst possible people that they can be, and everyone like being like, oh, he obviously stands up for them because he wrote them to be transphobic.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. Yeah, no, I've had to scroll past too many arguments on Instagram because I don't want to get involved in them. I don't really comment really anyway. Yep. But I've seen so many people comment something random like about like transphobia in part 6, and I'm like, just walk away. Just walk away. It's probably a troll. They're not gonna listen. But part of me is also like, but what if they're not a troll? What if it's someone who genuinely thinks that? And I'm like, I know they're out there. I can't engage with every single one of them.
I genuinely can't wrap my head around people believing that Araki is homophobic and transphobic when the whole, like, the casual representation of having a fully transitioned trans man in the manga is way better than anything else I've ever seen.
Literally,
especially when it comes to Japanese media.
And again, I bring this up every time. It was January of the year 2000. Name another trans character in media from before the time frame of January of the year 2000. And to make it even worse, isolate it to specifically Japan. How many characters can you name?
Yeah.
Like,
and it's the fact that the characters that are villainized in that moment, which are the jail keepers and stuff, are the ones that are misgendering him and making a point of saying that he injected himself with male hormones when Jolene was thinking he is cool. Come
literally. Because, you know, the only reason it got brought up was because, like, recently was because of Part 9. But it genuinely bothers me so much that anybody could read anything that man has written and go like, yeah, definitely transphobic. Like, I think it's worse with the people who were saying stuff in Part 9. Only slightly worse, because, again, Jolene literally is amazed. She's like, whoa, this is awesome. However, like, yeah, with Part 9, there is just outright bullies, and the protagonist lights them on fire. How are we supposed to be on their side when they get lit on fire in a bus? What makes you think we're supposed to like them?
Was it, the Araki Forgot guy that was like, he took it too far with the bullies sexually assaulting Dragona, when that is realistic?
Yes, the amount of people, it was crazy, like, when that chapter came out, because I saw so many people saying, like, wow, that was kind of crazy, because I didn't expect to see something so personal in JoJo, like something that I've experienced. And other people going, this was so unrealistic. He did this to sexualize this character. This is unnecessary. This was just taking it too far because he's glorifying assault. And like he's trying to make a side with like the assaulters, and like, what? Where did you get that?
As if like the sexual assault in what Part 1 with Doobie Wah wasn't pointless, as if the sexual assault didn't happen in Part 7. That was, like, it made sense in the story, and it made sense how it was written, but it didn't feel as real as Part 9. And people were complaining about Part 9.
The fact that Part 7 is treated as it's one of the best pieces of media ever written, ever, which I don't fully disagree with. The only reason I don't say fully is because Part 8 does also exist. It's wild to me that there's so many people who see what happens to Lucy, but for some reason that's fine storytelling, but what happens to Dragona is taking it too far. What? How are they not, I don't know, equal experiences? Like,
yeah.
It's crazy.
Like, I think half of it is the fact that Dragona is not deliberately pointed out as a trans woman.
Yeah. Is that it's still up for debate?
Yeah, so it's the fact that Dragona is still referred to by he, him pronouns or as far as the translation says.
Yeah.
Which is unofficial. But even then, if the tables were turned and he was like a cis girl, would people be saying the same things? Because Lucy was a child and a cis girl.
I think they were about the same age as well. I want to say Dragona was around 14 or so in that flashback.
Yeah.
I mean, let me double check, actually.
I don't understand. I don't understand.
I don't know.
Jodio literally, like... I love Jodio in that moment. He is such a wee lad, and he still was, like... using his stand to kill the bullies. I love that.
Yeah. Okay, so they lived in New Jersey, but they moved to Honolulu when they were 14. Or rather, when Dragona specifically was 14. Jodio was not the same age. But then, yeah, that's when Dragona transferred to the new high school, and that's when everything happens with the bullies. So yeah, also 14. It's wild.
I don't understand, because with Lucy, it's literally pedophilia.
Yeah, and it is shown to be that way as well. The fact that so many characters in Part 7 keep going like, hey, isn't she 14? It's like supposed to be our reminder as the audience that it's, even though it's a long time ago, it's still weird that people are being like this with a 14-year-old. That's supposed to be our clue that what's happening is bad. It's called storytelling and putting things into perspective. It's a wild concept, I know.
Tim, I love you, but why are you a freak?
I know, it's like, Tim, I love you. Why are you like this?
Yeah, he had the potential to remain a good character, and then he was like, please, ditch your husband for me. I'm so much better than him. Girl. Huh?
The only thing
no, but like...
that gets me is that Valentine didn't care that it was Lucy. Tim, on the other hand, at least cared when she said no. Versus Valentine was like, oh, you're that child Lucy Steele. My plans have not changed. And that's what's horrifying. Versus Tim at least tried to ask for her input. And when she said no, was sad, but accepted it. I will forever give that man credit for the bare minimum.
I can't even believe that not only was Mr. President after Lucy, but Mrs. President was also after Lucy. His wife?
Yes! Literally! The fact that Scarlet as well. Like, I get it, Lucy's a cute kid. She's still a kid. You guys can see that, right? Like,
cute kid. 2 keywords there. Cute and kid.
Yes, she is still very clearly a child. Like,
oh my god,
that's the thing. That's one of those things I joke about with Araki's art style, is that he can draw like adults, 14-year-olds to look like children, and then toddlers. If you are under the age of 14, you're drawn as if you have a toddler's proportions. Those are the only 3 things this man can draw. Like, that's what I clarify that because Lucy does look like a kid in comparison to everybody else in Part 7.
Even her outfit and stature, like the fact that she's wearing like the cute leg warmers and the cute little dress, it's like, come on.
It just looks more childish than everything else, yeah.
I just don't understand why people can brush that under the rug and then get mad at Dragona's backstory when that is realistic bullying in schools like that.
Literally. I don't get why that was such an outrage moment. It's like, I read that, and literally I didn't think anything more of it being like, man, that's sad, but like, good job, Jodio. Like,
yeah, exactly.
And immediately, after reading that chapter and going to Reddit and finding it was on fire, and then hearing that Twitter was even worse, I was like, oh, cool. That's fun. I'm glad to hear that they're not handling this well. I wish I knew why, because I can't imagine what's... I know that there's a problem shown, but people were acting as if it was a very different problem shown. It was wild.
Exactly. See, I am glad for one thing is that how polarized the community is, because I know very, very, very quickly who to avoid.
Mm-hmm. It's just like, all right, you didn't like that? We're not gonna talk as much now. I'm gonna distance myself.
So many red flags that are very obvious. Like, you start talking to someone and they're like, oh, I watched the anime, and you're like, okay, how do you feel about part 2?
Yeah.
You meet someone that they read the manga and you go, okay, how do you feel about part 7 and part 9?
Did I tell you?
People who,
sorry.
because it's like,
No, you go.
because there are like the weird dude bros about part 7, and 90% of the time they're just problematic by default.
The people who think Johnny and Gyro are the bad guys and Valentine's had a point. I'm like, all right, conversation's done. Get out.
Yeah.
You need to leave.
Yeah. Don't understand. I don't understand how they exist.
I don't get
I
it.
don't
Like, yeah.
understand how they enjoy I don't understand how they enjoy JoJo. Period.
And like, obviously Valentine is charismatic. I do believe that. I think he's a fun character. I don't think he's a good guy. By all means, he's a horrible person. Like,
Exactly.
I don't understand it. The people defending him.
It's one of those things where, yes, he is charismatic, and if you believe that what he did was right, then congrats, you were manipulated by a cartoon character.
Literally. Whenever I see someone joking, like, oh, we need funny Valentine to run for president, I'm like, haha, joke, right? Joke, right? Joke, please, tell me! It's like,
Yeah. Yeah.
it's like, we just really need to hope that if he were to become president, it would be without a stand. Because I would not trust that future if he had a stand, because without the horse race to stop him, oh no!
Yeah. Terrified.
That would not go well. I do not trust how that would go. Like, that would literally spell the end of the world. And the fact that people don't get that scares me.
It frightens me that these people claim to be, like, big fans of JoJo and seem to be skipping the entire midsection of JoJo.
Yeah, like they're missing the
Like,
message. Like,
yeah, because they're like, I feel like they watch, like, thirst traps on TikTok or something and say that they read the manga. Like, that's what I feel like they just watch compilations of manga panels and are like, oh yeah, I read part 7.
Yup.
I love Funny Valentine.
all they saw was like the funny napkin scene, and they were like, "Ha, that's great." Like, yeah, you take the napkin on the right, and yeah, you're in charge of the world now. And it's like, no, did you hear the rest of what he said? The rest of his point.
Yeah.
It was a metaphor.
Or like, the people that I've seen that genuinely, like, not forgive him, but they genuinely give him pretty privilege. Where they'll be like, yeah, he sucks and everything, but have you seen him without his shirt on? And I'm like, yes, and he has a scarred tattoo of the American flag. Is that not a red flag to you?
Yeah, is it like, I don't know, maybe the panel of him, like, showing it off maybe should have concerned you a little?
Yeah, if you can't see anything wrong with that, there is something wrong with you. Because, like, there's nothing wrong with being patriotic about your country.
Except
but everything he stood for was wrong.
Yeah, when being
Literally.
patriotic starts to spell the downfall of every other country, that's a problem. That's a bad thing.
Yeah. You know, what that means is, by default, the downfall of our own country. Huh?
Well, no, I've seen people say that genuinely because... Okay. I said the end of the world thing earlier. I've seen people on Reddit say, because of the way the stand works, and because of the way it misdirects misfortune, the end of the like, everything else in the world, like, it would happen so over time that it would give America time to get the supplies to be self-sufficient. So then bad things wouldn't happen to us anymore, and we'd be fully self-sufficient, and we'd be the only country. And them saying, like, that's why Valentine's plan is actually pretty good, because of the fact that it leads to us being the only thing. And then there's no chance for world wars because there's no world to have wars. And I'm like, you genuinely believed that? That's what your thought process is?
Okay,
Is that Valentine's right because he's gonna eliminate world wars by eliminating the world? Like, it scares me.
I'm gonna throw out a couple of terms here. French Revolution, Civil War.
Literally.
Hello.
The fact that there's a character in Steel Ball Run who was in the Civil War, does that mean nothing to anybody? And his whole stand, this is even wilder, his entire stand is based on guilt. Guilt is not bad luck. You can still feel guilt, and there can still be bad things that happen without it directly being misfortune. Like, there's still things that could happen that would be not affected by the love train thing. Like, that's the point. That bad things are still gonna happen, just not the same way they used to. Like, no, this is not the catch-all, like solution that you think it is. That's why Valentine's wrong. And also, because it's at the cost of, everyone else, that's also a bit of an issue.
It's another one of those, the people think they know enough about history, but clearly don't know enough about history, because that's just not how people work. There will always be conflict. As much as it sucks, there will always be conflict. And if you force everyone to be in the same community, then that conflict is just going to be internal and worse.
Yes, because now it's going to be personal. And personal attacks, I think, when someone feels like they've been wronged, oh boy, are they going to hit back really hard.
Yeah, do they not know anything about revolution in itself? Because we literally lived through, two of them as 20-year-olds?
I don't even know. Like,
just in America. Don't even get me started on other countries.
I don't know. Yeah, genuine Valentine defenders scare me. If it's someone who's, being very vapid with it, being like, yeah, no, I know he's a terrible person, I'm ignoring that because I think he's pretty, and I'm not gonna... The people who think that he's pretty, but they don't engage in the conversations about him, I give them a pass because at least they're aware. They're like, no, I know I'm the problem. I'm not getting involved because of it. Those guys, they get a pass. Yeah. It's the people who are genuinely like, no, I've read all of Part 7. I would still vote for Valentine over our current options, and I'm like, you are the problem, I think.
Let me guess, you like Stroheim too. You think he was carrying the plot of Part 2, don't you?
Actually, no. I've seen a couple people who say, that they hate Stroheim, but they love Valentine. And I've also seen different... No, that's the thing, is I've seen memes calling out the hypocrisy. Let me see if I can find the specific one real quick, because I will actually put it up on screen if I can find it. Because it's so funny.
How do you go through your life thinking that Nazis are wrong, but not thinking, world domination and colonization and communism all in one is not bad?
Yeah. Here, I'm scrolling trying to find it. Yeah, no, it's actually wild. And apparently it's a thing for other communities as well. Not just specifically JoJo, just the first comment I saw was talking about it.
Yeah.
But let me
see, I never expect to go into politics whenever we are talking about JoJo. But we always end up talking so much about politics because it's JoJo.
Yeah, and it's because Araki, is either not very subtle with his criticisms, example, Valentine, or he is very subtle with it.
Yep.
It's very interesting. Here, wait, I think I'm in the wrong subreddit. I think it was posted in a subreddit. I just can't remember which one specifically. It might have been fantasy.
Right.
Let me skip it. Let me check the fantasy one. Because it was genuinely, the way it made me laugh, and then the first thing I thought of was Stroheim versus Valentine, and then I went into the comments and someone else said, this is how JoJo fans talking about Stroheim versus Valentine, and I was like, oh, thank goodness, it's not just me.
I just can't wrap my head around the fans that do that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Like, how dumb do you have to be? Very.
Yeah, that is unfortunately the answer.
Actually, no, yeah, you have. I just. I can't even.
It's either a lot of misunderstanding or just really poor media literacy, not being able to understand exactly what's being said.
I think it's both.
Yeah.
A mixture of both. People are so insensitive about things that don't exist. Why are we talking so much about part 7? We haven't even gotten through part 6.
I don't remember. Here, wait, let me move the spoiler. Which character were we talking about? Oh, Loco Barocco!
Right.
That's how, yeah, that explains it.
Yeah, okay, yeah.
Everything made sense the second I removed the spoiler. Alright, I'm still trying to find it, but it was an image of a couple characters. One of them saying like, "Oh, I would do anything for the sake of my country," and someone responding saying like, "This is a horrible character motivation. This is just wrong." And then it was the exact same character saying like, "I would do anything for the sake of my country," but added an American flag to them. And suddenly, whoa, this is the most compelling story I've ever heard. This is incredible. Look at this character motivation. And it's like, it's the exact same statement. It's the exact same thing. It shouldn't be good just because it's your country now.
God, Americans, like, I know I'm American. I know we are American. But the patriotism of Americans frightens me so much.
Yeah. It's a little concerning sometimes.
Everyone's like, oh no, we have to stop other countries from colonizing other countries because it's bad and it's causing wars, boo. And then suddenly America is like, oh yeah, we want this other thing. And everyone's like, I don't understand it.
Yeah. I don't know. People are weird. And unfortunately, the JoJo fandom, considering it is a very bizarre community, is not safe from that. I have to use the word when I can, considering JoJo does the same thing. They use that word almost every chance they get. Like, I think characters have said things that have been, like, weird and odd, but they also use the word bizarre a lot.
I think I'm so accustomed to seeing it that I just forget that it's not, like, a normal word to use in everyday vocabulary.
Yeah. It's a fun one, though, I will say.
Yeah.
I will say, whenever I use it in a conversation with someone, like, I don't know very well, so, like, I'll say something was bizarre, and, like, they don't know me enough to know how deeply, like, involved I am in JoJo, I have to then, like, actively stop myself from thinking about JoJo, to be like, alright, carry on the conversation. I know I'm thinking about JoJo now, but continue conversating. You can't stop and start thinking about JoJo now, because you can't do that to this poor person. You cannot unleash the entire history of parts of all of JoJo. Like, it's so easy to do.
It is, genuinely.
Do we want to put Loco Barocco in just there to be nice? Because by all means, what he does deserves, I think, a D tier. But I don't know. I think he's funny enough. Yeah, might
as well.
I think he's funny enough to warrant being like a high just there. Like maybe above Yellow Temperance, but below Jolene's mom.
Yeah, I can see that.
Yeah, okay. I have to remind myself. I'm judging the stand, not the user, because I was thinking like, I don't know, I like Rubber Soul, but no, Rubber Soul's somewhere else, not him. Okay, have to move on. All right, but Charlotte, on the other hand,
I love Charlotte.
She's great. Honestly, can I put her above Part 5 Koichi? Put her at like the bottom of C.
Yeah.
Because Charlotte just makes me laugh so much. Like, I'm looking at who's in Just There But Cool, and I'm realizing Hanged Man is in there. But I don't know. I just really like Charlotte. I thought she was fun.
I agree. I love her. She's just wasn't she green in the original?
Yeah, she's green in the manga, but I guess they were like, because he has a line about being like, oh, she's a girl because she's got the bow, and I guess in the anime they were like, well, if she's a girl, we gotta make her pink, and I think that's really funny of them to do.
I mean, it makes sense with the context. I think it's
Yeah.
I think it's hilarious.
Like, I do feel like
It's very
that makes the most sense for them to be like, well, if they're already highlighting that she's a girl because of the bow, we gotta double down and make her all pink. Like, that has to happen. Like, I love it. Oh, man. Oh,
It's very
Gwess is next!
Gwess! Oh, I love Gwess!
Alright. How high do you want her? Because I will say, I do really
Oh,
like Gwess as
man.
well, so you can talk me into, like, anything, but I know she is, like, primarily your favorite.
Man, I'm like, I hate JoJo because I have this fun little thing where I question my sexuality constantly with JoJo, and Gwess is one of those characters.
It's so real. Especially, like, her makeup is incredible.
Oh yeah, I love her design, and she's such a sweet character, especially during Jailhouse Log.
I know! The way that she becomes, like... She's been going through it for a couple days now with Jolene. So by the third day, she's just like, be patient, be patient. It's okay. Jolene is going through something. I need to be understanding. Because it's not her fault.
She's
She genuinely love that for her. Like, you can see that it is taking some restraint, like, after she eats her food. But she's like, no, I'm not gonna do that to her. And she even tells her, like, I hope you get better soon. Like, that didn't even seem like she was saying it because she's, like, annoyed. That felt genuine, where she was like, man, I feel bad for her going through this. Especially because who knows how many times Jolene had that exact same conversation with her that day. Like,
oh, yeah.
I
kind of want her to be, like, near Yuya, but, like...
I mean, we could have her and Anasui be Jolene buddies.
Sure, yeah, I'm okay with that.
Because they do have that much in common. They do both very much love Jolene. So yeah, I can see her up here at least.
I love Gwess.
Oh man, she's so fun. And next is her stand. Her stand is a fun one.
Our fan favorites are so much easier to categorize than anyone else.
Yeah. Alright. I'm trying to remember where we put Little Feet. Where is he? Did I scroll past him, or is he higher than I thought he was? Okay, he's definitely not an S tier. Where is he?
Who are you looking for?
Little Feet, because I was gonna say they're both very similar stands, but I wanted to have them side by side to compare, which is the better shrinking stand.
Oh.
Yes,
I'm looking
there he is.
intensely.
Okay, he's over here. We have a couple La Squadra stands over here. His Man in the Mirror is over here.
Oh yeah. A silly helmet.
Yeah, I do think it's a fun design. It's very... And the fact that he's got, like, the one really long finger. And it's like, oh, because he has to injure someone before he can use his stand on them. Do you need a 2-foot-long finger to do that? I don't think so.
Apparently.
I like that he does anyway.
I mean, Star Platinum does something similar. Got his star fingers.
That is true. But he only does that, like, once. Like, I think the anime, when he uses that... No, he uses it twice. And then in the anime added the third time against Anubis. Because they were just like, oh, hey, it's been like 20 episodes since he did that. Should we acknowledge that ability again before it's never seen again in the entire series?
Maybe it's a little bit of a string stand, and that's where Jolene gets it from. She's all wormy because he can elongate.
Oh, I love that. Ignoring that stands aren't hereditary like that, that is fun to think about.
Yeah.
Because, like, that is the whole thing about part 5, is that they're like, oh, we gotta get Trish, because her ability might be able to tell us about, like, the boss's ability. I don't know what rubber has to do with the concept of time, but I don't think they're related.
Oh, it's like the ability to move things. You stretch it, like a stretch time, you know?
Just like how you're stretching to reach this point. I see.
I was really trying. I don't know about it.
No, you're good. That was very entertaining.
Right.
I do think Google Dolls is creepier, considering it seems like it's
Yes.
it's a sentient stand. Because I don't think Wes would have had it trying to kill Jolene, considering she wanted her help trying to escape.
Yeah.
So I think it's interesting
and
that the stand is so like creepy and aggressive. I think is fun.
Yeah, and it was one of the first like really intense battles.
Hmm. We got a lot of stands down here in C, I'm realizing.
Yeah, we do. I don't know. I'm trying to think because I'm afraid that all of my part 6 like characters that aren't evil and vile in the worst way possible, I'm gonna be slightly biased towards, and I'm like, no, we could bump them up one.
Yeah, being like, hey, they're not the worst person. Maybe we can put them a little higher.
Yeah. Because I'm looking up at like BIG and like Black Sabbath and stuff, and I'm like, you know, it wouldn't be that bad if he was like up in B, but I realized that B is really high.
Mm-hmm. Considering the low... Okay, the last person in B right now is Notorious B.I.G. The first person in C is Cars. Like...
Yeah. Yeah.
B is a very high-honored position.
Yeah, and we have Gacho in C and stuff.
Oh, we just have White Album. Gacho is in... He's at the very end of A right now. Yeah.
I forget.
Yeah, it's hard to
that-
tell considering, like, some of them are just the same thing. Like, Oasis is over here, but Sekko is over here, and they're almost the exact same picture.
Yep. I forget that he doesn't have, like, an actual stand design other than just his ski uniform.
Yeah.
Skate. My bad.
Oh, well, while I was talking to Lucian about his stand, I realized just how long his skates are. Like, they're long even for speed skates, which is like the style they're supposed to be. They're like an extra 6 inches longer than speed skates. I don't know why they're so huge.
See, I don't know anything about skating, so I just kind of accepted.
Well, no, that's the thing. I did too, until we were like looking more into it. Oh, I'm on the French page, dang it. I didn't mean to click the French page. You know how on the JoJo wiki when you look something up, it'll pull up /France? Or /French, rather?
Oh.
I clicked the second one on accident, so this whole page was in French.
Oh my God.
But you know, we were reading about, like, the description for, like, his stand and stuff, and it mentions that he's wearing speed skates. So we were like, oh, like, his skates are really long. Like, maybe speed skates just look like that. And they kind of do. Boy, are they not nearly as long as his. His just really keep going.
Yeah.
Yeah, his is like the length of his foot, and then it like double that. So it's like twice as long as his foot. Like it should not look like he could fit both feet stacked in front of each other to equal the length of one skate. That's a little too much, I think.
Hold on, I needed to like pull up photos.
Yeah, because like if you look at pictures of them, they are long, but it looks like they only go like 2, maybe 3 inches beyond like the shoe.
Oh my God.
Yeah, versus his, that's a little more than 2 or 3 inches outside of his shoe. Like it's genuinely double the length of like what they're supposed to look like.
Yeah, oh my God. Jesus Christ, that's like... Oh my God.
Yeah, that was the realization we had. We were like, geez, why on earth does he need knives attached to the end of his shoe? Because like it's an age-old joke of being like, oh, ice skating is just skating like on a knife. But no, this man's got the knife attached to his already like long skates. Why? What is he doing with those there? Like...
Oh man, I need to stop looking at these because there's so many gorgeous fan arts on here. Holy cow. No, I want to cosplay White Album. Oh no.
I know, White Album is so cool.
Anyways, moving on. Are we keeping Goo Goo Dolls there?
I mean, I could see it being a little higher than this.
Yeah.
Because like I could probably see it maybe like over here, because like I do kind of like it a little more than Little Feet. I could see, because, okay, I don't know why I've been thinking about Aya a lot. I think she's pretty cool. I can't put it above her in good conscience, but I could put it above Josuke's grandpa. He's a cool guy, but Google Dolls, like, the way it, like, kind of growls its name, I think is cool.
Uh-huh. Yeah.
So yeah, I think that's, I think
I'm
it's
looking at
fitting enough space.
The photos for some of these characters are so funny to me. Because that's Vanilla Ice, right? Not Cream.
Let me scroll and see if I can find Vanilla Ice anywhere else.
'Cause I'm pretty
be
sure
higher?
that's Vanilla Ice. It's got his little face in it.
I think so, because I think Cream is an image of specifically the Stan's face.
Yeah, the
Yeah, let me
skull.
let me scroll down and see if I can. Where is it? Okay, here. Let me sit right here. I feel like he should be visible.
Gotta
from
be
here.
him biting himself.
No, where?
Where's Cream?
Did we rank Cream higher than Vanilla Ice? Because I'm not seeing him.
Did we put him in like?
No, here he is.
A
Okay,
tier?
I found him. Oh, he's next
okay.
to Hangman. Okay, yeah. So this is Vanilla Ice. This is Cream is over here. Thank goodness. I was like, where on earth did we put Cream? What? Did we like this guy more than I thought we did?
Yeah, I was gonna say I do
Okay.
not remember us putting him that high.
Because
He's cool and everything.
Yeah, like it's a cool ability, but I do think like the hand is a cooler version of it, just because he doesn't have to eat himself. Actually, no, he doesn't have to eat himself. Yeah, technically he
The
doesn't have
reveal
to
was
eat himself. He
really cool.
chooses to do that.
That's definitely. Yeah. Okay. Moving on.
But yeah, no, Vanilla Ice is right over here. There we go.
Yeah. Yeah, it's funny seeing his little face up there.
Yeah, it's a decent enough image for him, and also the fact that it doesn't force us to acknowledge that
for
he's
sure.
not wearing pants. So I'm happy with this. Technically, he's wearing his stand as pants right now. That's weird.
Yeah.
He's wearing his stand like it's a onesie. What an
I
odd
don't want
guy.
to think about that. His poor stand. I don't think Cream cares.
Yeah, Cream seems preoccupied with, I think, eating everything in existence.
Do you think he's just really hungry, or is it like in his nature?
I think in his nature, because I think it would be even more, like, chaotic if he was just always hungry. Because I feel like Vanilla Ice wouldn't be able to control it if it was just, like, a constant hunger. Actually, I think that would also carry over to the user as well. Kind of like how what happens with Limp Bizkit carries over to him as well, and it also makes him hungry. And then he realizes it's actually thirsty. So, yeah. I think it's probably just more so, like, the stand is just really, like, just crazed. Like, it just loves destruction.
Oh my god, is that John Golly A?
Yes, I was about to say, I'm actually kind of excited for this guy. He's cool.
I do like John Golly a lot.
He's so fun. Like, I'm kind of sad that he wasn't in it very much, and the parts that he was in was mostly a dream. Just because, man, is he cool. Like...
That I will say that no matter how many times I watched or read that stand battle, I am still confused.
That's a fair one. I do feel like the anime made it more obvious when they left the dream. But
yeah.
It's one of those things where actually I didn't even catch on that they were hinting that it wasn't the dream until after I watched it. Every time they do a shot of like something dripping in the vents, that's their way of foreshadowing that like what's happening, because that is literally shots of Whitesnake like putting them into the dream. And I didn't even notice that. Even knowing that's what happens during that fight going into it, I didn't catch it until after it was, like, ending and realizing, like, oh, right, the vents! I forgot Whitesnake did that! And then I was suddenly like, oh, that's why they kept going back to it, because I know they show it a couple times. That's their way of trying to, like, give us hints, basically. And it's very subtle. I very much, I enjoy it every time I rewatch it, being like, oh, I see what they're doing here, this is cool.
I do need to rewatch it.
It's one to watch and actively think about when it's like showing a dream and when it's not, because you know the manga makes it almost indistinguishable. Like it definitely feels like it's just one panel it's dream, one panel it's not. Might as well be us disconnecting. The stream might buffer in a second. Okay. I think we're good because it says it's reconnected already. But yeah, the anime tried to give more clues.
Right.
Sorry, my mom walked in. She's telling me that there's dinner out in the kitchen if I ever want it. But yeah, no, I do. That was one of the things that I was super hyped about when Stone Ocean first came out, animated, because I was like, oh, I felt like they actually made it comprehensive what's happening, but it's still one of those things where it's like, no, you need to know what's happening already.
Yeah.
So the fact that the dream it still is gonna catch new people off guard, and just as much as it caught me off guard when I was reading about it. That was definitely an arc I had to reread. After they revealed, oh yeah, this section was a dream, and I know they point out, the cigarette, and, little stuff like that. Because I remember as soon as they did the reveal, I stopped reading forward to, see what was actually gonna happen now, and I went back and reread the arc with the idea of, where did it stop being real?
Right.
So, I think that might have helped a bit,
when...
but I don't know.
Yeah, I think when there is a part in the manga that I'm super, super confused about, I just kind of let it simmer for a second and then move on, or else I'm going to be thinking about it for too long.
That's very fair.
Because they always end up explaining it to a point, and I'm just like, okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
That is one thing I do appreciate about JoJo, is that they will tell you what happened, usually a couple times. Even if it's confusing, they explain King Crimson a dozen times. Even if it doesn't make sense. Yeah. They still keep saying, oh, time skipped. It's oh, he did this, and, we lost time. And it's alright, yeah. We lost time, that's how it works.
Yeah. See, I know that a lot of people make fun of, the constant narration of what is happening, but for fools like me, it makes it so much easier to follow along and, be interested in what's happening, because I don't care if it's mouth-feeding me, I need to be mouth-fed sometimes, I'm a big old baby.
Yes, especially with, especially in the manga, where sometimes Araki will just draw some nonsense for a couple pages, and then you just have to figure out what just happened.
Oh my god, yeah.
It'll be the most beautiful thing you've ever seen, but it will also make absolutely zero sense.
Yeah,
there's definitely been a couple. There's been a couple pages like that in Part 9, and there was a lot of those in Part 8, where I was like, that looked really cool. What did they do? I did not understand any of their physical movements just then. What happened? But I don't have to ask questions for too long, because usually someone will say what they did, and I'm like, cool, thanks. I really needed that explanation, because I couldn't tell you what they did.
Yeah, I think it's funny, because I think there was a few times where I, texted you being like, what did I just read? And then I'd, 2 minutes later be like, never mind.
Yeah. That does happen a lot in Part 8, especially, I feel.
Yeah.
Because, I don't know, characters just move in very weird ways in Part 8. It's a lot of physical fighting, leaving the stance out of it, to the point where, sometimes you can't tell exactly what, okay, it's I'll understand, okay, Josuke just punched this person. What was the 3 panels leading up to the punch? Because I don't know what that was supposed to be showing me.
Yeah, they, build up to it so much, and then it's literally, melee. And
yeah! It's wild. Sometimes it really needs a second to actually be comprehensive. But as soon as they start explaining it, then I'm like, oh, I get it now. I can see how that, that panel correlated to what this, speech bubble is saying. I get it now.
Everything
I know...
about the Nijimura fight was so confusing.
Yeah. Here, I'm gonna bring the spoiler tab up for this one, because it's talking about Stone Ocean again. During the Sea Moon fight, as Jolene keeps getting twisted, in reverse on herself, those manga panels confused me so much that there was so many times where I was just like, yep, something happened. What was it? And then, the next page Emporio would be like, whoa, her arm's inside out now. It's like, thanks, I get it now. That makes sense. That, if I look back, that does look like her wrist folding in on itself. I just couldn't comprehend that before because I didn't know what that would look like.
I don't remember, because I've seen it so many times at this point, I don't remember if I was super confused at that point. I know that there were a couple of visual indicators that I was like, oh, yeah, uh-huh. But, I don't remember if I was actually, confused
confused or not. And I don't know if I'm just gaslighting myself into thinking that I knew it at the time because I've seen it so many times.
I was gonna say, it's one of those things where it's kind of hard to like think about fully, especially with the way they animated it. There's no confusion on what's happening when it's animated. But I swear, the whole Sea Moon fight in the manga, that was one where I was genuinely just like, oh, I don't know what I'm looking at. Please, Emporio, keep describing what's happening. I need you to narrate what's on screen. But boy, if he didn't shut up during that fight, and I'm so happy he didn't, I will forever be thankful for that.
Yeah, the most confusing portion was right before Jotaro arrives, and, like, in the actual, when both Jolene and Poochie are inside the little area, and he's just flipping the gravity around, all, like, constantly, and trying to drop stuff on her.
Yeah.
That was a little confusing to me, first visually, I think, because there was just so much happening all at once in every single frame.
And the way Poochie is always facing, like, a slightly different direction, so it's hard to tell, like, where up is supposed to be. Because, like, okay, obviously up is wherever, like... Because like, the whole thing is that up is changing to be facing wherever he is. But if it's zoomed in on him for a second and you can't tell where up is supposed to be, it's hard to tell. Has he flipped gravity right now, or is he about to flip gravity? What's happening? Or like sometimes there would be panels where like it would zoom in on him and you would discover that he did flip gravity between panels, and being like, oh, why is he facing why are his feet on something different now? What? It's like, you need to show me this. I need to know what's happening. Versus in the anime, there's visual effects in the background to show you where's up and which is down while he's talking. Like, it was much easier to understand.
There was a gun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, man. I do remember being very happy when, what's it called? The infinity thing that she does on her stomach to prevent it from turning inside out. Yeah, I can't remember what it's called.
Yeah.
Dang it, I know it has a name and I can't remember.
Oh god. I'm gonna look it up because this is gonna bother me if I don't.
Yeah. I'm checking Stone Free's page to see if maybe that gets mentioned in it. A Mobius strip, that's what it is.
Oh, Mobius strip. Yep.
Yeah, when she creates the Mobius strip. I remember being very happy when that happened. Not only because I was a little afraid she was gonna get killed there, but also because I was like, oh, thank goodness, that looks like the thing a JoJo does when a fight's almost over.
Yeah. Like, when the main character finally has it back in their hands.
Yes.
They know what to do now. And, like, also, what a clever way to get out of something so horrific.
Yeah! Something that's, like, constantly inverting what's happening to you. So how do you counter never-ending, like, inversals? Make something that's always inverted. It's like, wow.
That's so cool. It's so cool.
And the way she looks at him during it, like, that is one of the coolest, like panels from the manga as well, like her like sitting there, like absolutely completely like beaten and battered, but she still like knows that she's taken things back into her own hands. Oh, I love it. And I can't imagine how painful it would be to invert yourself constantly intentionally as well as already being beat. You've already had different parts of your body flipped inside out and then back again. That's gonna be really painful. So now to essentially intentionally be doing that to your torso, like, because the strings are always moving is the crazy part.
Yeah.
Like, that's why, like, I remember her being, like, kind of quiet, and, like, she's definitely very focused during that scene, and I think it's because she's trying to physically not fall apart. Like...
Yeah.
Like, if she had just straight up turned into string during that fight, I would have been like, that's fair. That's very reasonable for her to do. Like, if it had been that panel of Mamazuku, but like a couple of parts earlier, I would not have blamed her for that.
Yeah, the spaghetti panel. I love the spaghetti panel. I was so scared during the spaghetti. I was literally like, Amber, he's dead! And then he had little eyes, and he was like, oh, you're
And then
alive.
That being a very vital panel that just didn't want to load for you like, you know,
I
confirmation
know.
that he's not, because like it literally looks like he's mourning over like him being dead. The way he like walks up to him and like looks at the pile of, you know, human spaghetti on the floor, and then the next panel revealing like, oh, he's got eyes, he's still alive, he's fine, he's just also spaghetti. That's really important information.
Yeah, no. Yeah. Momo.
Oh man, he did handle being spaghetti pretty well though. Like,
Oh yeah.
I'm impressed. It would have taken me a lot longer to bounce back.
I gotta feed Momo real quick.
Did you get really far away for a second?
I have to feed Momo.
Oh, that's what you said. Okay, it was hard to hear because it sounded like you were getting further away as you said it. So I was like, what was that? I don't even remember. Oh, we were on Jungalier. I can't even remember who we were on last.
Momo, come here. Dad, say goodbye.
I need to keep thinking.
Go eat, you turd. Go eat.
Ugh. He wants human food.
Ah, the consequences of actions.
I know, right? My dad gets so like mad at me whenever I tell him off to not feed her human food all the time. And he still does it. Shocking.
How fun. Alright, I realized we never actually placed Jungalier A into his proper thing. We just did the placeholder thing again.
Yeah, something tells me we're not gonna get through part 6 today.
We can try. We can keep going for as long as we can.
We are trying. JoJo.
We did just reach 4 hours, and we've made it to the first proper antagonist. We've made it.
Wow.
We've made it to episode 3, I think.
Good for us. We're doing it. We're doing it at a pace. That's for sure.
Oh boy, we haven't even gotten to Poochie yet. That's wild. Because for part 6, I switched
my
the order a
God.
bit, so.
Poochie is gonna be a yap sesh.
He's such a fun character. You know what, honestly? I was thinking, like, you know, I do kind of want Jungalier above Cars, but not, like, significantly above Cars. Because I do feel like I admire both characters at relatively similar levels. But
Did you
honestly,
take the spoiler screen down?
did I? Nope. There we go. But I kind of want... I'm thinking end of B. Just because looking at the other characters that are in B, I'm like, yeah, you belong more along these guys' ranks than you do with the characters in C.
Yeah.
I don't know, I
can
just...
see that.
He's one of those characters that I, like, really, really wish had more screen time, and that it wasn't, you know, a dream. And I feel like that's kind of a bit of a theme for some of the characters in B tier.
Right.
Cause like it's a couple characters that do get a lot of screen time, like it's a lot of main antagonists right now, actually. But then there's also like a couple other minor characters that we did really like as well. Like I know Formaggio is definitely in B tier, thinking like, man, I wish you showed up more.
Oh, there are so many characters that I feel that way about, though.
Yeah. I like that we have 2 of the 3 Thursday boys in B tier, purely because we put one of them much higher than I think most people would think he deserves. Which I couldn't even blame, because he's just special to me.
I mean, he is a special character. It's not like he wasn't even like trying to beef or anything.
He wasn't. He just woke up and wanted to go to work. And oh boy, if only he knew his phobia was about to be made very real.
I feel so bad for him.
I know. Oh, I don't know why it's just now clicking to me. We have Gyacho 1 above Dio. I mean, I think it's fitting. I do think I like Gyacho more than Dio. But I just hadn't actually seen. I just did not
Oh, yeah.
piece that together until now. Interesting.
It's so funny how this is like revealing how we view basically any character.
Yeah,
'Cause you'd
it's
think
revealing
that-
them in ways I wouldn't have considered.
Exactly, because you'd think that some of the main villains that we really do like would be lower than some of the side characters from a different part.
You would think, oh, I don't know, Cheap Trick would not be above Dio, that Tomoko would not be above Dio, that Grandma Arena would not be above Dio. But no, I do feel like that there are this. You know, Arnold has absolutely earned his spot up there. He is a top tier character. Like,
He's a good boy.
it makes sense. It's just stuff that like. If you, I would not have assumed you would have asked me that. But also, like, I would have had to think for a bit and being like, huh, who do I like more? I never would have expected to put them against each other. It's fascinating. All right, Manhattan Transfer. Now, this is a cool stand, but I'm not sure exactly where I would put it, honestly. I do think it's a cool concept. That it can like it redirects his bullets using the air because it allows him that allows him to shoot indoors, which I do think is really cool. Like I like that Araki keeps finding ways to like make gun stands basically, and they're not all just straight up guns. Like I think that's fun. I think he's very creative when it comes to that kind of stuff. But I do feel like ultimately I do kind of have to put it in just there, but cool. I'm just not sure where exactly. Here, you know, I'm gonna put it at the end while I think. Actually, no. Okay. It definitely needs to be above Ken. Is it above? Is it above Dark Blue Moon? Actually, no, The Lovers is next to Dark Blue Moon. Is it above The Lovers?
I'm thinking really hard about it, and I don't have like too many strong feelings about it, particularly, to be honest.
Yeah, that's fair. Honestly, yeah. Okay, the only one I know for sure is higher than Ken, so I'm gonna leave it there for now.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Just saw who's next. Alright, where are we putting the ultimate sad boy?
Oh man.
Just there but boring feels mean, considering who's in that tier. But also, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think I can put him above just there.
Yeah, I think he belongs in just there. I just feel so guilty.
Yeah. I think I'll put him. I don't know. Is he above? Okay, he's definitely above Wired Beck.
Yes.
Because what? Oh boy, it's not. I don't think it's too difficult to be above Wired Beck. Look at all the people who are.
Yeah. But considerably low with how many characters we've.
I will give him credit. He is above Tamami, which they do share a voice actor. So I think that's worth pointing out for him is that he's above his shared voice.
Right.
How are you feeling about him versus Greyfly? It's like I don't feel passionately about Greyfly, but I do like that he just kind of looks like a normal guy, and he uses that to his advantage. I thought that was kind of fun.
I thought that was kind of fun. I will say, character-wise, Greyfly was less fun to watch, just overall character-wise.
Yeah. I did enjoy his stand more, but that's the point, because he talked through his stand for most of the fight. So yeah, I can see him being above him. Jack the Ripper. Okay, who was more entertaining to listen to? Jack the Ripper say basically utter nonsense every time he was on screen, or McQueen crying every time he was on screen.
I don't know. I feel biased because having Jack the Ripper in JoJo is just so funny by default.
It is, and just the way he is in like every scene, he's just so comical. Like he just feels very like cartoonishly bad guy.
Yeah.
Like he's just there to be like a silly bad guy for Jonathan to defeat. And I like that. I think that's very fun. I like those kinds of characters.
Yeah, to me they're kind of equal, so I think that is a good spot right there.
Yeah, that's fair. Also, I do have to go collect the puppy. She's apparently alone in the living room. I'll be right back.
Okay.
Alright, I am back. She tried to lick Coda on the way in the room. You did. You don't need to lick Coda.
Sorry, I was looking for something to eat.
Oh, you're good. Alrighty. How are we feeling about his stand? Because I do think visually it was a fun stand. But I think that's about all I can say for it, really.
Hey, what?
McQueen's stand. I think visually it was cool, but that's like all I can say for it, really.
Yeah. There wasn't too much behind it.
Yeah, honestly,
other
I'm
than
kind
just matter.
of considering it's really just visuals and more than like anything with what's going on with it. I'd put it up there with Jonathan's stand. I believe that's what that is. Because I'm trying to make sure that's not a version of Hermit Purple. Because no, there's part 4, and then part 3 Hermit Purple.
I'm pretty
is
sure
higher.
that's Jonathan's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
'Cause I'm trying to tell. Is that D? I'm trying to tell if that was Dio's hand, but I think it is. So yeah, honestly, I think I'd put it like just slightly higher than him because it was neat visually, but like that's about it.
Yeah. I agree.
Oh. I scrolled down to the very sad eyes of who's up next.
Oh boy.
Alright. Honestly, Atro's kind of the same as Sorbet and Gelato to me. Just someone really sad. Actually, we've got a couple really sad characters in a row here.
Yeah, she makes me so sad.
Yeah.
I
And the fact
do
that, like,
really
no one
like-
else liked her. Like,
Yeah.
that's just sad. Poor girl literally could not catch a break.
I do really like that they look different, FF in
Yeah!
that
I thought that was a cool detail that I felt like they, like, really emphasized for the anime. Like, I like that.
row. Uh-huh.
Honestly, yeah.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
I feel slightly worse for Chaka because I actually can't remember. Did he die? Or was he just left incapacitated and then he had to like live with everything that happened? Because everyone's definitely gonna think he killed those guys.
I thought that he died. I could be wrong.
Let me check his page and see. It just says retired. So
Okay, so
if we've learned anything,
we're not sure.
if we've learned anything from Crazy Diamond's demonic
Mariah.
heartbreak, yeah, that means Chaka survived and went on to live a very normal life. Because for some reason,
Hopefully.
despite the fact that Mariah, her life should have been, if not ended, permanently altered, she's fine. Just give her 10 years and she'll be back to normal. Like,
That's so funny to me because she got smushed
yes.
so bad.
And like, Oingo, like, that man blew up. But he's fine. He was just in the hospital for a month.
That he's fine now.
Like,
I'd be devastated if he wasn't.
I mean, I am really happy that he lived, because man, poor Boingo, I don't think he could have handled that.
Yeah.
But again, I want to remind you, the man blew up. Granted, it was a bomb he made himself to fit into an orange, so it probably wasn't that strong to begin with. But still. It was
He
like...
created it to, like, get to them, though, which means he wasn't intending for it to blow himself up.
Exactly! So it was still a strong bomb, because according to the picture, it looked like it was gonna kill JoJo.
Yep.
And
That's
honestly,
so
I
funny
think
to me.
it probably would have killed him if it had been more direct, because it was supposed to blow up in your face. It blew up on his foot. I think that's the only reason he didn't die instantly.
Yeah.
So I'm on Ongo's page right now, and I want to share a picture of the two brothers from the game. Which game is this? Monster Strike. Because this is actually... Boingo is adorable in this. Let me... Here, I need to save it first. And for some reason it's not downloading. Okay, there we go. It finally went through. I'm sharing this not just to you, but on screen, because this is one that I think people would appreciate. Oh, why are they in the corner? There they are. Let me make them bigger. I just love the smile that Boingo has in this. This is adorable. Ignoring
So
the
mischievous.
ignoring the body horror that's going on with Oingo, he just does that. But Boingo, that's cute. That's funny.
I really, really love, I think it's more like a headcanon than a theory, that page is what predicted part 6.
Oh yeah. Well, he's done this a couple times. Because this happens during Bites the Dust as well. Like, I like to think it's what gave Araki the idea to have happen to JoJo
Used
repeatedly.
inspiration from himself.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
Here, how do I remove
It's
this?
so cool, though.
There we go. But yeah, I was looking up Oingo to confirm if he was alive or dead or not. So that's when I saw that image.
I also just generally really love the low-key spoiler drawings. The artwork that Araki does, like the one with the rainbow that goes over Jotaro's face.
The rainbow art he's done in general, like, because there's a couple of those, and they're really good. But man, they're wild.
They hurt so bad.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, I do think that is a good spot for Atro.
Yes.
Because yeah,
Bunch
considering
of really sad.
thinking that Chaka has to live with everyone thinking he's a murderer, like, because no one's gonna believe the sword just did that. That's not a defense you can use.
Yeah.
Ooh, we made it to Mirashon. Okay, she is one of my favorite fights in Stone Ocean.
I do really like her.
It's weird, but as soon as I saw Vanilla Ice, I was like, you know, I do kind of keep her on the same level as him.
Yeah. I love how they brought back the boob money for this arc.
Yeah. I thought that was very entertaining.
Uh-huh.
Honestly, yeah, I was trying to see if I'd want to put her any higher, but like, no, something about her is very Vanilla Ice to me. Where it's like, I like them, like, I do really like these characters, but I can't put them too much higher just because, I don't know. Like, okay, if Vanilla Ice didn't do everything to Iggy, I would be more willing to rewatch his episodes. And I have rewatched Mirason's episodes a lot, and I think it's just because no one died during hers. So I think I would have them both on equal levels of like, oh, this is a fun episode to rewatch. Just if it wasn't for... Actually, no, because of that, I'm going to put Mirashon one above. Just because if it wasn't for everything that happens with Iggy, I would rewatch Vanilla Ice's fight much more often, as opposed to skipping it like I do now.
I think it's funny because they kind of look related.
They kind of do. Like, people joke about her being one of the Darby's daughters, But like honestly, looking at them side by side here, this looks like that is her father. And I know that is impossible for a couple reasons. However, you could convince me that this is her dad.
Who knows? Maybe he's a donor.
It's a really funny thing to think about him doing in his free time and during part 3. Like, he just has, like, a normal life outside of Dio's mansion. Like, he goes to, like, a regular job. He just happens to come home to Dio's mansion.
He's got an office job, and he just puts his slacks on top of his outfit.
Yeah, he just wears, like, a pair of sweatpants to cover, like... Oh, man. Because, like, he is wearing, like, what's it called, a leotard? So he just wears something to cover it. That's so funny to imagine.
Yeah, I can imagine him going to, like, office parties and everyone being like, oh, so do you have a wife at home? And he's like, well, I have someone special waiting for me.
He's got one of those blurry pictures of Dio where it's, like, him from the back so you can't really see anything. So people are like, oh, is that the wife? And he's like, oh, it's someone.
And everyone's like, wow, she's really buff.
Yeah!
Oh, yeah.
It's like, oh, she works out.
My special someone does you know, kind of a gym nut, you know how it is.
Oh man. Oh, the daily life of Vanilla Ice is not what I ever would have imagined, but man, is that a really funny concept.
Like, I know how outlandish it is to think about, but God, is it so funny.
I know, like, oh man, I would read so many, like little one-shot style spin-offs that's just, like, him dealing with daily life stuff and then coming home to the mansion. Because I think he's the funniest character to do that with. Like, Darby, I feel like Darby, I don't know. He feels like he's almost...
Serious.
Yeah, he's, like, too serious and almost too normal. Like, he's definitely out there, but he's almost too normal.
Exactly.
Like, I feel like he could have a
like...
regular conversation with someone. I don't think Vanilla Ice is capable of that. So I think imagining him in those scenarios where he is just having a regular life, it makes it way funnier.
I think imagining the fact that he would just put on, like, an office uniform over his outfit for Dio, so you can see all, like, the hearts and stuff, like, bulging out a little bit from his shirts, and everyone is just, like, treating it like it's normal, and him being a freak in the office, and everyone just treating it like it's normal.
Oh, I love that. A Gretzko, but it's Vanilla Ice. I would love that. It's like his secret that he has to hide is not that he likes to go home. Not even go home. He doesn't like to go to karaoke bars to scream death metal. He does not have a home. He lives in someone else's mansion, just kind of following him, just generally admiring him. Because I don't think we see him do anything else other than give Dio some bad news about the Joestars and then cut off his own head. Like, that's all we see from this man.
I imagine that he has, like, a little, like, rug or something to sleep on at the foot of where Dio sleeps.
He's got a little pull-up mattress, and that's where he sleeps. Because he's like, well, I don't want to take up too much space from the master's room, so I've just got a little thing that I keep.
He sleeps on, like, a really shitty couch.
Oh, man. Oh, I love that. One of those little, pull-out chairs that you're supposed to, like, prop your feet up on a recliner. He just sleeps on that. He just curls up really tightly.
Jeez. Yeah, like a little lawn chair that he pops open, like...
Faces it to Dio so he'll be the last and first thing he sees whenever he falls asleep.
Oh,
he's like, I want to fall asleep looking at him, and I want to wake up looking at him. And Dio's just like, uh-huh. Whatever you say, man.
I love how this went from us talking about him having an office job to him sleeping on a lawn chair in front of Dio.
Yeah. Oh, man. Both are very fun.
Ah, right, yes. We are...
Yeah,
we keep, like, jumping around parts to talk about.
Yeah, it's fun, though. I'm enjoying it.
Uh-huh.
Alright, where are we feeling for Marilyn Manson?
I think that Marilyn Manson is really cool.
Same. That's why I'm kind of looking at Just There But Cool. And I'm kind of thinking... Oh, I let go of it on accident. I don't know, because... My issue is, I don't think I like it more... Because, okay, I don't like Hanged Man, like, okay. I liked Hanged Man ability, but the thing I really liked about Hanged Man is the design. And for Marilyn Manson, the thing I really like is the ability, and I do like the design, but not as much as I like Hanged Man's design. So I think because those two are so equal, it's hard for me to put it above Just There But Cool. But I don't know, I know Hanged Man is there, but I also kind of want to put it above Cream. Just to fit the theme of it being above Vanilla Ice, because we did it with Mirashon.
I actually really like that logic. That's really funny.
It's like, okay, like, I'm looking here thinking, and I'm like, man, I do think I kind of like Hangman more than Cream, but I don't think I liked Hangman more than Marilyn Manson. But I can't, like, put Hangman in between these two now, because I'm like, no, we gotta keep the parallel. Like, those two, they're not rubber banded together, because we used that for, was it Squallow and Tiziano?
Yes,
yeah,
we
I know
do
we
that for the couples.
Yeah, because I knew we rubber banded two characters together, and we were like, that's it, that was the only rubber band we had. So I'm not gonna rubber band these two together, but I do like them being, like, paralleled like this for now.
I mean, we rubber banded Sorbet and Gelato, yeah?
I think so. I think those two were like, no rubber band needed, they're glued together already.
Right. I mean, they're literally up against each other in the photo.
Literally. You know something I didn't notice for a little while? Is that Gelato's got his feet up. Like, he's, like, really comfortable. I did not realize that. I assumed his legs were, like, down, like, on the chairs. But no, he's got his feet, like up. He's, like, fully, like, just holding on to Sorbet. Like, if Sorbet let go of him, he would just fall. And I think that's adorable.
So funny. And that is so devastating. Like, we know nothing about them until their deaths, and it makes me actually really sad because they were so comfortable with each other, and, like, they didn't deserve it, I feel.
The shared, what's it called? Nail polish? That's cute! Oh, so yeah, look, you can see in the picture I sent that, that is Gelato's leg. Like, he's comfy.
Oh.
Yeah, I never noticed.
Yeah.
I guess it's just, I always assumed, like, oh yeah, his leg would have to be going down. No, he's, like, curled in on himself in order to be sitting on him right there. Like, this man is comfy.
Like bridal style.
Literally.
But on chair, yeah.
So yeah, these two, there's no need to rubber band those two. They're already connected. Like, Squallow and Tiziano are debatedly the same, but okay, the two of them we know can function technically without each other, they just work much better as a duo.
Yeah.
So that's why I feel like the rubber band makes more sense for those two.
I agree.
The next up is not Sekko. But boy, does he look like him.
I hate his design.
I kinda like that there's, like, a couple characters that are Sekko but not. Like, Urban Gorilla is very similar to that.
Yeah.
And then I feel like there was someone... Who was it in part 6?
Doremi.
Yeah, Doremi as well, yeah. The two of them, they're both very good at being not Sekko. I think...
Yeah.
Why was I gonna say Pork Pie Hat Kid is the not Sekko part 7? Because he's definitely not. Like, he's definitely weird, but he's definitely not, like, that level of weird.
Jesus Christ.
Is that who you're nominating, or is that just a general statement?
Oh, that's who I was nominating, because he's technically in the ground.
Yeah, that's fair. Like, that's the thing about Lang, is that he's, like, anti-Sekko because his whole thing is not being in the ground. But everything else about him is like, no, that's so Sekko. Why are you like this?
Why are his shoes on him, but not on his feet?
The way they're floating? Yeah.
Because they're like... He tied his shoelaces around his ankles or something?
Yep. They're just dangling there for some reason.
Oh, I think I know why. It's because his stand ability must take his hands and feet, but he doesn't want to put his shoes down because they might get stolen or something, so he probably just puts them on himself so that he can put them back on when he's done.
That would make sense, considering one of the first things we see activate for his stand is that Jolene's shoe is, like, floating and stuff. So that would make sense. This guy just doesn't want to lose his shoes. but he also
Yeah.
like, because like he does like kind of run like along the walls and stuff. So maybe he just runs better barefoot.
Which would make sense.
Yeah.
Oh no, what?
Did I tell you that I thought this guy was voiced by the same guy who voices Josuke in Eyes of Heaven?
What guy?
Lang Wrangler in the sub. Because it was only for the first line, the way he's kind of like, I can't even describe the way he says the line, but he says it the same way that Josuke's voice actor says almost every one of his lines.
Right.
Like, it almost sounds like the character is sitting there, like it almost sounds like they have a finger, like, kind of pressed into their face as they're talking. Like, where it's not like their voice is like, it's almost squished, but it's like not, because you can still very clearly understand everything they're saying. There's just a certain tone about the way they're saying it that sounds like that's what they're doing. And, like,
Right.
that's to me, that sounds a lot like what his voice actor is doing, like, where he's like, it sounds like his voice actor is like got his hands to his face a lot while he's talking, which, to be fair, Josuke does do a lot. He talks with his hands near his face a lot.
Yeah.
So I don't know, just like the very first line, like he says it like you can't even see him. But like I heard that voice and I was like, is that Eyes of Heaven Josuke? What is he doing voicing Lang Wrangler of all characters? But no, I looked it up and he is a completely different guy. And even then, like, the episode was still playing as like I was looking this information up, and he sounded less and less like him the more lines he said. It was just that like very first sentence I was like, I don't like how much you sound like this other character, because these two characters are very different. So yeah, I don't hate Lang Wrangler. That's why I was gonna like nominate him for Just There But Cool, just because I do kind of like him more than Ken. But that's about it. Because I thought his fight was kind of like entertaining, like the whole gravity thing. It's one of those things where they start using like science and stuff and they lose me very quickly. But
Yeah.
I thought like visually it was a fun fight. And he was a weird guy.
Yeah, and it was a good introduction of Weather Report.
Yeah! Like he was like one of the like a perfect enemy for Weather to fight. Especially considering he did leave that man absolutely battered at the end of it, so. And like considering
my
how
God,
overpowered Weather is, that's impressive. This man,
Yeah.
whose whole thing is just he can float, basically. Like, that's impressive.
Uh-huh.
So yeah, I think like
No.
somewhere like around here is pretty good for
What?
him.
Show me. Yeah, I don't know what you want. What do you want?
Okay, yeah, sorry, I was reading his page, and something on it, like, I thought it was implying that he was, like, a guard. But no, he's a prisoner. I was so confused for a second. I was
Oh.
like, wait, what do you mean, like...
Uh,
Oh, no.
Because he
It's the thing with how he's working with Poochie. For some reason, part of my brain
Oh.
misinterpreted that as, like, him having, like, a card that should allow him through. No, it's because Poochie put him in a specific, like how they'll have, like, prisoners, like, do different jobs and stuff. Because
Right.
Poochie got him nominated for one of those jobs, he has, like, an ID thing. But he does not work for the
Right.
prison itself, no. That was just something where, Poochie, like, placed him there specifically so he could isolate Jolene there.
Yeah, I thought he had just stolen it, to be honest.
Yeah, but it has, like, a picture of him on it.
I completely forgot.
You know, that's fair, because I think they only show it for, like, a second. Man, him with his goggles actually on. That's wild. I can't believe he actually would wear those things.
What the?
Why does it look like this angle looks like his thing is covering his nose, too? Like his little hat thing he's wearing? It looks like it goes over his nose. How awkward. Here, okay, I'm gonna send that to you, and then we gotta rank his stand, Jumpin' Jack Flash. This is another one of those stands, because of the way the ability works, we don't actually see it, like, involved in the fight as much. But I don't know, something about the design I do actually like. It's like kind of horrifying, but also like it's interesting.
Sorry, I was looking at stuff.
No, you're good. Just there or just there but cool?
I'd say just there, but cool, to be honest.
That's fair. I don't know why Ken has become my qualifier. I keep looking at him first to decide, do I like this more than Ken? I think
Yeah.
most of the time the answer is yes. I don't know why he's become the one I look to immediately, though.
Well, most of the people in the lower section of just there, but cool don't have a lot of personality, but Ken is like obnoxious kid.
Yeah.
So he's a good, yeah. You have to have strong feelings about him.
Yeah.
So it makes.
Honestly, I think my favorite thing from Ken's existence is the live-action punch, because it's really, really funny. Like, it didn't even look like they tried to make it look like he actually, like, made contact with that kid. His fist stops, like, 6 inches away from his face, and they're doing a side profile, so you can see they specifically changed the angle so that way it's not like a perspective thing being like, oh, maybe it hit him, or like they just like that TV show thing that they do where it's like, oh, it hit, but like obviously it didn't actually hit them. No, they changed the angle on purpose so you could see that his fist didn't hit him, and I'm so curious to know why. Like, it's so funny, and the way the kid still falls back as if he got hit, it literally makes it look like they're just playing. Like,
Right. I don't know if I've seen the live action for that one.
I can show it to you. It's very funny.
Yeah. I still need to finish all of Those Spoke and stuff.
I'm hoping
live action.
by the time you come down to visit there, I don't think there's gonna be new episodes out because it takes a couple months for the episodes to come out after they're announced, but I'm hoping that by then we've had new episodes announced to be coming out. So that way sometime by like spring of next year, we'll have new episodes to watch, because I really enjoy the show.
Perhaps if I need to come over for Metro rather than Hallmat.
Yeah. We shall see. We'll have to. It'll depend on how this Hallmat goes. If the new location is good,
I really hope
then
so as well.
I'm really hoping the new
Yeah.
location is good. But if the new location just sucks that badly, then yeah, we're gonna have to change up some plans. I'm gonna have to find a way to get you to survive Florida heat in the summer then.
Yeah, I really wish that there was some kind of pool activity, because I really want to do pool activity in
know.
Florida convention.
I mean, you are gonna be coming down for a while, so we could go to the pool before the con. We would just have to like schedule it.
Yeah, being not in cosplay at a pool sounds not like fun.
No, that's what I mean. Like, we can do like pool stuff in cosplay. We would just have to schedule it to make sure we like get up and like get ready and stuff in time.
Momo, what?
Is she still begging?
I fed you. She's just sitting here whining at me. Like,
Aww.
I don't know what she wants. She's already been out.
How odd.
I tried feeding her and she won't eat it. Show me. Dad, say goodbye. No. I don't know what she wants.
I don't know.
Are we already on Depucci?
We are, yes. I was gonna say, are you ready for this? Because I have a feeling Poochie's gonna break the villains being in B tier thing.
Yeah.
'Cause, I mean,
Oh,
technically,
man.
I guess Doppio did that, but like, Diavolo is clearly supposed to be the main antagonist, so
Yeah, Doppio, I don't see Doppio as a villain.
yeah. He's just a sad kid. There's a lot of those
Yeah,
in part
he's
5, though.
Yeah, he's being manipulated by a big, scary stand man.
Yeah.
Oh man, I feel like he needs to be ranked real high.
That's what I was thinking.
Because his morals aren't inherently bad. It's just...
Yeah, the goal for heaven isn't awful. Like, the actual goal
Exact-
itself is not a terrible goal. It's just something that I think he's been too blinded by to realize how it's not going to work the way he thinks it does. And he also doesn't even notice that it's not working the way he thinks it does when they achieve it. He doesn't notice that instead of relieving everyone's fears, it's actually just activating more. So, like, he's one of the few villains to have genuinely good intentions.
Yeah.
Which is like, that is
And, like-
Mother's whole thing that he tells him. He's like, he's evil that doesn't know he's evil. So he does genuinely believe that what he's doing is for the better of humanity.
It's so frustrating because like his trauma is genuinely so like depressing and like he really deserved a redemption. And like I'm not saying that he deserved a redemption for the sake of story. I just mean as a character, he deserved
He deserved
to
better.
be taught and stuff.
Yeah. I know what you mean.
And his design is just so freaking cool.
I know, the fact that he is one of the coolest looking characters in JoJo. Like, just look at his eyes here. Like, here, I'll put him here so you can actually, like, see them properly. Like, he's so pretty.
Yeah, and like I know that everyone is like, oh the facial hair thing is so weird and like they do that and it's so strange. It's like
Is that
well
okay?
no, I think it looks really cool.
It's like, it might not be realistic, but also, can we remember that there are stands in this universe? Those aren't
Yeah.
realistic. Like, it's
And, like
okay.
he fights the way that he fights is also just absolutely gorgeous and like
Oh, I love him.
it's also just really cool having a black character.
Yeah. I was a little worried the anime was gonna make him a little more pale, but I'm glad that the anime did actually make him and Hermes, like, they do actually have dark skin, which is nice. Like,
Yeah.
it's nice, because like I know even Araki draws Poochie with darker skin, but I was afraid they weren't. I was afraid he wasn't gonna be this dark. I was genuinely
Yeah,
I was
yeah.
afraid he was gonna look like Hermes. Like, because Hermes is clearly darker in comparison to the rest of the cast, but I was afraid that's what they, like, this was the darkest they were gonna go for the entire cast. So I'm happy that they didn't.
Yeah.
Because it wouldn't have been Poochie if it wasn't.
Yeah, totally. It's he's so gorgeous.
Man. In both sub and dub, his voice actors did an incredible job. Like, just about everything about him is just incredible.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to decide, like, okay. I think I've talked myself into S tier. But I don't know where is the issue.
He's so well written because again, like even though he's the villain, he's not villainized, you know?
Yeah.
And like
Like,
half of it is
he's one of those
Dio's
characters
influence to begin with.
where there's, like, you can genuinely understand where he's coming from and be like, I do get that. That does actually make a lot of sense. It's just the way he, like, tries to get there is, like, the only problem. But even then, it's understandable when you think, like, no, he genuinely believes this is the best thing that could ever happen to humanity. That's why he's willing to die for it.
Exactly. His morals are so strong and like there's a good basis for it. This is terrible.
I know. Because I'm trying to think in comparison to some of the other characters here, and that's really difficult. Like, because, man, the better characters we get in S tier, the harder it's gonna be to, like, fully compare them with each other.
Yeah, because they're also vastly different.
I know. Ugh. And also, some of it does ultimately boil down to, like, personal bias of being like, well, I did like this character. Like, this is the character I enjoy a lot, so I can't put them above this guy.
Yeah.
Even though I know he's a better character, like, in theory. But, like, in
Yeah,
reality, I like this guy more. Even though I know I shouldn't. Like, little stuff like that, like, makes it so difficult to decide. Ugh.
Yeah. Because we think so logically about 90% of these characters, but the other 10% is just like a,
Well, I really, really liked him in this one scene.
Literally, and that's all it can take. It's very easy for a JoJo character to capture my heart. If they just have one silly scene, then like it is gonna be very hard for them to do any harm or do any wrong in my eyes.
Oh yeah, I'm like fully captivated. It's so difficult. Woof.
Okay, I think I can see Poochie above Sticky Fingers. This is as high as I've gone for now.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
Well, my issue is I started looking at him, and then I started to realize, oh, and above Fugo, we do have a couple stands. And I do kind of think I could potentially put Poochie above Gold Experience. The thing that really gets me is Poochie versus Star Platinum, which I know is wild, but... Because, like, of course it comes down to those two.
Uh-huh. Oh, man.
Because the thing is, like, okay, for a lot of the characters, I've been trying to, like, slowly climb them up the ladder and be like, who do they, like, stop competing with? Trying to see, like, okay, well, maybe this character does deserve higher than I'm thinking.
Yeah. Oh no, this one is hard. Because I can almost see Poochie above, like, some of the other characters that are slightly higher than Star Platinum. But I can't see him above Star Platinum.
Yeah. Is this our sign that we put Star too low?
Oh no, is it? Oh, we have a Star Platinum that's higher!
Oh no!
Ugh.
Jotaro, why must you be like this? Why must every part of you be like this? Why are you infecting S tier? You're in 5 different places in S tier!
Oh my god.
No, 6! I forgot part 4. Oh my...
How have we have one Jotaro and not in S tier.
And it's because he has, like, 2 scenes that last a minute each. That's the only reason he's not up here. That's wild. Okay. Okay. We don't need to move part 3, because part 6 also technically encompasses part 3, because part of why we like him is the fact that he's grown and changed as a character.
Yes.
So, we could put Poochie above part 3 specifically because we're just ranking Star's emo phase. So, that's not that bad. We're not putting him above Star Platinum as a whole. I had to rationalize most of that with my eyes closed for some reason. I don't know why. I like sat here, like after I moved him above, I closed my eyes to finish talking. Like I needed full like thought to get through that.
You can't make eye contact with Star while you're saying that, or else it might change your mind.
Literally, like I have to be actively thinking of part 6 to be like, no, part 6 does embody parts 3 and 4 as well. So that makes it okay.
Good lord. This is so difficult. I don't understand.
What's wild is, okay, in my head I was able to put him past part 4 Joseph fairly easily. It did hurt a little bit because I was like, oh, that's the last time we see Joseph. But specifically part 4, like, okay. I can see Poochie as a character does more than part 4 Joseph does. However, then I got to Holly. And I'm like, oh no. Oh no!
You know what? Let's just keep Poochie here.
Yeah, you know what? He can split up father and daughter for now, because I genuinely don't think I could move him up this list any further, which is crazy because the next person's the narrator after Holly. But genuinely, I don't know. Because, like, okay, I think this is just a testament to how much I spend thinking about how much I love Holly. Because it's genuinely causing me, like my hands feel like tingly trying to force myself to go and put him further than Holly, because it's like that tells you how much I love Holly, that I'm having a physical reaction to trying to put Poochie above her, to be like, no, but Holly, I can't do that to Holly.
Who knows? Maybe she can teach Poochie a thing or two about
Oh my
being a better
lord.
person.
Could you imagine Holly and Poochie having a conversation? The world would have been a changed place if she could just sit him down.
Like, it would be like the terrible I'm not mad, I'm just disappointed kind of talk, and it would hurt him to his core.
Literally. Like, man. Because she's so understanding. Like, she would understand what he's saying and be like, no, I get it, but you need to understand this isn't going to be better. And I think she's one of the few people who might be able to get that thought through his head, that maybe it's not for the best.
Uh-huh.
Because Holly's just got...
No, this is not the world I need to be thinking about because it's not the world that exists.
I know! It's like, what if Holly could just talk to more people? How much better would the world of JoJo be? Because she's just genuinely got that good of a presence. Oh my gosh. All the other JoJos are renowned for, like, their strength and, like, determination. Holly Cujo's, like, just her ability to just be a really good mom is underrated. She's incredible. Like, sometimes that's all you need is just to have a good conversation with, like, someone who feels motherly. Like, that would solve so many problems. Just a good mother or father figure sitting you down to talk. That would solve literally that's most JoJo characters' problems. That would make them feel so much better.
Oh yeah.
Like, could you imagine,
And like,
if Holly was unleashed on the Part 7 cast? Just all of them in general. The horse race would have been cancelled.
oh my god.
They would have cancelled the race. Everyone would have been like, you know, just talking to her for a little while, I think my childhood trauma's been resolved. Like, genuinely, like, she doesn't even have a stand. Like, she just is that calming.
She could cure racism, I will say that.
Yeah. Oh, man. Oh, I started thinking about Diego and Holly. Oh, no, she would have accepted him as her son, like, instantly. She would have been like... all he would have had to say was, like, even, like, defensively, like, oh, my mom died when I was young, and she would have given him a hug immediately. Oh, and I think Diego needs a good motherly hug more than anything.
Genuinely.
Oh my gosh.
I think that... I wonder how a talk with Dio would go.
Yeah, considering how many things I've read, like, apparently, I think it's the book Over Heaven talks about how, like, that's a spin-off, but, like, it talked about how much Dio genuinely admired his mother, and that, like, part of what made him so awful is his father's treatment of his mother. Like, it kind of sounds like the musical kind of went in that direction as well. So it seems like a general consensus is Dio needs a mom. Like, if Jonathan's mom hadn't died, there's a good chance Mary could have, like, I don't know, talked some sense into Dio and, like, convinced him to maybe not kill the whole Joestar family. Like,
yeah.
Oh, man. This is gonna drive me insane if I keep thinking about it. Okay, we need to move on to Whitesnake before I lose it.
Yeah.
Okay, Whitesnake.
Whitesnake.
I have to, like, breathe. Okay. Okay.
Whitesnake is so strange to categorize because it took me so long to realize that he was talking.
Yeah! Like, that it's a separate, like, guy, basically?
Yeah. I didn't realize that he was, like, what, sentient?
Yeah! And I do think there's times in the manga where it's more clear, because his text is written differently. And I do think they translated it into the anime pretty well. But I almost wish they'd, like, doubled down on it and, like, fully made it sound like he was almost talking through a radio. Because I think that would have helped add further disconnect between him and Poochie's voice. Because they did add, like, a filter over it. But, like, it just would have, like, really hammered home the, like, this is not Poochie talking.
Uh-huh.
Okay, I need to let go of the thing here. Okay. Because honestly, my first thought was like stand-wise, it's up there with King Crimson for me. Like in terms of like villain stands. Because Whitesnake is just so cool. Like, he's horrifically violent
Genuinely.
and cruel, but man, is he cool.
Yeah, and the design and just the way he overall like talks and carries himself is just so cool.
Yeah, like, I like that he's basically, like, Poochie's, like, aggressive side. Because, like, Poochie is already aggressive, but it feels like kind of like how Act 3 is, like, Koichi's sailor mouth personified. Whitesnake is Poochie's aggressive side fully unleashed. Like, this is Poochie if he wasn't a priest and he like wasn't holding himself back.
I will say, it's really quite funny to me, seeing his violent side in like BDSM gear.
Yeah. That's also a very interesting thing. It's like, hey Poochie, why is the personification of your soul dressed like that? What's going on there? Like, that's a little...
my sir, are a priest.
Yeah, it's like, that's a little interesting. Alright, but you know what? If we're not gonna address it in canon, I guess that's fine. I guess that's just what you look like. You know what?
Oh my god, she
Star
is
Platinum...
so-
Star Platinum is also nearly naked. Maybe some JoJo characters, their souls are just more free than other users are. Because JoJo is about as covered as you can get. And Star really isn't.
Yeah.
That's a weird trend with stands, I guess.
I can't tell if she's whining using her breathing, or if she's just struggling to breathe because of the position.
Oh, yeah.
I think she's just breathing funny.
It's fair. So I saw I had a notification, so I went to see what it was, and all I saw was a picture of my friend's dog on their desk with one paw in a bowl.
In a bowl?
Yeah, here. I'm gonna send this. This is Theo's dog.
We have like the same kind of bowls. It's so unnatural to see chat not pressing me about my mother's maiden name and stuff.
I know, right? It's wild.
It's so quiet in chat.
Yeah, probably because it's the JoJo stream. I know it's been a lot of Pokemon events and stuff recently.
But it was quite. I mean, it was quite loud. The last time we streamed.
That is true. Although you know what, a lot of them surprisingly showed up at like 5 a.m.
At 5 a.m. Yeah,
that was wild.
So late. That was so weird, and like they were all engaging so much too, just overall.
Yeah. Sometimes that happens, you know? You can't sleep, so you wake up and find a live stream that's been going for, what was that, 9 hours at that point? And you just start talking about nothing.
Yeah, that makes sense. I often like fall asleep with YouTube open, and I wake up with it open on a stream that's typically already been over. But lo and behold, if I was awake and there was only like 5 people in chat, I would be yapping.
Yep. Oh, wait, sorry, I just saw another message that says Lucian is currently watching part 6. You wouldn't happen to remember off the top of your head, what is episode 19?
I cannot tell you.
Same. I think that might still be the lockdown, or not the lockdown, solitary confinement thing.
Right.
Actually, I think I think Dragon's Dream might be ending around 19. Because I know...
Ugh, I hate Dragon's Dream so bad.
Because I know there's the...
Drakes.
There's the Westwood, there's stuff with Westwood, and then there's Dragon's Dream, and then there's Yo-Yo-Ma. So it's either in Yo-Yo-Ma or Dragon's Dream, I'm gonna bet.
Right. That makes sense. That sounds right.
Yeah.
I
Oh,
have
no.
not seen it in...
They told me the name
over
of the
a year.
episode. FF the Witness.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Oh.
Lovely. What
Oh.
a great time.
I just said, oh. I'm so speechless otherwise. Oh no.
Yeesh.
Here, I'm gonna say that's a fun one.
What an episode.
Here, I don't think they're still watching streams, so I'm just gonna say that's a fun one and hope they don't know it's sarcastic, because...
My first time watching part 6, yeah.
Yeah.
Who were we last on?
Oh, wait, did we ever finish categorizing White Snake?
No, I just put him next to King Crimson for now because I was like, okay, these two are like on equal levels for me, where I really like the stand and the way it's so it's kind of like its own separate villain from the actual antagonist.
Yeah, where like it feels very much like one of they feed into each other's negativity.
Yeah, it's like it's a never-ending cycle of like the villain doing something bad and the stand hyping them up essentially. Like it's just it's a doomed cycle.
I'm okay with him being there, to be honest.
Yeah, because I am kind of struggling to decide if I like White Snake more than Purple Haze. And again, it's one of those things where we talk about like a character does like one silly little thing and we're like, aw, because I just keep replaying in my head Purple Haze wiping the drool off of him and being so proud, and I'm like, that was really fun though. I did really like that.
Yeah.
Oh man.
Ugh.
Okay,
you know what? No wonder people are judgmental about our list.
Because we sit here rationalizing like, well, Purple Haze has gotta be better than White Snake because funny drool clean. Like, that's all it takes.
Yep.
Okay, actually no, I'm going too high. These are just for the miscellaneous stands that we don't get to hear anything about, that were being stored in the tire.
Oh.
Honestly, I feel like these
Right.
might be the ultimate just there but boring because we don't get any details on them really. Other than,
Yeah,
like, it's
genuinely.
interesting that Poochie just has that many stands because, boy, how many poor stand users are out there without their stands now? But aside from that, that's like, kinda it.
They're there for his platform shoes to make him taller, you know?
Oh, I love that. Ooh, okay, next up is Savage Garden. I do kind of like this one. Okay, obviously we get no, like, personality from the bird itself. But the reveal that Savage Garden was not a person, but a bird, I was losing it. I thought that was so fun. Like...
It was so... Like, it feels like such a small thing, but it was genuinely so cool.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, I'm willing to put it above Koichi for part 5. Because I feel like... Okay, I was very hyped to see Koichi come back. I was also really hyped to see a bird come swooping down and grab onto the disc and be like, whoa, that's what Savage Garden was? Like,
I was more hyped to see Savage Garden than I was to see Koichi.
It's fair. So yeah, I think, honestly, I think top of just there but cool, just because I think Charlotte being at the bottom of C, just for comedic factor, that kind of makes sense to me. Being like, comedically, Charlotte is funnier, so she deserves, like, end of C. But, like, the coolness of, like, revealing, like, oh, it's just a pigeon. Like, we just have that. We just have those. That was fun. I liked that. Oh, no. We've made it to, Sports Max. Oh, I feel many...
Sports Max.
I feel so many conflicted emotions on this man. Okay, because objectively, he's a cool character. However,
no.
He's very similar to Jay Guile for me, because I can bring back the comparison of Polnareff and Hermes. Like, he's very...
I'm gonna try to take Momo out real quick, just real fast.
I'm gonna try to rationalize my emotions on Sports Max. I love the cheerful music. While I'm talking about a murderer. Okay. Logically, he deserves to be turned into a rock at least, because man does he suck. However, he is a cool villain. But also what he did to Hermes.
She's refusing to go out.
Odd. I didn't make much progress in my rationalization as well, so...
Yeah, that's fair. Where are we on again?
Sports Max.
Right. Oof.
Okay, I have him in Turn into a Rock because I'm like, okay. For everything he's done, like, to Hermes, I do believe he does deserve a low tier. But I will admittedly say I did enjoy him as a villain. Like, he was a very interesting villain with the whole, like, taxidermy thing. And, like...
Yeah.
He does carry himself in a very interesting way. He was a very entertaining villain. However...
I agree.
I do also really hate the fact that, you know, everything with Gloria just sucks.
Yeah, I really hate him as a character, but also, like, I love his character. You know, it's terrible.
Yeah, it's like I'm stuck right in that middle ground, but at the same time I'm like, C feels way too high. But also, putting him in the just there ones is just objectively wrong, because he's definitely not just there.
Yeah.
Oh, I really don't know.
Yeah, D or Rock feels good.
I mean, honestly, okay, looking at who we have in D tier, I can see it above Ebony Devil, I think.
Yeah.
Just for the just for the sake of being a horrible person but a cool villain.
Yeah.
I think that kind of balances out a bit. Okay, if it wasn't for the just there tiers, that would balance out, I think, to D. If it wasn't for our self-made prison of creating the just there tiers, it would probably be a little bit easier to rank him.
They made it, like, so much easier, yet so much harder for ourselves.
I know! It's like some characters, it's like way easier to be like, oh, this is perfect for them. And others, it's like, oh no, what am I supposed to do with you?
Yeah, God, I keep seeing Pinocchio, and
I know! Well, no, okay, so he's supposed to represent the entire stand. So while Pinocchio himself, I would put into Just Launch Into Space, the stand itself, I would rank higher. But unfortunately, yeah, that is the image they used to represent the stand. Because, you know, I almost want to, like, upload this image again, so that way we can have one of them that represents Pinocchio and the other that represents the stand, just so we can launch specifically Pinocchio into space, because man, was he uncomfortable to look at.
I think it is so funny that Araki decided to go all out with the fairy tale designs and give, like, full genitalia.
Yeah, there was no reason for that for Pinocchio. But then no, he just felt like it. He was like, oh wait, because it's a puppet, it doesn't matter. It doesn't count as, like, being 18 plus? Cool! I'm drawing it then! It's like, buddy, why? Why would you do that?
He really pushed his boundaries with Part 6.
He did. That was his way of trying to like, lay the groundwork early for Part 7 to become mature.
Yep.
Because he knew he was like, okay, I've got some ideas for Part 7 that are definitely going to need a higher rating. I'm going to start laying the groundwork now, so that way once I start Part 7 and tell them what some of my ideas are, it'll be easier for me to convince them to make it an adult series. I guess it worked, because Part 7 was only rated teen for, like, what, 10 chapters? Like, I think it just barely made it a year in. Like, it did not last long.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. Okay, because we're rating this as the stand, not the user, I do kind of want to rank Limp Bizkit kind of high, because I think that was a really cool way to do a zombie stand.
I really like Limp Bizkit.
Yeah.
I think like having it be like invisible, but like
Yeah.
yeah,
The invisibility, but like you can cover it to see them thing. Like honestly, just the image of him being covered with the blood. Like I know that's the image that they're using here, but that was a really cool visual. That looked awesome.
genuinely.
Honestly, I'm thinking a high C. Like I'm not sure exactly high C right now, but like honestly, I'm thinking up there with like maybe like Metallica.
I can see that. Yeah,
Actually, no. Okay.
yeah.
The highest I could put it is above Geb because I can't put it above Tiziano. Because I mean, obviously, I can't put it above either of them. But I do think I liked the concept a little more than Geb's water stand because I do think Geb is a very interesting way to do a water stand. But I don't know. The invisibility of the zombies while still making them just as deadly, I think was fun. Especially starting it off with the alligator. That was such a like. That was jumping straight into it. Also, the alligator eating FF's leg, and FF being like, hey, I'm involved in this too now because that thing ate my leg. I'm gonna go shoot that thing. Like, that was fun. I really enjoyed that. Emma's trying to be like, oh, I don't want you guys involved. This is my fight. FF is like, my leg in the gator. I'm shooting the gator. I don't care where it is. I'm killing it. Like that. This is now very personal to me. And man, I love that.
I love the little finger gun. It's so good.
I love the finger gun. It's so cool. I love that Araki brought that back. He was like, you know, finger guns is a weapon. I think I was onto something.
It's so literal.
Literally, it's like he saw the idea and was just like, oh, finger guns. But finger guns. Yeah, this is what I'm doing. Alright, I realized I just started like flying through the tears, but okay. I really like that Gloria is a good sister. Like, I love that she is like a genuinely good sister, and then we actually get to see it. We don't see much of her, of course, but I like that we do get to see her being a good sister. Like,
yeah.
Because like she doesn't do
them to kill her.
Yeah, she doesn't do much other than die, but I do feel like what we do see of her was really sweet. So I kind of want to. I can't put her in C. I don't think because like she's not even like later siblings where she actually like has like a nice little speech or anything like that. But just we do get to see that she does care a lot about Hermes, and I do really appreciate that. So honestly, I'm kind of thinking maybe like up there with like Mariah.
That was my first thought.
Yeah. Okay. One above Mariah, just because I think she's the cooler girl. But Akira, I do think Akira does still deserve a high place in just there, but cool, just because he was the main antagonist for the first half, and that he kind of gets overshadowed for that.
Yeah.
So I feel like he does
because he was there for a while.
Yeah, no, he was like a threat for a good while, and that kind of gets underestimated for part 4. The fact that he was like a looming threat for so long.
Because Kira was introduced and then was actually really scary.
Yeah, it's like everyone forgets, like, you know, all that character development and learning we just did about all the characters. They think the show started when Kira got introduced. And it's like, no, guys, that wasn't just 17 episodes of filler. There was actually a story going on there, too.
Yeah, it was just not fully polished yet.
Yeah, and I mean, like, admittedly, that's because Araki straight up didn't have the idea of Kira yet, which, like, is fair. Yeah. But I don't know, I do still really enjoy the first half of part 4. I think it's very fun to rewatch, especially once you, like, have already finished it and you know there's, like, zero stakes. To be like, oh, it was just, like, it was just that laid back. How nice. It's nice in comparison to, you know, trying to rewatch some early, part 5 episodes and realizing, oh, everyone dies at the end of their fights. Cool.
Oh my god. It's so much harder to, like, relearn all of the characters from Ground 1, including their backstories and how they fit into the family and stuff.
Yes.
Only to know that they're gonna get killed in, like, 30 episodes.
Yeah. Oh my gosh. All the deaths. Oh, hi, Theo! Pasta, the dog I sent you, that was Theo's dog.
Oh, yeah? Oh!
Yeah.
Nice.
I told you about Theo. Theo's one of the people I was hanging out with during Metro.
Right.
Here.
You have a lot of friends.
It's very rare. I will say this is a very new development for me. I don't think I think we had this realization a little bit ago, but we actually somehow didn't end up taking any pictures together while we were actually at Metro. So I don't even have a picture I could send to you because I think the only times we were ever caught on camera together was in the background of Sam's photos.
Oh my god. Of course. I love when that happens.
It's really funny to look at. Let me see if I can find one real quick. Because I do kind of want to show off as well Theo's casual Labacchio because it was very well done. Yeah, if you have an image that you actually know where it is, then you can send that because it's I like actually having like a face to show pasta, like who I'm talking about. Because I mean, it just feels nice to be like, oh yeah, this is the person I keep talking about, by the way.
Yeah, especially since I've met like half of your convention friends at this point.
Yeah. Here, is this one where we're in the background of it? No.
And I really hope me chowing down isn't too loud.
I can't hear it, don't worry. Oh, okay, yeah, here's the one. Here's
Okay.
the one for Sam's post. Where you can see the two of us in the background. So yeah, it'll show the thumbnail for the first one, but in the is it the third slide?
Stop.
Yeah, the third slide you can see the two of us in the background.
Okay, I gotta open on my phone. Hold up. Jodio's going after my mouse.
Oh no. Well, that sounds right.
Stop it.
Oh no, it won't load. Okay, there we go. Theo sent a picture. Have you seen Castlevania?
No. What? Why are you going after that? Now she's going after the skitty.
Aw. Yeah, that's...
Stop it.
This is very in character. Like, for a cat to do. To be either going after, like, the skitty or the computer mouse. It's just
Yeah.
inner nature.
Yeah, I did see the slides though.
Yeah, so you can actually see Theo in this one, and Sam is the Dio. But yeah, Theo is Trevor from Castlevania.
Cool.
Yeah, this was what our
Right.
little group was for Friday. I started off. It was actually kind of funny. We both started the day as Trevor. I was Trevor from American Arcadia, and then Theo was Trevor
Stop
from
it!
oh jeez, Castlevania. And then it was just the two of us hanging out with the Dio.
Wow. They are incredibly tall.
Yeah, that's accurate.
That's insane. Cool hair.
But yeah, alrighty. Yeah, as you can see, Theo, we are still in part 6. We have barely made it halfway through. We just reached Guccio.
5
Oh
hours.
no.
We've been here for 5 hours and we've made it to part... We haven't made it to part 7.
No, part 7 is getting closer though. It's on the next row. We're making progress.
Oh my god. Where's Funny Valentine? Where is...
Oh, I know
We're
that
gonna
we're
miss it.
Oh man. Oh right, the meetup. If you can find a picture of Casual Abacchio from the meetup, then please send it because it was a very fun Abacchio. Because the night before Metro, we were talking about the plans for the meetup, and the Casual Abacchio was literally thrown together like the night before, basically. And it's just a bunch of stuff that he already owns. So it was very very funny to be like, huh, your Casual Abacchio is just your normal clothes. How fitting. It was very natural. Oh, so wait, where did I put Limp Bizkit? Oh, that's right, it's above Geb. Okay, yeah, you know what? Middle of C, that's a good place for it.
Yes. Oh my god.
Oh, gosh,
Seeing the
Guccio.
manga art so close.
I know, it's right there. We're so close. Okay, Guccio.
Excuse me. Get off of the laptop, you jerk.
If there
Okay.
was ever a just there part 6 character, it's Guccio. Because that's his entire role, is to just be there for Survivor to activate.
I do like Survivor a lot, though.
I do
That's
like
pretty
Survivor,
good
so
too.
I'm gonna rank it higher, but I feel like I can't even put him above the stand discs. I have to put him like right here.
Oh my
Like
God.
that is literally the essence of Kuchio.
She practically has her face pressed up
Oh,
against
yes!
my computer right.
Aw. Okay, here. This image you can see, oh, she's so curious. That's adorable. I'm sure it's
She
annoying,
really
but it's
wants the
adorable.
mouth. I
Here.
think it's cute.
You can also see Sam's Bruno in this picture. It was kind of funny. There was
yeah.
there was not as many Brunos as you would expect at the meetup.
That's cool though.
Yeah. Also, I do want to point out Sam's wig is incredible.
Yeah, all of those wigs are actually really, really good.
Yeah. Oh man. But yeah, finding out, like, actually getting to see in person the casual Abakio and being like, this is just how you dress? You just dress like Abakio. It was very entertaining. Oh man.
When you are the character that you cosplay, easy peasy.
Yeah.
I love cosplaying characters. I just am.
It's quite fun, I will say. I think that's part of why I have so much fun as Kinito, even when no one really recognizes me. The only people who recognized me at Metro this year were people that I was like, I'm mutuals with online. So like they knew I was gonna be there as Kinito. Like that
Right.
that was it. But you know what? I still had fun, so I was good with that.
It sucks because you'd think that people would like. I know that you said that everyone who recognized you was someone that you knew, but it's crazy that only one person pointed out my Rikiel cosplay at SakuraCon and how I know very well that people in Florida would freak out way more over it.
Literally. Like, I can't wait for you and Claire to meet, because Claire has the same brain with you when it comes to, Rakiel. And she was the Formaggio, from the Squadra group. And her and I share the same brain when it comes to Formaggio, so I know you two are gonna have a great time talking.
Yeah, I still need to fix up my cosplay though. There's a couple of spots that don't look so good.
I mean, it's probably one of those things where I'm gonna think it looks great, but because you made it, you're gonna be like, nah, this doesn't look good.
Well, it's some things that I want to fix up. It's not like I think it looks bad. They just don't look as good as I know they can.
That's fair. Okay,
Right, Survivor.
Survivor, I think, deserves a bit more than a just there, because I like the stand itself, but I also like the conversation that Poochie and Dio had about it. Talking about, like, oh, there's no such thing as the weakest stand, and then immediately going, like, and then Poochie being like, okay, come on, you know what I'm asking. What's the weakest stand? And then Dio being like, well, there was this one guy called Survivor who kind of sucked, but he was interesting, so I'm gonna say him. Like, then Poochie had to, like, try to convince him to be like, hey, be a little childish with me. You know what I'm talking about.
She is now using my keyboard as a pillow.
Oh.
Oh my god, Jodio, stop it. You are covering up
Oh,
my-
I just noticed
You're
them.
covering my speaker.
So I just noticed Theo's message of saying, like, literally, like, right now, wearing a red version of the same sweater.
Uh-huh.
Like, it was... The casual Abaki it was meant to be. You know, I kind of feel like Survivor and Tenor Sax fit a similar role in the story where they're both there to, like, set the environment, but they do it in very different ways, versus Tenor Sax literally sets the environment and creates it, versus Survivor creates, like, the tense environment and makes everyone so willing to fight. So they're two, like, different ways to interpret that sentence. But I don't know, do you feel like they achieve about the same goals? Which is interesting, I never would have compared those stands until just now.
And visually, I really like both of them.
Yeah, I do really like what they did visually with Survivor. Like, showing, like the almost, like, lightning-like effects through the floor.
Mm-hmm.
And also, I mean, just the stand itself is just a weird-looking little guy, and I love that.
Uh-huh.
I'm very... As
I don't
you can
know what
see,
was up with the...
I was just gonna say, as you can see from C tier and above, I'm a very big fan of weird-looking stands, so...
I don't know what was up with Rocky and disc-shaped things in part 6. Literally and just disc-shaped things.
Yeah. He thinks it's a
And
cool
there's Dragon's
little...
Dream, which is also a disc.
Yeah.
Survivor, and then literally the disc.
Oh, man. Oh, we reached, this is Westwood's coworker. His name, he actually has a name, it's Sunny.
Oh. Knockoff Giorno.
Yeah. I think the only reason he's included is because he showed up in the character thing that I was downloading all the images from. Like, the wiki includes him as, like, a character instead of, like, the minor characters, I think it was. I can't remember. He shows up somewhere where I was just like, I might as well download him too.
Yeah. Just there but boring.
I think, yeah. I was slightly more entertained by him than Guccio. Because, okay, the most entertaining thing about Guccio to me is, one, the way he dresses, because why does he look like that? And two, Poochie using him as his personal CD player. Those are the only things that interest me about Guccio. Versus Sunny, I look at him and I go, now why do you look more like the statue of David than Giorno does?
He looks like older Giorno if, like... Ugh. He was less pretty.
If Giorno wasn't, like, you know, the only Dio kid with a heart of gold, this is what he would look like.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Alright, next up is Viviana Westwood. Fun fact, I learned about Viviana Westwood before I learned about Viviana Westwood. I did not know she existed, because I'm just not very into, like, fashion brands and stuff. So, like, I assumed it was a fashion brand, but I would have assumed that it was also Viviano and not Viviana.
Right.
I would have you know, I just know it's a very, like, high-end fashion brand, because I've learned that since. But beforehand, I totally would have assumed it was a male fashion designer. Because the only reference I had was part 6.
It's funny because whenever I see a store for Guess or something,
yes,
I always go to my sister and I'm like, oh my god, it's Guess, and we're like, and people have like genuinely corrected us, like, you guys are talking about Guess, and we're like, no.
You know, the mall that we went to when you were here has a Guess store in it, and I think of her every single time I walk past it. I'm like, oh, Guess, you're so cool. Like I look up at the sign as if I'm looking up to the heavens, as if she's looking down at me, and it's like, she doesn't even die. What am I doing?
Oh no, she's so lonely in prison without Jolene.
Oh man, it's okay. I'm sure she found someone else to captivate with her stand. I'm sure.
Oh. Yeah. See, I don't know very much about this guy. I don't remember a whole... Like, I know who he is and what he does, but, like...
We don't know much about him, other than he's, I want to say, in his late 20s. And he's just a very powerful prison guard. Like, even outside of his stand, he's just very powerful. So I remember being very interested in his fight, because I liked the way that him and Jolene were so, like, kind of evenly matched. Like,
yeah,
because like his whole thing is that he's talking about like how he's so strong that he can like incapacitate like any prisoner, and then here she is giving him a run for his money, and I'm like, that's pretty neat considering he's the one who's like trained professional, and she is just some 19-year-old. I was just like, that's pretty neat. So, like, excluding his stand, which, I mean, granted, he's not, like, fully aware he's using for most of the fight anyway. Like, he's probably one of the easier stand users to rank outside of his stand, just because of the fact that he doesn't really know what's going on with it.
His stand is cool.
It is a really cool stand. Like, I am going to rank that one probably in C tier, honestly, if not high, just there, but cool. Just because visually it's awesome. But, like, him as a person... I found interesting. I do think he's one of those characters who's, like, very clearly a bad person, but he was interesting enough as a character, and we don't really get too many details on, like, horrible things that he's done. It's kind of more so just, like, assumed because he's a prison guard, where...
Yeah.
Honestly, yeah, I think, like, just about, like, middle of just there, but cool is where I would put him.
Yeah, because he's that weird superiority complex, and that's probably why he's...
Like, that's pretty much all we know about him. It's just like, okay, well, I can assume that you're, like, probably a corrupt officer, but we don't really get a lot of details to know specifics of, like, him misusing his power.
Right.
Because, like, we know, okay, he did blast Jolene with a water hose for a while. But, like,
Yeah.
that's, like, about it, if I'm remembering correctly. We might get more details. He might, like, brag about, like, beating up prisoners and stuff, and I just don't remember. Who knows? But, like, the water thing is, like, the only specifics I can remember. And even then, I think that was Sunny for the most part. Like, he's just kind of there standing by letting it happen. Not like that, like, frees him of it, because he's clearly complicit in what's happening. Like, as his partner is about to start waterboarding people, he's just, like, casually talking to him about, like, football or something. Like, clearly he's a bad guy. But, like, I don't know. He doesn't feel like he's a bad enough guy to warrant being any lower. So...
He's just kind of like a typical Florida officer, you know?
Yeah, unfortunately. Now, okay, Planet Waves, on the other hand, I really like Planet Waves. I don't know why it's making that face in this image, but I do really like Planet Waves. Like, let's just look at that face for a second. What is that expression?
He's so fleshy.
The fact that it's fleshy is crazy. Why is this stand made of flesh? Why was this whole arc body horror? There was no reason for everything down to the stand designs to be body horror. Like, we already watched this man get his toe ripped off. Or his toenail, rather. It would have been better if it was his toe. The toenail was worse. Like,
But,
I
like,
don't...
Every single time a new stand was introduced in this arc or something happened, I feel like I was making, like, a disgusted face for the entire arc, and I was just, like, constantly, like, ugh.
Literally, from Planet Waves all the way through Yo-Yo Ma, it's just never-ending body horror. And, like, oh, it's gross for a lot of it.
The whistles. Ugh.
It almost feels like someone was questioning Araki's, like, ability to draw, like, deep horror, because they were just like, I don't know, you drew a zombie stand, but it didn't feel that horrifying. And he was just like, oh, don't worry. It'll get worse.
I feel like Araki would do anything to prove a point.
I mean, literally, I know a couple of the one-shots for The Spoke, where him basically, like, someone saying, like, do you think you could write this? And him doing it, so... Like, I think there's two of those where someone,
basically
like...
what Stone Ocean is to begin with.
Yeah, honestly.
Female protagonist, hello?
Oh, I don't know. I don't know if I want to bump Planet Waves up a level or not. Because honestly, I wouldn't be too opposed to it being up here by Green Day.
I really, really liked the battle for it, so I also would not be opposed.
Because, like, visually, like, it was awesome. And also the sheer confusion of trying to figure out what is hurting her. Like...
Yeah.
Like, I don't think I ever would have guessed meteors as the answer. That was a wild one.
It was so shocking, like, genuinely. There's a couple of things in JoJo that just don't even, like, faze me anymore because I'm expecting the unexpected, but that one was so outlandish that it left me, like, gagged.
Yeah. And, like, the way that she beats him, like, using the shoe, that's just awesome. Like, okay, I'm gonna count that one as points for the stand because she's using the stand against him. Like, that was incredible.
Jolene's smarts using other people's stains is so cool.
Oh,
So cool.
She's really good at that, actually, because I just remember the way she uses the handcuffs on Poochie to force him to stay close. Like, she's such a quick thinker. I love it. And, like, she uses so many things that really should be against her and just flips them right around. I absolutely love it. She's very Joseph when it comes to that. Like, her and Joseph are both very much like, I'm gonna turn the situation in my favor. And I like that. It's very fun. Oh, no. Okay. Part 6 Dio. Specifically, only the flashbacks, because this is technically Part 3 Dio. Because it's the same time period.
I can't not be biased by his little elf shoes.
I know.
Zipping underneath it.
The way they just disappear...
Yeah.
Okay. Part 6 Dio. Where do we put Part 5 Jotaro? Where is he? Because he's definitely higher than him. Okay, Part 5 Jotaro isn't just there, but cool. Part 6 Dio, I'd say, is a little more than just there. It's a lot of flashbacks we get of him.
It does play a really big influence on Poochie's morals as well.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm kind of thinking up there with the Pillarmen. Just because... Okay, I know I said I'm ignoring part 3, even though it is, obviously, it's the same Dio because it's the same time period. It's literally like 6 months before. Like,
Yeah.
this is literally him, like, just before he meets Kakyoin, essentially. Like, this is in between Kakyoin and Polnareff, of, like, his meeting. But, like...
Right. That's so weird to think about.
I know, because, like, I want to say he meets Polnareff, like, a year before the events of part 3, versus Kakyoin, he only met him, like,
Right.
2 or 3 months? No. It was, like, 5 or 6 months before. So, like, this is,
Yeah.
like, the in-between period, where he's feeling very philosophical, I guess.
Wow.
The man emerged from like a 90-year sleep in a coffin, and suddenly, unsurprisingly, was feeling very philosophical. He had a lot to think about in that time period. And I think thinking is the only thing that kept him from going insane. Which is actually kind of wild, because that kind of implies that Carr spent at least 100 years before he went insane.
That's true.
Because, like, yeah, we never get the exact time frame on how long Cars is, like, aware. Cars could have been aware for, like, thousands of years before eventually his brain just gave up thinking of things. It's kind of crazy.
God, that sounds horrible.
Mm-hmm. Because, like, at what point do your thoughts just start looping? Like, is it just the same thought over and over and over again? Because your brain is just literally shutting down. That's horrifying to think about.
Maybe he's just writing a really long self-narrative about something that hasn't happened yet, which is why he's such a bad, like, guy.
Yeah, that sounds right.
Letting this, like, the resentment boil over.
He's in there. He's up there writing fanfics about how he could have won. Oh, man. But yeah.
I think he would.
It sounds right.
I mean,
like,
there's
you
not
know-
much else he can think about.
Exactly. He's literally just stuck there, so...
Yeah, maybe think about, like, Germans.
Being like, man, those guys kind of sucked.
Man, that Stroheim guy, God, he sucked. I hated it.
Yeah, it's like, why did he show up out of nowhere at the end like that? Why did he involve himself in this?
I should have killed him on the spot.
Yeah. I do- I will
been fooling
forever-
around with Armin.
I will forever love that Joseph showing up at the German base doesn't try to kill or fight Santana right away, because from his view, he's like, all I've seen this guy do is kill some Nazis. So, like, I'm just gonna see what else he's gonna try to kill. And if it includes me and Speedwagon, then I'll defend myself. But otherwise...
I think it's so funny that he walks up to him and boops him.
Yep.
What?
It's like, of all the ways you can test if the newly awoken creature, because he's not even a man, he's just a creature, is gonna be hostile towards you or not,
Yeah.
touching them on the nose is not my first instinct.
No,
That's
because if he's got, like, animalistic instincts, he's
Yeah.
gonna take that as a threat.
Literally, like, I'm struggling to think of an animal in the wilderness where if you came up and poked them on the nose when they're clearly in a defensive, aggressive stance, wouldn't bite your finger off. I'm struggling to think of something. Like, Joseph
a
is
frog,
quite bold.
Maybe.
Maybe a frog would probably jump, like, just on you, trying to, like... Because, like, they would jump on you and then jump off of you, basically, trying to figure out, like, which direction to go.
Yeah.
I don't know, Joseph's
God,
walking
Santana's
for that.
definitely not a frog.
He's not a frog, but he sure is squishy.
That's true. Ugh.
I saw a listing for the, DVDs that include the Santana USB. If it wasn't $147, I probably would have bought it. Because even if I wouldn't use it, the Santana USB is one of my favorite cursed pieces of JoJo merch. It's so...
It's so strange.
It's something.
I want more niche merch. I want the cursed knockoff pen, the Giorno pen.
Yes, the one where the face is just not quite right.
Kind of looks like a baby, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I love that.
There's so many things that I want that are JoJo adjacent. I mean, I finally have the stone mask,
Yeah.
which I kind of want to bring with me for like photo shoot or whatever. But like, I'm not cosplaying any character that's
No, that
like,
with Raikeel?
appropriate to them.
Son of Dio with the
Oh,
mask
yeah.
that turned his dad. That would be a cool one, actually.
That would actually be a really cool because it's pretty. I think it's pretty like life-sized.
I would imagine, yeah. Oh, that would be a cool one, actually.
Okay, I don't mind bringing it along with me. It's
I mean,
really
plus
thick plastic.
plus now you also have an idea of just like how big of a bag you can bring to like get checked and stuff. So
Right. Since I needed to get checked anyways because they lied about the dimensions.
literally, which is what's the point of having the dimensions
was
on the
so
website
weird.
if they're wrong?
I don't know. That was so weird.
And like, man, the fact that they were like double and triple checked to make sure, and then it just turns out that it's just a lie. It's like, why do you got that up there anyway? You can just change the numbers. You know that, right? You guys are in charge of that.
Man, I don't know. The dimensions that they have for the carry-on bags too were also really weird and not accurate.
So odd. Okay, I just realized we never actually included the world in that. The world in part 6
Oh,
is
yeah.
harder because we don't see the stand as much.
It doesn't
Like-
do anything.
Yeah, it kind of just shows up just to look cool, and like that's about it. Because for the most part, it's just Dio in part 6. Like he doesn't really use his stand to do an awful
Yeah,
lot.
he's just
Yeah. Honestly, I think just there.
kind of just. Yeah.
I'll put it about no. Above Emperor, but below Wheel of Fortune. I know that seems very arbitrary, but it's just because, like, I don't know. It just feels right. Oh boy, I don't like this man's little
yeah.
face he's got going on down here.
There's so many strange faces in a row right there. Oh my god.
Yeah, no, wait, sorry, I just realized. Look how close Johnny's getting. He's almost here.
Oh my god,
Versus is at the end of this row. It's incredible. I never thought I'd see the day.
Oh my god. This is so strange.
I know. He's actually like.
Oh, Rikiel. Oh, you're so
They're actually here. We've made it to the suns. Okay.
Oh my god. So exciting.
Okay, Kenzo. I don't even know why I'm scrolling up because I don't like Kenzo. I like Dragon's Dream more than I like Kenzo. Kenzo creeps me out. He is the
Oh.
weirdest little old man.
I love how. Yeah. I love how, like, salty Dragon's Dream is.
Yes. I also liked they
He hates
pointed out.
Kenzo.
They pointed out in one of the little like I don't even remember what they were called anymore. As soon as they ended, I forgot what to call these things. The like Sonotion events that they were doing, where they would like talk about the show. During one of those before batch 3, I want to say it was in between batch 2 and 3 because there was a very short window between those two. But I want to say it was during that time frame. They had one of those little shows, and they talked about how Kenzo and Dragon's Dream have different voice actors. And that's
Right.
very unusual for JoJo, because normally every single stand shares a voice with its user. As far as I'm aware, the only exception to that was briefly when Star Platinum was voiced by Patrick Seitz in Part 3. I believe that's the only time in the entire series, aside from Dragon's Dream, where the stand was not voiced by the user.
Yeah. It's really cool because it creates like such a big separation between the two of them because he literally doesn't like Kenzo.
Yeah! He's just like, hey, I'm staying neutral here. By the way, do this. And it's like, are you staying neutral if you're only giving tips to FF? Like, it's like, I don't know how neutral
so
you think
funny.
you are, buddy.
Yeah, I hate to break it to you. That's not neutral.
Yeah. Like, I'm trying to think of other stands, and like, I'm even trying to think of like specifically ones from Part 6, because a lot of them, their original users are different from the ones that we see them with. And I can't even think of any of those that have a different voice from their user. Because I know Marilyn Manson, same voice as Mirashon, which I thought was crazy because Marilyn Manson is somehow more masculine looking than Kiss. Like, his is very androgynous, but Marilyn Manson, they somehow made it look like just a little bit more like on the masculine side.
Yeah.
But then they still gave it the Mirashon voice. I was like, I like that. I appreciate that little detail. But like, Kiss obviously shares a voice with Hermes because it needs to. But like, I genuinely can't think of any other stands that like, even if they only say a word, that like don't share a voice with their user. I know the Sex Pistols, that one catches people off guard. Because I know in one of the games, I think it was, Sex Pistols was voiced by like a woman versus Mista was not, of course. Because that would be a little... that would be a little jarring, I will say. For, like, like Trish's normal voice to come out of Mista. Not even like body swap reasons, that's just what he's supposed to sound like. That would be a little odd.
Epic Mista moment.
Like, it would just be... Like, people would probably honestly just assume, like, oh, is this supposed to be, like, Trish talking? And they just used her voice actress? But no. It would just be really odd if that's just what we were supposed to expect Mista to sound like. Because that voice does not look like him. Yeah. Like, he definitely looks like the voices that he ended up with, like the sub and dub ones. Those ones, they look like those are the voices that he should sound like he has. But yeah, I can't think of any. I know Purple Haze... Because that was one that I was very impressed by, because I was like, wow, the guy who was speaking so, like, scholarly made those noises? Mm-hmm. Impressive! I'm like, wow, what animal did he, like, summon within himself to create those kinds of noises? Because that is genuinely impressive.
Uh-huh.
But yeah, I want to say Dragon's Dream is the first. Which is kind of crazy. Oh, geez, I didn't mean to skyrocket towards the bottom there for a second. Excuse me, where'd he go? I was holding him and suddenly my mouse wasn't holding it anymore. I didn't let go of the button. Dragon's Dream just disappeared back at the bottom again.
Oh, also, wow, lovely.
I like that we also didn't discuss Kenzo being in a low tier. We were just like, yeah, that's right.
Oh yeah, I forgot that you even put him down. I thought, for some reason, my brain just figured that we like communicated telepathically or something.
We just knew. We were just like, he deserves this, and then just immediately moved on to the stand.
Yeah, I love Dragon's Dream. We've discussed this.
Yeah, honestly, I kind of want to put him like, okay. I know he's not an old man, but he sounds like one. So I kind of want to put him up there with Enya on terms of, like, old characters that I was very entertained by.
Yeah.
It's like, I don't know.
Man.
He was a really fun stand.
Yeah. I love looking at our array of characters in certain categories.
Yeah.
Because the different art styles and all the bright and dark colors intermingled. It's like...
I know. Look at Saleh here next to Darby. Like, how is that only 2 parts away from each other? How did we get here?
I don't know, man. It's funny because he looks so much like 6Dio, them being that close to each other.
Yeah. Sorry, I just realized, look at Chili Pepper next to Poco's sister.
Oh my god.
That is... Without any context, I would have assumed those are from 2 different shows. They might as well be. But wow!
Silly little Pepper Maraca next to a bleached out child.
Yeah. She is exceptionally pale in this scene.
Yeah.
Like, I can't tell if it's, like, the lighting or what, because I don't remember her being that pale.
Everyone in that part kind of looked that pale, which is funny that I say that because she's right next to George.
Yeah. Honestly, it kind of feels like... Okay, Jonathan and George are very white, but they have a little more color in their skin than a lot of the other members of the cast.
Yeah.
Like, Dio pre-vampire was already as white as snow. Like... And then, but like...
I know it's definitely because they tried to, like, encapsulate the felted, like the felt pens that Araki uses, the alcohol markers.
Yeah.
But like, doesn't translate too great into. Like it looks pretty good in part 1. It's just not the best translation into anime.
Yeah. Like, there's definitely some characters that it hits harder than others. Like, where's the guy I'm thinking?
They
Sticks
lean-
here. I don't know what happened with him. He just looks kind of washed out. Actually, that might have been
Yeah,
the goal.
like-
He is an alcoholic.
The,
Now that I'm thinking about it, that
And-
might have been
and-
intentional.
they definitely get better at doing the art style and the color style as the show progresses, and like
Yes.
actually translating it rather than using it directly.
Yeah. Granted, part 1 is a bit of a difficult source to try to directly translate the art style from anyway, because oh boy, that one panel of Jonathan where his head is so tiny. When he's
Oh my
the Ogre Street panel, yeah.
My
Like the-
favorite panel of all time is him wearing the stack of 5 shirts.
Yes, oh my gosh. That man has no sense of style. He went on a trip and he was like, "Oh, I need to wear like appropriate clothing for the trip, but also I only have 5 shirts to my name. I guess I'll just wear all of them because I don't know what's appropriate for this." Like,
You know, it's funny because I earlier joked about gay men being able to look good in anything that they dress, and Jonathan is the straightest Joestar possible.
and then he looks like that.
And he looks like that, yeah.
Oh man. Yeah, that sounds right. But it's funny because the opposite happened with Gappy. Like, I don't think I could imagine a world where he's not straight. Like, it feels like, okay, let me.
You're failing to see one thing. His wardrobe is from someone else's
I was gonna
closet.
say, it's because the guys who created him were just so gay that it canceled out for him, but he kept their style.
He became straight. Yeah, no, because I do that often because he's obviously straight. Like there is
Yes.
not an inch of gay in that man.
No.
But both of his dads were gay.
Yeah. He looks like he emerged from, like, that little crack in the ground, and if you were to tell him, "Hey, buddy, you know men can like men," and he would be like, "What do you mean?" Like, what is that concept? Like, it took him a couple days for his brain to, like,
Yeah, I feel
properly
like
comprehend that level of thought.
Yeah, like I feel like he'd even like argue at first, but not in like a homophobic way, just in a confused I don't understand because I can't imagine that.
You know, he's sitting here like, okay, his first priority is obviously, who am I? What just happened to me? But
Yeah.
also just trying to understand everything that he's looking at. So the concept of, like, love, I would imagine for the first day or two was a weird concept to be like, what do you mean people love things? So you would have had to, like, explain, like, yeah, so this is what love is. Also, like, 2 men can love each other, and he would have been like, I think I'm following. What do you... But I need more details. What's happening?
I think I understand, but explain it to me again from the beginning.
Yeah. Oh, man. He's a fun character, though. I love him.
I love this so much.
Okay, we can talk about part 8 when we get to part 8 again. Okay.
Yes.
Oh boy, okay. The next guy is D, and I believe it's specifically N G? Or is it Ann? Is it Ann minus the, is it N? Okay, let me...
I am really bad with names.
Okay, it is D and G. So they just left out
Okay.
the D in and.
Dang. His name is Dang.
I'm so confused. Wait. It says his localized name is the exact same thing, but they added an apostrophe? What? I'm gonna...
Uh-huh.
Wait, I'm sending this to you because what am I looking at? Are they considering a localized name? Netflix trying to be grammatically correct? Because, like, that's the
But-
only thing different.
The Japanese name, the only thing different is that it's in Japanese.
Yeah! That's it! Like, what? JoJo Wiki, I'm so fascinated by your logic here with that being a localized name.
I guess because because that's just AN. I'm so confused.
You know, it looks like their thought process was, in the Netflix subtitles, it's spelled with the, you know, little line. So they're like, that line's not there in Japanese, therefore this is localized.
Yeah, but technically, wouldn't I mean? But in Japanese, it would just be like D-A-N-G, like
Yeah.
with spaces between D and G. Yeah, but like that's
what I'm saying. The JoJo Wiki saw Netflix make his name grammatically correct and went localized. It's a different name. But no, it's just implied in the original, I think. It's one of those things where, like, it wasn't
Okay.
needed there,
yeah.
but, like, okay,
That's so strange.
it really is. Also, I did not realize this man is not wearing pants. Okay. Sorry, I scrolled a little further down on the wiki, and his bare legs came into view, and I was not prepared for that.
Isn't he wearing like a tunic?
He is.
And nothing else.
It's just for some reason in my head I had it that he was wearing tights, and he's not. So that's what surprised me.
Yeah, because I remember this was one arc that I remembered vividly going into the anime, having freshly read it from the manga.
Yeah.
And I was a little shocked to see him wearing like a tan colored tunic rather than what was in the original like green.
Yeah, he's
Because
very
it kinda
green.
looked like moss. Yeah.
You know, it
I was
looks
like,
very
oh,
moss like textured, versus in the anime it looks more like ripped fabric.
Yeah. I think that's when I realized that he didn't have pants, because I had already been paying so much attention to the colors of his outfit.
Yeah. Also, I just realized, did they let this man wear basically a weapon on his head in the isolation unit? His helmet has a big old spike on it. Why would they let him wear that? Because I can't remember, did he put that on after he got out?
No, I'm pretty sure he had that when he walked out.
That's crazy. That they went, well, he's in isolation. We can leave him in whatever. Like,
Maybe he was like screaming until they let him put it on like a toddler.
they were like, all right, just let him wear it. He's not wearing his pants. Just let him keep the hat. It's crazy.
Oh man.
I really don't know where to rank this guy.
Yeah.
I'm gonna rank him without considering the stand. I have to say that because otherwise I'll be really judgmental. Because I don't like his stand. Okay, but the guy...
How does his stand happen from him? Like, that's all I have to say, is how does his stand happen from him?
His stand is one of the, I think, best examples of sentient stands. But it's a real shame it is the way it is.
Yeah, it's really creepy.
Yeah.
And not like in an uncomfortable to look at, but yes, uncomfortable to look at, but I mean like creepy.
Yeah, in a I can't stand that it's like this kind of creepy way. I keep right-clicking by
Yeah,
accident.
it's so hard to explain unless you know.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm kind of thinking just there. Because he was more... Okay, his appearance-wise, he was more interesting than his stand, but we don't get to see an awful lot of him.
Yeah, he's quickly gone.
Yeah. I think purely for his visual, I would put him above Jack the Ripper. But I liked Pericolo too much. I thought he seemed like he was a nice guy.
Yeah, he was really sweet. Oh man, him having to die so fast was also really sad.
I know! And he, from what I know, he was the only one that, like, was with Trish for a while, so I'm sure she was like, oh, cool. That's fun. Glad that guy, you know, did that.
Yep.
Alright. Can we launch Yo-Yo-Ma into space?
Please.
Because I'm very much not a fan of everything that Stan does. I thought the voice was funny, I thought it was very entertaining that he sounded like Shigechi. Because it is just the same guy. But that was it. That was when the entertainment ended from watching him in the anime. Because I remembered, oh right, the horrors of everything he does. And suddenly I stopped having fun while rewatching it.
It's so, like, subtly, consistently gross.
Yeah. And, like, he was kind of funny. Like, the way he was trying to pretend, like, oh, I'm just like a butler for you guys, I'll just do whatever. Like, that's he has a couple funny moments with that. It does not outweigh the rest. So I think launching him into space is fair. If there's anybody from Stone Ocean that I would, it's him.
Yeah, genuinely.
Alright, well, at least that was... At least he was easy enough to go through. Alright, the green baby. Not including... Huh?
Jolene's child.
Oh, yeah. This thing literally, like, realized, ooh, Joestar? Cool, you're my mom now.
Eyelashes are awesome. He's got weed on his forehead.
Yeah. Like, visually, this baby definitely, like... I can see why Jolene was like, I gotta figure out what's up with that kid. But also, Anasui could not have cared less, which was really funny to me.
Yeah.
Also, I do kind of like, that Jolene has a couple... Here, I'm just gonna put him there because my hand's starting to hurt again. Jolene with, like, both Emporio and with the baby. I like that she has those subtle moments where she's, like, kind of motherly, but it's not, like, overwhelming. Oh, yeah. Like, I like that that's, like, a subtle detail of her where she's, like, she's very caring, but it's not, like, her whole thing, where she's, like, trying to be a mom.
Yeah.
Like, I like that. I think that's a nice way to show it, where she's, like, she still, like, sees, like, babies, and it's like, well, I gotta care for that. But it's not her whole thing.
Uh-huh.
Oh, I don't know. I do like the green baby more than Charlotte.
Yeah.
Because I thought, just as a concept, yeah, like as a concept and like what it does is really cool. But it is also a baby, and we only see it for like a little bit.
A few episodes max.
Yeah. And they spend most of it chasing after it.
Yeah.
Yeah. That is one of those things where I'm glad we're rating them separately, because otherwise if we were rating the green baby for everything that it creates, like if we were rating like both the stand and also Sea Moon, green baby would probably be an S tier. But because we're not doing that, I think I have to leave it in C. Actually, no, you know what? I'm gonna put it above Yoshihiro.
Okay. Yeah. It's one of those things where, because the moment where Poochie gets the baby...
Yes.
...was, like, one of the most devastating moments in Stone Ocean.
And the way he starts speedrunning, like, those lines as well to activate it, being like, oh, we're over. He is saying these lines as fast as humanly possible. There's no way he's not getting the baby. Like, there was zero chance to interrupt him.
Mm-hmm. Ugh. Oh my god, we're almost at the end. We're on the home stretch.
I know. Oh my gosh, he's on the line. He has made his appearance. He is here.
Oh my Johnny. Oh, you're beautiful.
Oh, I can't believe it. There's officially less than one row remaining in Stone Ocean. Oh, I was gonna say if we hurry, we can get through them all within the next hour, and then I looked at who was there, and I was like, oh. This might not be as quick as
let's rush through Maiden Heaven.
Yeah. Oh, I can't see us. We've spent an hour, I think, talking about just Sea Moon and Maiden Heaven. Like, just talking about, like, the way they look visually alone. Oh, no. Okay. Okay, green grass of home. I think...
Right.
Okay. In a part that has 2 shrinking stands, I do think this is the cooler one.
Yes, agreed.
Because I like that it's not traditional shrinking.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I really love how unique the concept of approach is.
Yeah.
It's almost reminiscent of a certain stand later in the series. But with significantly less disaster.
Yeah. Okay, honestly, I'm I'm thinking of keeping the babies together. Because I just noticed we have Shizuka next to Managed Boy. So, because we have the green baby a little bit lower, I'm thinking, because I do like Green Grass of Home slightly more, like, because just I think, like, what it does is really cool.
Oh, yeah.
I think I might create, like, a baby group up here.
That would be so funny. Please do it.
Yes, so we gotta keep the babies together now. Oh, man. Okay, yeah, you know what? That seems fitting. And I mean, Green Baby is still up here in C. So I think putting Green Grass of Home, that's fair.
Yeah. Especially since that's technically not Shizuka, anyways.
That is true, that is the Invisible Baby, or Octung Baby. I always want to call it the Invisible Baby because I'm like, well, that's just what it is. But then I'm like, no, the stand is technically named Octung Baby. The localized name is Invisible Baby. But at the same time, I'm like, when the localized name just is what it is, it's really tempting to just call it by that. It's the same thing with, like, Red Hot Chili Pepper. Like, I just call that thing Chili Pepper most of the time, not caring that that's technically the localized name. Just because, man, is it easier to say. It's so much easier.
Yeah, I forget that. I often forget that some of the localized names is just a shorter version than the actual original name.
Yeah.
And I end up saying it just because it's easy. I'm like, no, I swear, I know the original name. I'm not just using it.
That's exactly what it is. Because, like, there's a couple localized names where I kind of like them more. But I'm like, no, because if I call them that, people are going to think I'm, like, an anime, like, dub-only watching fan. I don't know that much about JoJo. I have to call it the right name. But at the same time, there's a couple where I'm like, I'm gonna call it Chili Pepper because Chili Pepper is so much easier. Like, there's a couple that break me.
Yeah, no, I get it.
Okay. The boiling water stand. I don't want to say it was boring, but it made me really sad to watch, so I think that might make it a D tier by default.
Yeah, the ones that specifically target one character in a more effective manner than any other character, especially when it's such a devastating character,
and the way it's
makes me
used,
feel sick.
I know, the way it's used to just boil FF alive, that's awful.
Yeah.
And the way it was like one of those fake outs where you're just like, oh, FF's winning. Like, oh, FF is boiling alive. Cool. Like, there'd already been a couple fake outs during that arc alone. So this is one of those ones where you're like, oh, this one's not a fake out anymore. And that's still a fake out. It's like, what?
They were really building up.
Yeah.
They were really building up. That's what
Yeah.
That's what Araki does best.
He's really good at that. It's both scary and impressive. Oh, I just saw Theo's message.
I hate it. It makes me scared because I know that part 8 already had, like, bad stuff for that.
Yeah, the part 8 fakeouts
worried
hurt
about
my
part
soul.
9. Dude, the part 8 fakeouts were so vile.
Don't get me started on part 9 fakeouts. When you get caught up, we got some stuff to discuss.
Oh, there's like hardly any chapters out.
Yeah. Trust me. You haven't missed much, but my heart has stopped a little bit in some recent chapters that I'm very much waiting for you to read, because I know we're both gonna have similar reactions to them when you get to them.
Man, if I wasn't so hyper fixated on Minecraft right now, I would be like way more motivated to read it, but I've been so obsessed.
No, that's fair. Also, Theo sent me a message that I am actually just going to screenshot and send to you, because I feel like it'll convey the information much faster than me trying to relay it. Oh, my shoulder just cracked. Oh, I'm gonna need a moment. I made the mistake of raising my arm above my head, I guess, and that ruined everything.
See, I was gonna compliment that because I thought they were super cute, but I didn't want to be wrong about what they were specifically.
Oh no, that's very fair.
Yeah,
You know,
they're super cute.
I have an individual one of the little brooches, and it's currently sitting on my plum bag. Whenever Coco Jumbo arrives, which is going to be soon, TM, I'm going to attach it to that as well. And I am very excited for that.
Yeah, no, they are super cute.
Okay, I think my arm's good. Whatever I did, like, genuinely, I don't think my shoulder went out of place, because it would have hurt a lot more if it had. But just something cracked, and because I think my arm was not prepared to move that way.
Yes,
okay.
Lovely.
I think we're good. Because, like, it already doesn't hurt, but, like, it did for a good moment. Like, you know when you, like, bump your elbow on something and it, like, shockwaves and you can't move for a second? It did that, but for my shoulder.
The funny bone.
Yes, the very unfunny bone, unfortunately. Okay.
I don't know how to react when I hit my funny bone.
I always just fall over for a second. Like, I just kind of grab my arm and just double over in pain silently because I know I want to yell, but I'm not one of those people who yells very much when I'm in pain. Like, I'd have to be in agony to be yelling in response to pain. So I just instead go silent and just sit there in silent agony.
Yeah, I'm a 100%. If I'm in excruciating pain, people won't know.
Yeah.
But if I accidentally bump something that doesn't even hurt me, I'll go ow.
Yeah. So, you know, I'll say that. I'll say like a casual ow. But anything like genuinely painful, I'm just like, this is my burden to bear. I have to suffer in silence. I don't know why I immediately adopt that mindset the second I'm in pain. But,
yeah.
yeah.
I know that for me, I already have, like, really high pain tolerance for a lot of things. But I don't know if half of it is me gaslighting myself into thinking that it doesn't hurt because I just don't react half the time, or if I genuinely have low pain tolerance.
Oh, no.
I mean, high pain tolerance.
I know what you mean, yeah. If you had a low pain tolerance, I think your wisdom teeth would have killed you. Rather, like, the surgery of that, I think that genuinely would have, like, that would have ended you. Because
Yeah, I mean...
I don't have a very high pain tolerance, but I still took the proper medication, and I was dying. So I think if you had a low pain tolerance and weren't given the medication, that just would have been it. Your body simply would have been like, no, I'm done.
I took some ibuprofen.
Yeah, and then you're supposed to take something stronger than ibuprofen.
The opioids I was prescribed that I wasn't allowed to use.
That you very, like, much needed because, you know, you just had an intense major surgery in your mouth removing various items. It's almost like they gave it to you for a reason.
And then I proceeded to not be able to sleep at all.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
I think I nearly pulled like 3 all-nighters in a row because I was in so much pain.
I was gonna say, I definitely, every time I woke up, you were like already online for like multiple days, and you were like, yeah, no, I'm still dying, and I was like, have you taken anything? Like, has the situation changed at all? No, unfortunately.
No, I took one once, without telling my dad, and it didn't have much of an effect on me. I think you were supposed to take like 2 or something.
I was gonna say, I remember it being a 2 dose, because I remember I very much struggled to take medication. But I remember being in so much pain. I was telling Mom, I was like, okay, it's been like, what is it, 4 hours? 4 hours is up. Give me the medication. I am too aware of every single muscle in my mouth right now. I need something to make this stop trying to murder me. And then, like, as soon as the pain subsided, I was like, all right, cool. I'm gonna go take a nap now. I need it. Like, cause like that's what you're like supposed to do. Is like kind of sleep through some of the pain.
I know. I think a lot of it was, like, my dad actually managed to convince me that having a couple of opioids during post-op, that I was going to, like, get addicted to them or something, because that's what he was so worried about. He's like, they don't even do anything for you, and, like, that's how people get addicted, is getting prescribed. I'm like, oh, okay.
No. I've told you about the doctor. who told my mom, like we were both there together, but he was like addressing her, being like, oh yeah, you're like she's got ADHD, she has a very addictive personality, so like be cautious, and then left the room. And like we'd waited like an hour to talk to him, and like that's essentially all he said before trying to leave, and Mom was like, no, get back here, I scheduled this so we could talk, because I would like to figure out new medication options for my child with, you know, a mental disorder. So it hit me a couple years later, just because like, okay, I was already upset that he was gonna like say something and then leave, but him saying something and then trying to leave. But the thing he said was to someone with ADHD, you have an addictive personality. And it's like, yeah, man. It's almost like I have ADHD. What do you mean? You can't just say that as if that's not, you know, one of the things they use to diagnose people, is if they get fully absorbed and hooked into something. Like, gee.
Yeah, that's like...
He basically looked at me and said, you have hyperfixations, and then walked out the door. Like,
yeah, that's like walking into a room and then them saying, you're wearing a shirt right now, and then leaving in a very important press conference, you know?
Something people had scheduled like 6 months in advance to like book rooms and stuff for, and that's what the guy came out on stage to say. Yeah. That was wild.
You are likely to get addicted to this, but I won't tell you any coping mechanisms or anything to look out for specifically, or anything that you can do to prevent it. Instead, goodbye.
Literally, the way he was like so in and out of that room, like my mom had just enough time to tell him like about how like it's so much easier for me to focus on like, you know, stuff that I get hyperfixated on, like Pokemon. And like, I'll get, cause like I want to say like she had enough time to tell him like, yeah, like we've noticed like with her ADHD, she gets like so absorbed into games that she can't even physically hear us. And like some of the medication that she's been on in the past hasn't been able to help like break that spell. Is there anything like that we could try to do about that? And he was just like, yep, addictive personality. Goodbye. Like, man, you can't
what
just.
What does that even mean?
It's like that was his.
Vague.
It's like he ignored what she actually said and was just like, "Oh, I've heard of that. Those are called hyperfixations. Goodbye. I know I'm the expert, but I have no more else to give you." Like what? Yeah.
That's so weird.
I want to say that was the second to last time we saw him, because I want to say he did. When my mom called him back, and so she had to like demand him come back and be like, "No, that's not what we're talking about. This." Like, she had to bring him back to keep talking, and for, like, to actually get prescribed, like, a different medication for me to try. And I want to say that was one of the many ones that just did not work. At all. Because, boy, is there a long list of those for me with ADHD meds. Things just did literally nothing. I want to say the last time we saw him was the time where we, like, canceled that prescription. We were like, no, I don't think we want to renew that one. And then I don't think we ever saw that man again.
Right.
Yeah. Anyway, speaking about hyperfixations, I think I got a little sidetracked. The next character.
Yes.
The next
I
character.
keep forgetting that we're actually like doing a tier list because I have the screen open and everything, but like half of it I just feel like is a podcast at this point.
Yeah. I mean, I will say, if you ever have a free night and you just want to hang out while I'm playing a game, that's okay. I've done that with Cam a couple times. Where, like, I've been doing something and he's just been shiny hunting in a completely different game. Actually, no, half the time he's not even shiny hunting anymore. Half the time he's just doing something in RuneScape. So, like, I am a very big fan of streams where, like, we're basically just doing nothing, but just talking about not even the game that we're playing, just whatever we are thinking about.
Right. Maybe at some point, when I play games by myself, I'm typically, like, so focused.
Yeah.
Because I also do the hyper focus where I don't like talking to people sometimes, like, at all.
No, I've definitely been
get
there.
so engrossed, and then I get really... Yeah, and when you're finally snapped out of it, you're, like, weirdly mad at everyone and everything.
You know, that's why I want to do live streams where I'm, like, setting up, like, competitive teams and stuff, or even just, like, while I'm, like, working on, like, IV training Pokemon, or not IV training, EV training Pokemon and stuff. But I don't enjoy EV training So I know the only way I can do it is if I do like the silent hyperfixation where I'm like so locked in. But that's not very fun to watch while streaming, so I just have to do that on my own.
I also watch like YouTube. I watch people playing Minecraft while I play Minecraft, and it's like, and I'm hyperfixated. I mean, like it's not a hyperfixation. It's really not.
Did I ever did I ever recommend RT's Minecraft series? Because it was so genuine. Like, I just really like that he's... I don't know, it's just very nice. This, like, one, he's got a very lucky world scene. Because, like, there's just so many good things that happen to him in it. But also just those, like, the way that he's genuinely playing Minecraft. Because I feel like he mentioned this as well in the series, is that so much Minecraft, like, Let's Plays and stuff on YouTube are about doing crazy challenges and just doing so many things other than just playing Minecraft.
Oh, yeah, I don't watch those kind of videos. I watch, I watch a lot of people playing on SMPs and stuff. I'm not someone, I feel like I have to clarify, I'm not someone who is part of, like, MCYT. I don't like the over-exaggerated acting in a lot of them. I don't like when people, like, I hate Tommy in it. I'll say that now. Like, I don't hate him as a person because he was really young when he was a part of DSMP, which I can't blame him for, but, like, the amount of people that I've seen that characterize people who are just being themselves and then, like, romanticize their quote-unquote personas when it's literally just them having fun on a Minecraft server, it makes me feel really weird.
Yeah. I don't know. I just don't like a lot of, like, the crazy streamers just in general, like the very, like, the hyped yelling ones. I think that's part of why I like RT so much, is that it just sounds like he's just talking. Like he's in a good mood, but he's just talking. And I like that.
I like when people get excited with their friends and maybe, like, do a little bit of shouting, but it's the people that are, like, they get so exasperated over everything, it just makes it hard for me to enjoy that content.
Yes, the people who are sitting there, like, screaming at, like, nothing. And I'm like, you are describing yourself digging a hole. Do you need to be so loud?
Yeah.
And it's because I know it's because, like, more kids watch that kind of content, and kids like the more, like, excited, exaggerated stuff. But I'm good. I don't particularly want to watch that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I won't yap too much about it, but, like, there's a couple of YouTubers, Minecraft YouTubers that swear a lot, and it's part of, like, the DSMP crowd that have now, I won't refer to them as that anymore because they have since stopped talking to him, which good for them. But they swear so much, and when Grian, one of the Minecraft YouTubers, won MCC, the Minecraft Championships, they were just, like, screaming and swearing a bunch in the chat and being like, oh, F you, screw you, and they were like, oh, you can swear, come on, I know you're family friendly, and it, like, as swearing every other word, and they were like, oh, your family friendly channel is nothing, you know that you want to swear right now, and it's like, guys, is it so hard to believe that a 30-year-old man doesn't want to swear?
Literally.
Like,
why is that so...
He was like... It's so disrespectful, for starters.
Yeah.
And, like, I don't know, it's just, like, it's one of those things where, can you just let someone enjoy playing a game that they're excited about?
Literally. I didn't realize that was
I don't know.
difficult.
I don't know. It's all, like, the younger crowd, which I don't have a problem with, it's just I don't like listening to people, say the F word, like, every other word.
Yeah.
It's a bit excessive. Like, I swear, but at that extent, just, it feels excessive.
Yeah, just a bit. I remember, when I was in, my creative writing class, one of my teachers, he explained, like, oh, you guys just can, like, write your own stories and stuff. And one kid was, like, was asking him, like, oh, is it okay if I swear in my story? Because he was a child. I mean, literally, but also, like, definitely, like, mentally. And the teacher, like, he, like, took a deep breath and you could see him in his head trying to be like, this is not the kid who's gonna absorb this lesson, but this is the lesson I need to teach anyway because of the other kids in the class. So, you can swear in stories, but just like any other form of language, if you overuse it, the impact is going to be lessened on the audience, and in fact the audience is going to get annoyed by it. Like any other word that you were to overuse in a story, people aren't going to want to hear it anymore. And if you use it sparingly, it's going to have a stronger impact when your characters do swear. Because if your character speaks if your character speaks like a grandmother in the 1800s, and then suddenly starts cursing like a sailor because of something like horrible happening, people are going to realize, ooh, this is serious. Like, they're really upset about this.
Yeah.
Like, that's going to have such stronger of an impact. But so many people swear
Overall,
like it's a comma.
the use of different words, yeah.
Like, it's a little much for me.
It's like
It's like, if it's normal speech...
I do.
Sorry, I was just gonna say, if it's like normal speech, it doesn't bother you as much because it's just like whatever, that's just how they talk. But when it's like, what I'm choosing to watch is entertainment, no, I'm good.
Even sometimes in just normal speech, like, I knew someone who would constantly be like, oh, I need to stop swearing so much because I swear like an effing sailor, and then they would proceed to swear like every other word after saying that, and I'm like, girl, if you are that aware of it, you can stop yourself.
Literally.
If you care that much, because they saw every single setting that we were in as professional, and they were like, "Oh, I need to stop effing swearing so much because I swear like an effing sailor." I'm like,
And maybe
dude.
it's like, here's this little concept. In your head, you can hear the sentence before you say it. Maybe.
Yeah, even if it's just a millisecond before, like, as someone with ADHD, I understand blurting some things.
Yeah.
But you are literally talking like normally right now, which means that you're thinking about what you're saying at least a millisecond before you're saying it, and you are talking about swearing, which means you're hyper aware of it.
Yeah, it means you're, like, aware of what you're saying, so have your speech reflect that. What a concept.
Oh my god. Oh,
Yeah.
it's so difficult. Wow. Oh, wow. Oh my god. They're ranting about things that don't even belong to JoJo. That's crazy.
It's okay. While we've been talking, I was trying to find an image from the JoJo meetup at Metro. I don't know why, but suddenly a Dream cosplayer showed up, and they got a photo of him in one of the Jornos. And it was really funny because it was like right towards the end of the meetup, and I don't know why, but they did the pose with like gold experience.
Right.
I'm trying to find it because it was just so random. I literally was like in the middle of like getting ready because I was about to go change out of Mista into Kyacho again, and suddenly I like turned around, and then suddenly Dream and Jorno were the only ones on the staircase, and I was like, oh, what did I miss? Like, where did he come from?
What a crossover. That's...
Yeah. It was unexpected.
Dream players make me so uncomfortable. Just baseline.
I mean, I will say, I do think this was a kid. But it was just very unexpected.
Is the kids, like, I know, don't know that, like, it's as bad as it is, but also some of them actively bully other people who don't like him because they genuinely believe that he can do no wrong.
Yeah. Here,
Which, like, I'm never gonna argue with, like, a 13-year-old about something like that. It's just one of those things where it's like, I really wish that some people didn't have access to the internet, and that includes people like Dream, because of how manipulative he was to his audience.
I mean, I know... I've heard a couple people say, like, that he's talked about, like, I should probably take a break from the internet, but I think he's kind of addicted to it, so he just keeps coming back.
Yeah.
Which is
He doesn't need a
unfortunate.
break, he needs to be fired from the internet.
Well, no, I do feel like he might be one of those people who would genuinely benefit from just a long break from the internet to, like, remember how the real world works. And then maybe then he could come back.
Yeah, like, a lot of the people who were a part of his friend group prior to a lot of the mainline drama have matured a lot, because again, they were really young at the beginning, especially after Technoblade passed. But like, I still think it's really fascinating to see how Dream is still accumulating drama while everyone else in the scene is like maturing.
Yeah.
Grown-ass man playing with 13-year-old. What a weirdo. It's not that weird, just the way that he acted.
I was gonna say, I think it's more so he who's the weird one there.
Oh yeah, no, I mean, I also have, like, some friends who are, like, pretty young, just not weird.
I've told you, I don't know why, but random kids at cons keep coming up to me and being like, you're safe. And I'm like, alright, con mom, I guess. I've accepted my role.
See, I don't accumulate kids at cons, but when it comes to, like, band camps and stuff, they're like, whoa, you're so cool, and then decide to follow me around like ducks. And I'm like standing there really awkward in my state of social anxiety, and they're all like asking me a bunch of questions or like making assumptions, and I'm like, I don't know what to say. I don't know how to talk. Yeah.
Yeah. I do think I know I've mentioned this to Leone before. I think part of why I accepted the role so quickly is just because you've met my younger sisters. There's quite a few of them.
Yeah.
So I think I'm just kind of used to it. And, like, for the most part, they're around the same age as my sisters. Because the youngest one is 16. But
yeah,
I will say there is a couple that are, like, middle school age where I'm just like, hey, why are you alone? And they're just like, oh, my friends left me. And I'm like, oh, your friends left you at this con? And you're in middle school? I don't want to leave you alone because I'm so afraid of what's going to happen to you if I do. So you know what? Sure, I guess you're hanging out with me now.
Yeah, most of the kids who think I'm cool are like 11 to 13. And all of my siblings, the last time I like really talked to them, were like 5 through 10.
Yeah.
And it's not that I don't know how to talk to kids, it's just one of those, like, I've been talking to adults for so long now at this point in college that the filters that I have, I need to be hyper aware of because I'm constantly surrounded by even professors that just run off about anything and everything.
That's fair. I think it helps that for me, I kind of just talk the same. It is definitely nicer.
Yeah.
When I finally get to hang out with adults at cons, I'm like, oh, thank goodness everyone here is above the age of 20.
Yeah.
But at the same time, I'm also just like, yeah, this is... Like, sometimes I feel like I'm the one correcting the kids, being like, hey, maybe don't talk that way about fictional characters, even if they're fictional, because that's a little much.
Yeah, there's been more than a few times where younger people, like younger teenagers, because they think that I'm cool, will start talking about things that make me so unbelievably uncomfortable, because it'll be like highly sexual comments, for instance.
Yeah.
And I'm like, whoa, guys, I am 20. I don't want to hear you guys talking about that. Please. Yeah. Like, I don't care if you talk about that out of earshot.
It's like, hey, maybe just let me walk away and plug my ears before you keep having this conversation, because I would like to not be here. I don't want to be a witness to this. This is too much for me.
Yeah, and there's just occasionally where, like, I'll see a joke opportunity or something that I would, like, make with my friends, and then I, like, open my mouth to say it, and then I notice the 14-year-old in earshot, and I'm like, I can't do that.
Yeah, that's real.
It's just the small things, because I'm like, I know that the 14-year-old won't care and probably won't even hear me, but like, it's just being aware.
Yeah.
We got so sidetracked.
I was about to say I tabbed back into the tier list again because I was searching through Metrocon images, and then I tabbed back in and I was like, oh right, Miu, she's here.
Yeah, we were, like, so excited to see Johnny, and then we proceeded not to do anyone more. And
then we spent 40 minutes sidetracked. But you know what? That's what happens, when you can't focus on things. It's kind of to be expected.
Just how it be.
Okay.
Oh my god, literally 4 minutes.
Yeah, because it was about midnight last I looked at my phone, because my phone did the little... You've seen when my phone activates night mode, and it just goes black and white? My phone did that, so that was the last time I looked at the clock, so...
Wow.
Yeah.
Lovely.
What do you mean it's midnight? It's only 9.
You know, for you, this is way better. But it's
Yeah,
okay.
which is funny because I'm exhausted.
Okay. Would it be wild of me to say Mew Mew is A tier?
No. But also mostly just because she's one of your special characters.
She very much is. I do fully acknowledge that.
I really, really do love Mew Mew, and I love Jailhouse. But you love her way more than I do.
I don't
so
know.
I don't mind where you.
Yeah, no, okay, I'm trying to think. So I'm just putting her here because I need to set her down for a second. Because I don't know. I could not tell you what it is specifically. But just as soon as, like, okay, I guess this is technically more so for her stand. But as soon as I started to realize what was happening with the stand, it was along the same lines as Kinato, where I started getting so excited. I was like, wait, I know what's happening. This is so cool. This is awesome. I love this. It's like, I don't know why, but this is the coolest thing ever.
Yeah, I understand that.
Like the little like sandwich thing that she did, I was like, oh, that's the cruelest thing I've ever seen someone do. That was horrible. I'm gonna keep reading this chapter. I want to keep reading this chapter because I want to see more. Like, I just want to see like what she's gonna do next.
She's such a bully, and like in the worst way possible. Like, she didn't have to like torture her throughout her.
Literally, she did that just to be cruel. There was no other reason to do that other than just abusing her position because she knew what Jolene was doing, or like what she was going through. So she's like, oh, if I just ask her a couple questions, it's gonna override everything in her brain. She's gonna have no idea what's going on. So I'm just gonna take advantage of it. Because like she does like wipe off the notes on her arm, but she didn't have to feed her that sandwich, like. Or like the salad and like just everything. She didn't need to make her eat gross food in order to do that. She could have just asked her the questions and just wiped it off anyway. But no, she just wanted to be cruel and just do that on her own. But honestly, I think that's part of why I like her. She's just so like, she's like right on the border of like cartoonishly villainous to me.
Oh yeah.
And also just the fact that she looks the way she does. Like, I know from a logical standpoint, her makeup is kind of like, it's too much, and her hair is bad. And also, what is going on with her sweater? However,
she's very unneat.
Yeah, all of it is just so wild that it kind of loops back around to just being typical cool JoJo fashion to me.
Oh yeah. She's very JoJo.
Honestly, I'm kind of... In my head, I'm debating if I like her more than Lisa and Caesar. Because I like Lisa and Caesar pretty equally.
See, one of the things that's so difficult about this is thinking about a certain part and having your mind on that part makes it easier to categorize the characters in that part, but once you are like 4 or 5 parts away from another character from a different part, it's so much harder to remember the original character and then compare the two of them.
Yeah, like it's just, we're just so many like degrees separated at this point that it's like,
yeah,
oh, this is tough.
Like I really need to like think about like the character from the previous part and then like actually actively compare the two of them.
Yeah. Yeah, you know, I'm just gonna leave her here for now. Because this does put her above Arena, but it doesn't put her above Part 2 Arena. She's actually like kind of right in the middle. Yeah, you know, I'll leave her there for now. Okay, now the stand. Now the stand visually alone is insane. Like, Jailhouse Lock, why does it have a brain? Why does it have an exposed brain? Why does it have arms like
It's
that?
so good.
Why is it shaped like that? What is going on with this stand?
Why does it have like a beak? It's so
Yeah.
gross. Like, ugh.
Like, everything about it visually is wild. And then the actual
It's
ability
scary.
itself...
Like, actually scary. Yeah.
Okay, here. I'm gonna put him, or I guess technically her, in B tier for now. That's one of the things I kind of like about Ocean. A lot of the stands are very androgynous, even the ones that belong to the women.
Oh yeah.
Like, it's kind of fun. Alright, I'm gonna leave Jailhouse Lock in B while I give my hand a second to rest. Because I'm feeling like somewhere in B tier is right.
Yeah, especially
Where?
with the other stands that are already in B tier.
Yeah. Because I do feel like in terms of, like, difficult to defeat stands, Jailhouse Lock and Notorious B.I.G. are very on par with each other.
Uh-huh.
Because it's very hard to defeat a stand that you're not aware of existing. But then on the other hand, being aware of B.I.G. doesn't really help you all that much.
Yeah, because if we're thinking about awareness, then that also brings up the other stands that we have in here, which would be like Death 13 and Black Sabbath, kind of.
Yeah.
Black
Then
Sabbath,
even
not so much, but
Enigma, actually no, being aware of Enigma completely, gets rid of its ability, because if you know what, like, your fear thing is, like, if you're aware of, like, things you do subconsciously when afraid, you can just not do that, and you're good now.
oh yeah.
But for all the other ones, you know, even being aware of them, like, it only saves you so much.
Yeah, especially, yeah.
Black
'Cause,
Sabbath
like,
especially, yeah, that, because you can only
yeah,
avoid
'cause
shadows for so
you cannot
long.
avoid it. Exactly. And I mean, with Death 13, you know, kind of similar to Nightmare on Elm Street, like, you gotta sleep at some point.
Yeah, I think, honestly, the only advantage you have with Death 13
Yeah.
is that we don't know the range, but if you can just get the baby... Because, like, okay, he's a baby. If you just place him on the ground and run, there's a good chance you might get far enough out of his range before, like, he can do anything about it. Because, like, again,
Yeah.
he's 11 months old. He's not going to start sprinting after you to make sure he's somewhere nearby when you fall asleep. So as long as you
Exactly.
can run to, like, even if you can only run for, like, if you're, like, jogging for an hour, and you just make it to a car, and then you just start driving in that direction, there's a good chance that's gonna put you out of his radius. We don't know how big it is exactly, but, like, even if it's the size of a town big, you can get out of that range within that time period before you have to fall asleep.
Oh yeah. That is if you can pinpoint that it's the freaking baby.
Yeah. That's what I mean. If
You
you're
have the
aware,
heart.
if you're aware enough to know the baby is the one doing this, then you can have it. You actually have a chance to escape it. That's like the only stand we've mentioned where being aware of it, like fully helps you escape it.
Yeah.
It's like even Enigma, you might be aware, like, oh, it's using my signs of fear, but then you might start going, what do I do when I'm afraid? And then while thinking that, you might do one of the things, not realizing. Because I don't think Josuke realized, like, he was biting his lip. I don't think Yukiko's, like, aware of, like, her eye twitch. No, she is aware of her eye twitch. That's not a fear thing anyway. Is it Tomoko that her eye twitches as well when she's afraid? Someone else has an eye thing. Because I know Yukiko's is when she's angry. I know, I think, is Tomoko's, she, like, the way she, like, puts her hand, like, up to her mouth or something when she's afraid?
I've only seen that episode once, and it's been a while.
Oh, I mean, okay. I am a known enjoyer of the Terrible Thursday arc, so I guess that makes sense that I've seen it more. I've watched that one a couple times. But I'm struggling to
Yeah,
remember
I just-
exactly
I
what
think-
hers was.
Not one of those, I love that arc and everything, it's just, my priorities and rewatches and rereads that have been elsewhere.
Yeah, you use this as chin, but I could have sworn Tomoko's was something similar, with her, like, putting her hand, like, to... It's either, like, going to bite her nails, or something like that, like, putting her hand, like, on her lip. Because I could have sworn it was something similar to Josuke's. Let me... Because, yeah, Yuya, like, puts his hand up to his chin.
Yeah.
No! It's swallowing! Okay. It was something to do with that area of her body, but it's just swallowing.
Right. I'm still thinking about Jailhouse.
That's fair. I do also love the image they used for it, because it kind of looks like it's got a creepy little smile going. I do think that's supposed to just be a shadow, but like...
It looks like a beak.
Yeah.
Ugh.
That's what I'm saying, I think it's the beak, and then like the shadow underneath the beak. But
Yeah.
the shadow kind of looks like it's like a little smile going on. I don't think it is, if I remember what this stand looks like.
Yeah. Ugh.
You know, that's just the shadow from the beak. But it looks so much like a mouth here.
It's so uncomfortable. Ugh.
Yeah.
Yikes. Oh wait, we haven't actually put them anywhere.
Yeah, I'm still torn on B.
I don't know, I feel like it does kind of belong up there with, like, Black Sabbath and Death 13.
Yeah, in terms of, like, coolness for its ability alone, yeah.
Yeah.
And then the fact that it's just as horrifying to look at as those two, but in a very different way.
Oh yeah. They're like the Holy Trinity.
Yeah. Actually, yeah, they do kind of feel like kind of similar roles of, like, being there just for intimidation.
Uh-huh. Ugh. Ugh, they're so uncomfortable to look at. God, I
Yeah.
want to cosplay Black Sabbath so bad.
Oh, that's gonna be a fun one.
God, he looks so good. God, it's gonna be so hot.
Oh, yes. Even if you go the fursuit head method, it's still gonna be, like, hot.
Yeah.
It's like, even fursuit with, like, a 3D printed base, it still only allows so much
Yeah.
room for breathing if you, like, because once you start to cover it, like, that's gonna get rid of, like, the air holes, basically.
Yeah, maybe I just need to be, like, a cute anime boy version.
I mean, you could do that. You could just have, like, a regular face.
Like, if Talia can make a cute Pulpo, I can make a cute Black Sabbath.
You know what? That's very true, actually. Also, do you see what we have finally reached?
Yes!
We've made it to the boys.
The brothers.
The awful, brothers. But you know what? We've reached them.
I need to make a bracelet stand. That would be so cute.
That really would be. That would be awesome. And that's one of those details that, like, people would see and, like, lose their mind over. Kind of how everyone kept freaking out over us having the plant.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it just kind of looks like a little beetle.
Oh, I love it. Okay.
Or a toe.
I don't want to
Ew.
be too mean to this guy.
Mm.
I feel like he's either the very top of just there or somewhere in just there but cool. Because admittedly, we do get a bit more of him than Part 5 Jotaro, I will say. It's not much, but it is a bit.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, I do have a weird love for Ngolo.
Because my thought process is, I do
don't-
like that the first thing we're introduced to him doing is trying to stab Poochie. Like, I thought that
Yeah.
was very fun. I was like, oh, he's just going right for it. Look at him.
Yeah, I also just generally, like, because he's not inherently, like, awful or anything, and I do feel kind of bad for him being, like, obliterated while he's trying to get out.
Actually,
But
no,
also,
you know what?
he does suck.
I don't know. I just realized Loggins and Messina are also in Just There But Cool. He's definitely more relevant than those two.
Oh, see, when you put so much time and thought into every single character, it's shocking to see them again in places, like, unexpected places.
Yeah. Honestly, he's rivaling Keicho for me.
I can see that, yeah.
Because I do like both. You know what? Okay.
I think half of my love for Olo is his stand, though, so
Yeah.
I think Under Keicho makes sense.
Oh no, I put him above real quick because I was gonna say, the thing that keeps me from liking Keicho more is that he's really mean to Okuyasu. And I
Yeah.
can't think of any big things like that for this guy. So I think like, yeah, I think putting him just above Keicho, like not like super high above. Like I don't know if I can put him above either of the Strazos, which I have now forgotten
yeah.
which is which. Oh no, the red eyes is vampire. Okay, I was leaning back so I couldn't see the red eyes, and I was like, wait, which of these is supposed to be from part 2? The one that looks like a
One of
vampire
them
is from part
looks
2.
edgier.
Yeah,
Yeah,
the
plus part 2 has a very, very specific aesthetic because it all takes place in the night.
Yeah. It's very, very dark for a lot
So
of it.
it's-
And it's like, it's funny, because part 1,
Yeah,
a
well,
lot
I
of
mean,
it takes
it
place
was-
at night as well. But it's a much more well-lit night than part 2. Like, I don't know, part
I
2,
think half
I
of
think,
it is-
leaned into more of the ominous side, I think.
Yeah. I don't know. It's very he looks angry in that one. He looks so friendly on the left.
I know, he looks like neutral but approachable. And then you look at the vampire one and you're like, oh,
Uh-huh.
he would smack me if I talked to him. I wouldn't even, I would just say hi, and he would be like, why are you talking to me? And like push me away.
I'd
He would
breathe
not
in
appreciate
his
that.
direction and he'd be mad.
Okay. We've made it to not Pinocchio, but Bohemian Rhapsody.
Right. Okay.
I do really like this stand as well. This is a very fun stand.
Yes.
I've already forgotten where is he.
It also supplied us with furry Anasui.
It did. And I will forever be thankful for that because it was one, it was a really funny arc, and two, he actually looked pretty good, I will say. It's surprising that they made him look
And-
cool as the big bad wolf.
Oh yeah. And this also has supplied us with Mr. Chocolate Face.
That is true.
It's so lumpy.
Oh, I am sad the anime removed Anasui's Mickey line. Because I'm trying to think of other things that happened during the arc as
Yeah.
well that we can attribute to the stand. The Mickey line is a classic. Honestly, okay, I was thinking like, you know, maybe like the high C tier. For the Mickey line alone, I think that earns a low B. Like, considering everything else that happens during the arc as well.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, it was just it was a very fun stand battle.
Yeah. Especially the way
And
they
it was like,
whether defeating
it
it
was
by
overall
making an
nerve-wracking.
OC is hilarious.
yeah. Freaking the cosplay of the OC.
Yes, oh my gosh.
His name is the Cleanup Man or whatever.
It's Put Back Man, I believe.
Put back, man. Close enough.
Oh man, I love him.
God, it's so stupid.
Look who's here!
Oh my
Alright.
god, it's my boy.
Is he
Oh,
one of
he's
your
beautiful.
S tiers?
He has to be. I'm sorry. He's got.
No, you're
to be.
all good. I
love
was
him
gonna
so
say.
much.
Of the brothers, him and Versus are very torn for me for being an S tier.
Oh, yeah.
Like for being like
I love this.
who? Because I really liked Versus. I thought he was a very fun character. And Rakila's
I
only
really like
just
how-
barely below him for me. So like I have no problem putting him in S tier because of that.
Yeah, I really like how Versus like fought back. Against
Yes!
Poochie.
Him talking back against Poochie is one of my favorite scenes in the Stone Ocean. Especially because Poochie's like, what did you say?
Oh yeah.
Like, he's like, wait, I must have misheard you. Like, I
Yeah.
love that.
It's so jarring. But I love Rikiel's little smirk line. He's got like a.
Oh, yeah. He looks so smug here.
Uh-huh. I included that in my cosplay as well because I thought it was just like one of those subtle little yeah, that makes sense kind of thing.
I like that. Also, I just put him here
I'm
next
so
to Pesci.
glad.
I wasn't sure if did you want him any higher than Pesci, where Pesci is, or 'cause I just put him here next because that was the other character that you'd picked for S.
I mean, I don't mind where he goes specifically. I do like him more than Gwes though, but also I don't know if I like him more than in rawness, I don't know if I like him more than Doppio.
That's fair.
This is a difficult
If
one.
we-
This is a toughie.
We could switch Gwes and Doppio. That would break up Risotto and Doppio. But I could do it. if you'd want to put them like this and then put them like this.
I think that makes sense.
I'm okay with that. Because as much as I do love Risotto, I can see Gwess being higher than him, even though I do adore Risotto. I have to keep reminding myself, we're saying this as if they're not in the highest tier in the list. I have to keep reminding myself of that.
Yeah, we need to be very, very, like, understanding to ourselves because literally all of these are in S tier.
Literally. We're over here just like, I don't know, this feels like too low. As if they're not still the top of the pile. Like,
yeah,
let's
they're
just...
in the same category as Jotaro 3 times, so...
Not even. If we count Star Platinum, he's here 6 times.
Yeah, that's a lot of times.
Yeah, just a little.
Just a little.
Man. Hey, but you know what? Killer Queen's here twice, so it's not just him.
That's true. And I think that's it.
I think those are the only
No?
repeats, yes.
Twice.
Wait, who? Oh, wait, Gold
Joseph?
Experience.
Oh, yeah, Gold Experience, yeah. But Joseph is also here twice.
That is true.
Young Joseph and Old Joseph, the 2 opposite ends.
I forgot that we decided to banish regular old Joseph because he cheated. We were like, alright, really old Joseph wouldn't have cheated for various reasons. A couple being I don't think he physically could go anywhere. But he does still earn some points for trying to be a good dad.
Technically, we have Foo Fighters up here twice too.
That is true. We did decide that these guys count as 1 now, but you know what? That is true. All right, you know what? I am pretty happy with S tier, but let's scroll down a little bit just to see how many characters are in the other categories. Like A and B don't have that many people in them. There's only 3 rows right now in A and B.
Yeah.
C's got quite a few.
I feel like
Just there, but cool as a few. Just there, not that many. Oh man! Oh,
we
but look
have so many in such high categories.
Look how many we have in categories Launch into Space through Just There versus how many we have just in S tier. That's like 4 categories in 1 in comparison.
It's kind of embarrassing.
I think we might like a lot of characters.
Yeah, for some reason I haven't realized the sheer amount of characters in S tier. Oh my god.
This tier list is very top heavy, but that's okay. Because you know what? There are still characters in the bottom. So that means we're thinking about it. It's not just everyone auto S tier, that's good for us. That's not normally what we do.
Yeah, but like the justification of some of these characters is like, wow, I just really like how visually pleasing it is on screen. And I really like how they interact with this other character. It's like, that's not a problem. It's just really funny to me.
Yeah. I don't like that I just realized Rhea's following something in the room. I'm gonna ignore that until we get through Sky High.
I love Sky High.
It is great. It is genuinely so fun.
Yeah, I love how it cured him of his anxiety.
Yeah! I don't know what I'm doing so far down, as if I don't like it more than I like Bohemian Rhapsody.
I'm trying to... Wait, where did we put Bohemian Rhapsody? Oh, right.
Yeah, he's end of B. Here, I'll put him next to him for now.
Okay. I do like him a lot. Him. As if it's not just a wrist bug.
I mean, I like that it's a bunch of little rods. Like, he can just control all those little guys. And the fact that, like, they've been disproven now means that they only exist in JoJo. Like, at the time, they were, like, a real, like, thing that people were trying to understand. And now that they've been disproven as being a cryptid, like, now that just means they're just in JoJo. That's the only place they exist anymore. And I think that's kind of funny.
I love that. It makes it better because they're canon in JoJo, which means that, like, it's another thing that just, like, kind of separates our universes, which I just think is so fascinating because,
it's so similar,
COVID,
except for a couple little things.
Yeah. Hmm. Looking at all these characters and thinking about Sky High, so like,
Yeah, it's a wild comparison.
yeah, because it's just it's not even like it itself is something, it's just the ability to control something else.
Yeah.
So I feel like there is probably fine, because it's not like it does much, like it is a cool ability, but it doesn't do much in itself.
Yeah, that's fair. Plus, I do feel like putting it this high up is also kind of giving credit to the rods themselves. Because like they're not technically separate characters. The only reason we ever get aware of their existence is for the sake of like seeing them get controlled by him.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think that's fair. Because then, especially if you compile the rods into the stand. Oh, all right, we've made it to versus.
And yeah, it gives
so
us
close.
more bulk in the.
We've made it. Hot Pants has now officially fully joined the list. This is incredible.
Oh my god.
Also, I don't know what my dog is staring at, but there is something under the suitcase, and I don't like that she's been slowly following it from one side of the suitcase to the other. I don't know what's
no.
under it, but I'm really afraid of what might crawl out. I'm like looking back to watch her, but I also haven't seen anything come out from under it yet, so I don't know if she's hearing things or what. Because she hasn't tried to eat whatever it is.
Hopefully it's just like a small roach or something.
Hopefully, because that's way better than a spider. So I could live with that.
Yeah, I don't know what kind of spiders y'all got in Florida.
The worst. They're awful. Did I tell you the other day I was on a call with Lucian, and a spider randomly like showed up in the middle of my carpet, and like what was crazy was I could see my can of bug spray past my bed, which means I would have had to walk past the spider to get to the can of spray, or not hairspray, bug spray. So my options were like, okay, I could try to open the patio door and hope the spider runs out the door, or I can try to sneak past the spider and get the spray, and then just hope for the best and like try to scare it out the door that way. And as I'm like talking out loud, rationalizing this, the spider charges towards me. I don't know why I hadn't moved. It's a large spider too. It is the size of my palm, and it just out of nowhere starts running towards me. So I freak out and I yell at it, "Why are you coming this way?" And I pull my feet up onto the chair so it can like just run under on the chair, like it can run underneath me basically. And then this poor puppy, she'd been passed out asleep. And then she woke up because she heard me yelling. So she flies out of the bed and lands directly in front of me. And I'm like freaking out because now there's a spider underneath me and she's standing in front of me, preventing me from getting out of the chair. So I have to like push past her to be like, no, I'm fine, move!
Good god.
Yeah.
Do you guys have black widows in Florida?
Not black widows, but there is a lot of like wolf spiders, and
yeah, we have wolf spiders.
There's another that I don't remember the name of, but they're very large, and I'm not a fan of them. And honestly, this one kind of looks like a baby version of that because I've seen really big versions of that spider before. There was one that I saw that was so big, it literally looked like the severed hand from Addams Family. It was that large. It looked like that was scurrying across our floor. Until I realized, because I saw it out the corner of my eye, and I was like, oh, what on earth just moved past the doorway? And then I looked, and I was like, I don't see anything over there. And then it moved again, and I was like, oh, that's the biggest spider I've ever seen. I'm gonna cry now. Like, that was awful.
Did I ever tell you the story of when I tried to pick up a huge wolf spider? I think it was a wolf spider.
Why? Why would you do that?
Okay, well, look, it was huge, and it was inside, and I wanted to take it outside because I don't like killing spiders. I don't like killing bugs, period.
Yeah, same.
And the people behind me were deathly afraid of them. So I tucked my hand into my sleeve, and I plopped my sleeve onto the ground. This thing ran straight up my sleeve.
Oh, no!
Like,
My heart simply would have given up.
I stood up and started like lightly shaking my sleeve out to get it out, and I was just standing there shaking my sleeve, and everyone was like, "Why aren't you freaking out? It went up your sleeve," and it kind of like tumbled out, and I was like, "It's fine."
Oh,
I was freaking out a little bit. I just didn't want to like freak anyone else out. I ended up picking it up with my sleeve properly and taking it outside, but I had to cover the whole of my sleeve. I don't know why. I wasn't expecting it to run directly into my sleeve.
Oh, yeah, no, I think my heart and my soul would have decided, well, it's been nice. This is officially it. And I just, in that moment, my heart would have simply stopped beating, and that would have been the end for me. And not even in like a tragic way. I would have just been like, you know what? Yeah, I accept this. This is the end.
I'm not really afraid of spiders a lot of the time. I try not to be because I know a lot of them aren't harmful, and they only bite if they're like afraid. I just really wasn't expecting this guy to run directly into me.
Yeah, that's kind of my thought process. Is like, I feel bad killing them, but also something about looking at them sends every last nerve in my body into "you're gonna die" mode. So something in them is very, like, out of my control levels of fear.
Oh yeah, no,
because like the second the second the spider showed up while I was on the call with Lucian, I like froze, and then because I was on a Discord call like I am now, and I just unplugged my headphones because I was like, okay, if for any reason I have to go hide on my bed for the next 4 hours, I want to at least be able to keep talking to Lucian while I'm losing my mind. So I unplugged the headphones, and I'm glad I did, because when the spider charged at me and I did end up diving onto the bed after I, pushed the dog out of the way, I, was looking around and I was just yelling at my computer to talk to Lucian. Because I left my phone on the desk, because I didn't have pockets on me, so I didn't want to, put my phone in my pocket and then just risk, dropping it or anything. So I had to, spend a good 10 minutes trying to build up the courage to go back to that area of the room to grab my phone.
Oh my god.
Yeah, I still, by the way, to this day, don't know where that spider went. This was a week ago now. Don't know where it went.
That's lovely.
I have never seen it since. Yeah, that was fun.
I love that.
The next day we did buy one of those big, bug things where you spray it on the outer areas of the house and the doorways and stuff, and it's supposed to keep them from entering the house to begin with. So hopefully it works and I never have to see any bugs in here ever again, because I don't think I could handle many more spider encounters in this room.
Yeah, I doubt it'll stop any roaches though. Those things are
oh yeah, no, they don't care. Roaches do not care what preventative measures you take.
Apparently.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wasn't expecting, because, anytime I see cockroaches in media, they're, Japanese cockroaches, so they're freaking huge.
Oh, yeah.
The very first time I ever saw a cockroach was at your house, and that thing was the size of, my pinky toenail.
They can be really tiny here. I know there's a specific name for that kind, and they're, really invasive here. But, they're really tiny. I don't know.
Yeah,
What are they?
I remember that's when your mom was like, "Oh no, why'd you do that? That was my favorite bug." Because you guys just heard, me stomping really loudly at the end of the hallway.
Yeah. Little bugs like that. June bugs, maybe. Let me look this up to confirm. But, they're, just really common here. I think they like to come inside because it's so wet outside.
Right.
Let me see. Oh, yep, I think it's June bugs. Oh, they also come in green. I've never seen the green ones. I've only ever seen the little brown ones. Here, do you want me to send an image, or do you want to Google June bugs?
I'll just Google them.
See, I didn't know they came in green. I've literally only ever seen the brown ones. Interesting. The green ones are actually kind of pretty.
Oh, I know what June bugs are. We get them here too. June beetles.
I do actually really like the shiny on the green.
Yeah, that huge... You see, that's what I thought. That huge, beetle that I found was a June beetle.
Huh, interesting.
Did I ever show it to you?
I think so. I know you sent me a couple different pictures of different bugs that you found.
Yeah, but it was like recently, and it was a huge beetle.
Before or after I sent you the picture of the fake ladybug beetle?
Before.
I feel like yes, but send it again just in case, because I might be thinking of a different beetle.
It was my favorite, or it was the first time that I had seen a wild beetle this big, because I don't think we get very many large beetles here.
Ooh.
Which is very sad because I love beetles.
Oh, no worries. It was wonderful having you here tonight, Theo. This has been a lot of fun.
Oh, did they have to go?
Yeah.
This is so sad. I guess it is pretty late there.
I was gonna say, it is past 1 a.m. And it is also technically a school night.
School?
Yeah, we start school in early August here.
Oh?
Yeah. I want to
Really?
say it started the 12th this year.
Dude, what? That's insane.
Yeah, summers here are quite short.
That's miserable.
Yeah, and it's a shame because it rains for 90% of it. Like, I want to say it literally rained almost all of, like, June and July this year.
Yeah, our school starts in September, usually.
Yeah, that was always one of those things I remember being kind of jealous of reading about in, I think it was the Percy Jackson books, is that, like, school gets out, I want to say it was, like, halfway through June, and then he was like, oh, I'm out until September, and I was like, you're out until when? September? That would be incredible! It's like, I would rather do,
Yeah.
like, 2 extra weeks of school in June, and then have, like, almost a full extra month of summer, basically.
Right. I sent you the photos.
Oh, let me see. Oh, no, I don't think I saw this one, actually.
Really? Yeah, it's the biggest beetle I've ever found.
Yeah, that is quite big. That's pretty cool.
It's funny because, like, in comparison to, like, atlas beetles
yeah.
or rhinoceros beetles, it's fairly small.
Yeah.
But
that's
you
the
know what? It
JoJo
was a
beetles.
self-accomplished for myself.
You can't let the JoJo
Yeah.
beetles impact how big you think a beetle should be.
They started on the 12th. Ew.
Yeah.
Ew.
It's unfortunate.
Oh, I'm so sorry. That's terrible. Man, my school doesn't even start until, like, I think it starts really late this year. I think it starts a couple of weeks into September, so after my birthday.
Man, it's pretty lucky.
Yeah, usually last year it started on, I think, the 3rd of September, if I remember correctly, but this means that I get to party hardy on my 21st. Which is funny because I won't even be able to buy anything because I don't have my ID.
Oh no! Oh, that's right. Oh,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah, whatever.
It's okay. You can party in spirit.
Oh yeah, hardcore partying. Oh, hi, Momo.
Oh, has she returned?
She's been laying on the couch this entire time, after she decided that she was done throwing a fit. But
Aw.
I looked over and her head is on the pillow that I sit on.
Aww. Just realized the puppy is still
Smiling in
staring.
her sleep last night.
Oh, I love when they do that. The puppy is still staring, technically at nothing, but I think she's been following something. I don't feel comfortable with that. On the bright side, it's on the other end of the room than the bed, so maybe it's fine.
Yeah, once she gets close, you know you're in danger.
Yeah, she was close for a little while. She was staring at the chair right behind me. But then whatever it was moved further to the corner, so I'm just gonna assume whatever it is gone. Because there is little cracks that it could use to get into, I think, like, the main section of the house, because the door isn't, like, super sealed tight. So, yeah, I'm just gonna hope
Right.
that's where it went. Okay.
Oh man.
It is 1:20. I just fed Snorlax, but right as I got the reminder to feed it in-game. I think that's pretty good timing if I say so myself. Oh, also the Wooper thing started today.
What Whooper thing?
In Pokemon Sleep, Wooper is now available as a Pokemon to find in Pokemon Sleep.
Oh. Man, if only I didn't have, like, a poopy sleep schedule.
I mean, you can fake it. That's kind of what I was about to say I'm gonna do, is I'm gonna, use the Wooper incense, because the incense, summons different Pokemon. Like, whatever it is just smells so good to
Right.
that specific Pokemon, so I'm gonna use the one for Wooper. And then I'm gonna go put my phone, in the other room, in the kitchen. That way it'll think I'm asleep.
Yeah, I don't play on my phone a whole lot when it gets late, but I play on it enough to where I don't know if faking it would work. Because, like, I just occasionally check to see if my sister has texted me or something, because,
If you're
she
quiet,
doesn't do so great when like,
that's fair. But if you're quiet, when you pick it up, it will still think you're sleeping. Because I've done that before. Or like, even if it thinks
yeah,
like,
but I watch videos when I sleep.
well, that's the thing. If you watch them with like even just an earbud in, or if you watch them at a low volume, it'll treat it as if you're sleep talking.
Oh.
That's literally what it does
Well,
for me.
I can't do earbuds. And I usually have it at like a fairly low volume, but I have my phone right next to my laptop when I sleep because I don't have very much room on my bed with JoJo in my arm
Yeah,
and my laptop out.
that's fair.
Yeah, I promise I'm not addicted to the internet. I just need background noise.
You know, I totally get that. That's literally what I do. I just realized, because I usually listen to like reruns Distractable while I sleep.
Right.
At this point, I think I've trained myself accidentally to fall asleep while listening to Mark, Bob, and Wade. Because I can put on almost any video of the three of them yelling about something nonsensical, and I can be out in 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Like if I'm like sitting at my desk
Yeah,
watching it, I'll like actually pay attention. But if I'm like laying in bed, I will fall asleep. So
Oh yeah, I totally understand that. I do the same stuff.
yeah. So I've just learned that if I just have my phone at like the loudest it can get to is the second notch on the volume thing. But anything higher than that, and it will treat it as if I'm like awake. But if it's at like 1 or 2, it thinks I'm sleep talking because it will still record it. It will still, because like, that's the thing is that it records you when you're sleeping and stuff, and it's supposed to like let you know when you like sleep talk or when you woke up and stuff. So I will hear
Right.
them in the morning, recording the next morning. However, it's literally it will say I was asleep during that time period. So it's pretty it's pretty handy. Also, I'm gonna go put my phone away now that I have started sleep mode on it. So I will be back in just 1 second.
Yep. Okay.
Okay, I stopped to convince the puppy to lay in bed, and it did work.
Nice.
So she is actually laying in the bed now. She doesn't look like she's gonna stay there, but at least for the moment, she is actually some more comfortable.
Yeah, my dad did just get home, so it may be a little noisy.
That's okay. We are almost done with part 6, I will say.
Yeah, I'll try to mute if he starts talking to me, but I am switching back and forth in between the live stream and Discord.
No worries. We have 5 characters left. That's wild. It has been... Oh no. It has been 7.5 hours.
Yeah, I don't think we're really gonna make it through 7.
No, I would like to try, because the latest I can be up is probably about 2:30ish, based on the time I need to wake up. That's like the time I'll be able to get the most sleep.
Yeah.
So, yeah, about
I
another hour or so.
also
And I
need
would
to-
like to at least start part 7.
Yes, yes.
So, oh man, it's been in waiting for so long. Plus, it feels right to reach the manga. I know it's not technically the 19th anymore, but like, on technically, JoJolian Day.
Yeah.
Because like, when we started
Really
this,
hope-
it was JoJolian Day, so...
I really, really hope that Funny Valentine can join us for our part 7 portion.
Yes. If not today, then whenever we do this next.
Yes, hopefully soon, because I'm finally, hopefully fixing, or slowly but surely I'm fixing my sleep schedule.
Oh man. Okay. Alright, where are we feeling for verses? It keeps jumping all over the place.
I don't know, I really like him.
Yeah, honestly, I was
He's a
gonna
really
say,
good character.
I can see him being in S tier. Like, it would be a little funny to have all of the brothers in S tier, except for, Ungalo. 'Cause where did we leave him? Where did he end up? There he is. He's in just there, but cool. Should we bump him up to C just because his brothers are so high up?
Might as well.
Consider, I also just
That's
did... I did just realize Charlotte is currently above him. You know what? Let's
right,
put him...
yes.
I think he's kind of on Santana's level. I feel like I might like Bruford a little more, but I feel like story-wise, he's fairly similar to Santana, where it's like he's at the lowest of like the brothers, but he's still really
And, like,
important.
Yeah, and he's the introduction of the brothers.
Yeah.
Like, technically. Yeah.
If we ignore Giorno, he is the introduction.
Well,
For Stone Ocean
the other
specifically.
half of the brothers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Introducing us to the
the trio.
concept of, oh, Giorno has brothers. Which I knew what you meant. I had to point it out. Oh man, I do like how smug
This
the two of them look in theirs.
Yeah. I will say, I'd be fine if we just stay with them right there.
Yeah, that feels pretty right, honestly.
I love Rikio.
Yeah, he's so great. All right. Okay. We're
I'm
feeling
so glad
Underworld.
that they didn't stick with his tendril hair.
I know. I'm so happy they left it like the way it is, because I know there was a couple ways you could interpret the way it looks in the manga. So I'm glad they went with this version.
Yeah. A part of me still wants to, like, separate my wig a little bit, just a little bit, to give it more of, like, the tubular sections.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
Underworld's a bit of a tough one.
Yeah, it's really cool.
It is, and I do also like the comedy behind they're in a plane that's about to crash underground. As in, like, the plane's already underground and it's about to crash. And Pori and Pari are trying to sit there being like, what are you telling me?
Yeah, it's so visually stimulating, I guess, because there's so much happening at once, even though it's such a simple concept.
Yeah. And I like that the way it's used, like, to unearth memories isn't just, like, random memories. It's like, no, he's pulled up a very specific, like, plane crash, and now he's trapped them on it. And it's like, oh, instead of... Because, like, there's the theme where he, like, unearths the, like, football players. It's like, okay, that's, like...
Oh my god.
More along... Like, it's still crazy, but it's still more along the lines of how you would expect, like, an unearthing memory stand to be used. Just being like, oh, just summon random people and have them, like, get in the way. But also, the fact that he... Specifically a football team, I do still feel is a good way to make it, like, an out-there version of that. But the fact that he starts
It's
off
so
with plane
funny.
crash, that's wild.
Honestly, yeah.
Yeah, I think I want to put it in the middle of the three brothers, because I liked it more than Bohemian Rhapsody, but I liked the concept of the rods better, I think.
Yeah.
So I think, okay, it's because it's really hard for me to compare to everything else in B tier right now, so I'm gonna have to compare it just to the brothers.
We have a collection of things in B tier.
Yeah. B tier is all over the place. What do you mean Eluso is one level higher than Teranosuke? Or not Teranosuke, Kanedaichi. He's 2 higher than Teranosuke.
Yeah, that's very strange. And the freaking... Oh my god, yeah. Imagine being placed lower than a green blob and a turtle.
Yeah, but hey, the green blob sure is trying to be a dad. In
That's
the only
true.
ways he can.
He's doing his best.
He is. Oh man. Oh no. Poor Perla.
Oh, Perla. Ugh. One of the most devastating characters.
Mm-hmm. I feel like, okay. If we have Shinobu in C, who's also very tragic, I feel like that kind of means we have to put Perla in C.
Yeah.
Because I will say, we do have a couple tragic characters in here. Like, we've got Aya, we've got Ryosuke, and we've got Shinobu. And I guess Shizuka, kind of. Because all we know, I mean, technically her stand, but like, I don't know, the fact that Shizuka is just an abandoned baby is kind of sad. Like, it doesn't really get dived into deeply, tragically like the other characters do. Oh, but we also have George in this tier. George and Poco's sister. So yeah, C tier is kind of becoming the tragic tier.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense because they're the most like they obviously matter to us, but their significance primarily relies on the horrific thing that happened to them.
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if I like Perla more than Oasis. And by connection, Green Day.
Right. That's a toughie because again, most of her never mind. I can't even.
No, I know what
We
you
share
mean.
similar sentiments.
Yeah. Oh, I just realized Squallow and Sale are overlining with each other. It really shows that their hair is two very different versions of the same thing.
Hold on, I'm looking around like crazy fast.
Third row in
okay,
C.
yeah,
Yeah. You can see, like, it's different, but it's the same concept done differently.
Yeah.
Like, Squallow's feels more like that could be, like, a real hairstyle. I don't know what's going on with Sale. I don't know why his just looks like crab legs.
I was gonna say spider legs, but you know what? Crab legs work too.
Yeah. I don't know, they look harder, and, like, crab legs are harder, so I don't know. It's a weird hairstyle. I do love you,
Yeah.
Sale, but why are you like this? What a weird
It looks
man.
like he got like locks and then never washed them or took care of them.
Yeah, I could believe that. If we've learned anything about part 5 is that hygiene is 50-50.
Yep.
Ooh, okay. We have reached
you
Sea
mean-
Moon.
Oh man. I know that we briefly talked about Seaman earlier, but like
I was gonna say, yeah, is this an easy S tier?
I
think-
would say at least an A tier, yes.
Yeah, because visually this is one of the coolest stands, easily.
Oh, for sure, yeah. And it creates some of the coolest build-up to one of the most intense moments in all of JoJo.
I know, the way you just can't think things are going to get any worse, and then, oh boy, do they!
Yeah.
Also, all the teasing of its ability is really cool.
Yeah. I also like how they introduced the concepts of not even just a stand, like, growing with its stand user, but instead just straight up evolving.
Yeah, like the
and
stand
becoming something
itself.
different.
Yeah. It's like, we've seen
Yeah.
stands change for the user, but what about, like, the stand itself physically becoming a different thing? Like, that's so cool.
It's so cool.
Oh, I don't know. Thinking logically,
Oh man.
Seamoon is cooler than Kinato. If I put on
And
my logic
logically-
brain and actually think about it, I'm like, no. I have to admit, Seamoon's cooler.
Yeah, I'm looking at like the hand and like Killer Queen and wondering if it belongs somewhere up there, but I know that we're also gonna have Made in Heaven definitely high.
Oh, Made in Heaven's going up here high somewhere. I was kind of thinking levels of like GER high for Made in Heaven because that stand is
Oh,
incredible.
yeah, for sure. It's just way too cool not to.
Yeah. Everything about it, the reveal, the actual ability, the appearance, it's incredible. Absolutely worth all the
Yeah.
build-up. And, like, the way it gets used, the sheer intimidation factor, one of the coolest final stands.
Oh, I will be right back. I need to feed Jodio.
No worries. I'll keep thinking about, Seamoon. Oh, I missed the chat. Sorry, I don't know if you're still here.
Being Jodio.
That wasn't. Why would you do that? I said so. We're streaming.
Don't like that noise. I'm sure that's fine. Don't you guys love hearing random bumps in the night? This is tough. Oh. Hi.
Hello.
This is very tough, I must say. Because I'm thinking,
Are
like...
we? Where are we?
Because I was thinking, like, okay, it probably would make sense to put Seamoon above, like, Highway Star. Like, having it, like, on par with Killer Queen. But then my
Right.
personal bias shows up, and I'm like, you know what? I do kind of like Highway Star more. Like,
I feel like I do like Highway Star more because it's kind of cute, kind of stupid.
yeah, it's like,
Um,
it's very silly. But also, I did
I don't.
really enjoy.
Were you reading chat while I was gone at all?
I did notice chat. I didn't realize I had missed a message. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's because
Wait,
I can't see.
Is it shocking that we have done 3 of these?
Oh yeah. This is the third.
Yeah, this is the 3rd stream we've done for this, and I know that this one is 7 hours long, but oof.
Yeah, we're approaching 8. We are 20 minutes away from 8 hours. And we're not even. We still have one more character left for Stone Ocean. Oh lord. Okay. Do we accept Seamoon here and just put Made in Heaven somewhere higher to make up for it?
Yes.
Okay.
It's so funny seeing Pesci above him.
I know, I was gonna say, that's definitely gonna get some comments of someone being like, why is Pesci higher than Seamoon? But also, I think putting Made in Heaven higher makes up for it. Like here, I'm gonna put it next to GER for now.
Wow. Okay.
Okay. Because my thought process was going to be like, oh, in terms of, like, stands that I enjoy, like, as a concept, Made in Heaven is really similar to Chariot Requiem. But then I realized between Chariot Requiem and Made in Heaven's current positions is Gold Experience Requiem, and also Spice Girl. Like, ignoring the, like, physical human characters in between. Now I have to try to decide, do I like Made in Heaven more than Spice Girl? Because GER...
Oh no.
He already looks like he's staring into my soul for even asking that question. But Spice Girl?
Oh, that's terrible because it's single-handedly Made in Heaven has created one of the most beautiful scenes in all of JoJo.
Genuinely. And I'm so happy it was animated exactly the way I
And-
was hoping it would be, because man is it pretty. Which is, again, a wild thing to say about
Oh,
the end
yeah.
of the world. But it's absolutely gorgeous.
It's so beautifully done, and it's got like the perfect amount of anxiety, and it's got like, because like the fact that it perfectly encapsulates the end of the world and the like them showing just random people doing random things and it affecting them doesn't feel forced or unnatural, and it feels
Yeah.
like it's actually just giving us what it needs to show us in order for us to feel the same fear that everyone is feeling at that moment.
The fact that it's terrifying, but also there is still beauty in it, I feel... That feels right. Like, oh my
And it
gosh.
also perfectly encapsulates Poochie's morals and
Yes.
why he's acting on and how he would like to act. Like, it's so perfectly done.
It really does feel like the perfect, like, conclusion to Poochie's story. Everything that's happening during the Made in Heaven arc. Like, it just feels like every last bit of it is just perfectly done.
And just the mess of a stand design.
I know, the
Ugh.
fact that there's so much going on with it. Oh my gosh. But also, Spice Girl is just a girl. Oh no!
We need to have like a separate category just for
I know.
Made in Heaven. This is
My issue is I'm regretting putting stands mixed in with the users. Like, I think that was a fun idea, now I'm realizing the agony it's causing me. Because it would be so much easier to just be like, oh, we could just put Made in Heaven at the top because it's the coolest stand, and now I'm like, oh, but I can't do that to all the JoJos and JoBros we have up here.
See, if we had done this in 2 primary, like, series of us doing this, of the characters and the stands.
Yeah. But no, I had to be
But we didn't.
too eager and be like, oh, we can just rank everything. Not realizing what everything entailed.
This is so hard.
It really is. Okay.
This is so hard to compare it against characters that are like up there, but it's also more difficult to compare it to the like the sentient stands, or because it's so vague when it comes to the actual like personification of Made in Heaven.
Yeah.
So it's not even comparable.
How many hours are we at? We're at... I'm gonna round to 7:40. Ooh, boy, we have officially spent 24 full hours trying to decide these. Because I just looked back at the other videos, to use them as a reference, so I just added up the timestamps of them, plus where we currently are, minus 4 minutes. 24
hours.
It's 24.8 is what it says. Which I know 0.8 doesn't really count, but... Oh man, okay.
Oh, Amber.
Yeah. And
We haven't even made it to the manga yet.
I was gonna say, we are technically at 24 hours, still in part 6.
It took us 7 hours, nearly 8 hours to get through part 6. And
I
we
mean-
still aren't even through it.
We did admittedly predict that. We did say, I think,
Yeah.
when we started, like, oh, if it took us this long, because the first stream was 7.5 hours, I think we were saying, like, oh, if it took us this long just to get through parts 1 through 3, part 6 is gonna take us 8 hours. I think we made some sort of joke like that.
I was
Yeah.
joking.
That...
Like, half joking.
Oh, no. Granted, okay, we did get fully sidetracked for, like, 1 full hour. And then we had another 40-minute sidetrack. So... if we didn't have ADHD, this would not have taken so long. However...
If we didn't have ADHD, I don't think it'd be entertaining.
I was gonna say, it wouldn't have been as fun, because it would have just been us going like, well, objectively, this character's cooler, so let's just put him here. And then we would have been through it within like 30 minutes.
God, I really want to know what that video would look like now, though.
Us just being stone cold like, oh no, we're just at this point it would have just been us ranking like their importance in the series, which is essentially the same thing as just trying to look at them on the JoJo wiki. But no, we had to add our own personal flair to it. And now look at this mess.
Oh, come on. If neither of us were neurodivergent, then, like, Gwes and Versus and Rikiel and
Yeah, they
all of
would
these
not...
the narrator would not be an S tier.
Yeah. We wouldn't have part 1 Dio all the way down there in D tier, like... Because we would have just been like, no, objectively Dio... We would never have had the mess that is the just there tiers.
And we
Oh,
couldn't
man.
even, like, suffice with an F tier. We had to launch them into space and turn them into rocks.
No, we're a little too passionate, I think, is our issue.
It is a burning, fiery hatred that is equivalent to the love that I feel for some characters.
Yeah. It's the fact that S
There are
tier...
some characters that...
S tier is just as
Yeah.
strong as Launch into Spaces, but for the opposite reason. And honestly, it's impressive for us
Exactly.
that we have so few characters into Launch into Space versus the amount that are in S tier. That means we're very... what's the word? Forgiving for some of these characters?
Oh. Yeah. But also, if you really think about it, with the fact that there are 9 parts out, this just goes to show how much Araki also puts into his characters, because everyone talks about the negatives of a lot of the characters, or like the bury the gays, or the terrible, like the sexual assault and stuff. But it's so little of the characters that are like that.
Yeah. With the way they get blown out of the water, you would assume that's every other character in the series.
Exactly. But, like, look how much characters we have in S and A.
I know.
Just by thatself.
Just these tiers alone are incredible. I do like that we've given a couple characters A tiers just because they were good moms. I forgot we did that until I was looking through. You know, that's a very high honor in JoJo to be a good mother. Being a good father is on another level. Like when we get to part 8, we might need to make a new tier that's just you were a good dad, because man, is that such a rarity in this series that we don't have any. Oh, okay, we technically have one until part 8. Cause like
Norisuke and Jobin are going to be so complicated.
I know. I'm genuinely so afraid for the part 8 one, because I know. Okay. I know we said that about part 6 as well, but I worry that each of these is going to get longer and longer for the characters we have remaining.
We're gonna have another 3 parts of this.
How many rows is there for part 7? 1, 2, 3, 4. About 4.5. Part 7. Oh my gosh! How many? Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Basically 6 layers for part 8. Oh no.
Oh my god. Okay, but the amount of like launch into spaces that I see.
That is gonna speed things up a little bit. The fact that it's gonna be a very quick, nope, you're out of here.
But also, as the characters feel more real as we go into 7 and 8, the harder it's gonna be to like not be forgiving to some of them because they weren't that bad or they got better, you know?
Being like, you know what, I understand you as a person, so I can't judge you that harshly. Versus the other, some of these other characters, we're judging them being like, you are a cartoon character, this is where you rank. But part 7's really hard to do that for some of them.
It's because Araki had to get good at making more casual bad guys.
He had to make part 7 absolutely full to bursting with, this is a bad guy. You now want to cry for him. Like, why did you have to do that so many times?
Yeah, no, I hate, I feel rage.
It's like, for every character in part 7 that we're gonna want to launch into space, there's gonna be another one that we sob over. Like, that's...
I'm scared for the characters that I'm like, that I find just super pretty for no reason, and it's gonna be like one of those, well, he could be in B, even though he's there, he's just there.
Look, I am prepared with my soapbox to put Pork Pie Hatkin up in A. So, speak your truth with whoever you reach. Like, whatever characters you've got.
I agree with you on that, though. I love Pork Pie Hatkin. I don't know if I really, like, said anything about him when I was first reading it, but it was like an instant, I love this guy. I don't know why, but it is
exactly.
Like, I love Hatkin.
I couldn't even tell you specifically what it is. Like, that's part of why I boil down, like, some of my favorites as being, like, just the weird ones, because that's all I can tell you about that guy, is that he's weird. But if that didn't capture my heart instantly, like, that's... I don't know, because it's like a similar thing with, like, Kinato for me, where it's just like, man, you were just weird. It's like, I love that. Keep being weird. I do think that's part of why I adore Part 8 so much, is that it's just so weird. Every character in it is so unapologetically weird.
Yeah.
Also, yeah, no, I'm totally stalling because I don't want to acknowledge if we should move Made in Heaven or not.
Okay. Okay, my dad has left. We are in the free.
Do we want to leave Made in Heaven here for now? And we can do, like, a final adjustment later.
You know, every single time we say that,
I know.
Them.
There was somebody earlier that we moved. I don't know who it was, but we moved somebody at the start of today.
We moved, what, Doppio?
Yeah, we moved Doppio and Risotto away from each other, and we put,
Yeah.
multiple of Dio's kids in between. And then Gwess. She's the adoptive daughter now.
Yes. Okay, well, we can keep him there for now. Because I don't mind that much. That's not a bad spot for him, and I think that's the best place that we're gonna get for now.
If we don't want to spend the 35 minutes we have remaining just talking about Made in Heaven, I think we're gonna have to accept this location.
Yep.
'Cause- okay,
Which is funny, because I could go on for another 2 hours just about the last few episodes.
I know, it's so... they're so good. I'm so happy
Ugh.
they were as well done as I was hoping. I was so afraid for that. Just
I'm
because
shocked.
it looked so pretty in the manga, I was like, please add the animated parts to be just as beautiful,
Yeah.
please. And David Productions absolutely hit it out of the
See,
park.
I am so shocked that we have put the spoiler screen up for everything except for part 6, really, for this
It's 'cause-
episode.
As we got through the halfway point, it became obvious, like, okay, now we're discussing the second half of part 6. So I felt like it wasn't as needed, versus whenever we started talking about other parts at random, that I was like, oh, spoiler, I should probably block this. Because we did do
I
that a
just think
couple
it's
times,
really
yeah.
fun. Like, I just mean overall, we didn't spoil too much of part 6. Like, we talked about a couple of character deaths and, like,
Yeah.
how much it impacted us. But I think we both knew that if we were to go into too much about how it impacted us, that we would just be going off for hours.
Oh, yes. I had to, like, keep holding myself back from talking while I was talking to the Stone Ocean voice actors, of being like, you don't understand how much time I've spent just rewatching these scenes. It's just so beautiful.
Mm-hmm. Oh my god. Okay, I will be right back real quick. I'm putting my ice cream away, because I took ice cream out.
No worries, I was taking a sip of water anyway.
Okay, I'm back.
Alrighty.
Johnny!
I know, he's finally
Johnny,
here.
he's finally here. Oh
it's
my
a-
god.
Alright. Alright, I know he's an instant
Oh
S.
man.
Okay, I'm gonna
Yes.
put him up here just for a second. Do we feel Johnny actually beats out Jotaro for the top tier for now? Because I think of all the JoJos that we've encountered so far, Jolene and Johnny, ignoring part 8, are currently the best contenders to finally push this man out of the #1 spot.
I have to agree.
Because, like, I feel like of all the JoJos, it would have to be one of those two. Again, pretending part 8's not a thing yet.
I think Johnny being up there feels right. He deserves that spot.
He deserves something.
Has so much character. He's such a deep character.
And the fact that he's not even in the first chapter, that's wild. That he's not in.
I was so confused.
Yeah, the fact that part 7 starts and we're introduced to a handful of characters and none of them are the protagonist, but we get a wide close-up of Gyro's teeth before we ever get to see our main character.
Yeah, when I first read it, I was like, no, this isn't what I thought it was gonna be. This is so sad. I was very disappointed in the lack of Johnny because I knew I'd have a crush on him.
Yeah, it doesn't help that, he fits a couple of the trends for you. He's not quite in a crop top, but in a couple of the outfits he wears, it does, like, come up a lot. Like another,
He's
okay.
dangerously close to a crop top, yeah.
Yeah, because I was gonna say, some outfits he's wearing, the way his shirt doesn't move makes it feel like it is, like, sewn into his pants sometimes, versus other times, his shirt does come up, like, when he gets, like, tossed around, because, Slow Dancer's a little mean sometimes, I think. Not, like, mean, but very,
Yeah.
That horse has some attitude, I would say.
Uh-huh. I don't know, there's just something so special about his design. I love his little horns.
I know, the fact that he's just got random little horns poking out of his hat is adorable. Like, that is one of his favorite little character designs. Oh, what was that?
I forgot that I wanted to cosplay him too.
Oh, if you cosplayed as Johnny, you could actually be Johnny with like the birthmark, because he's I believe to this day the only JoJo. I mean, aside from, I don't think we've seen JoJo's, but I want to say he's the only JoJo to this day we have not seen any official media of his birthmark.
Yeah,
so, I mean, JoJo is still going, so we might get to see.
Right.
Let me double check.
I feel weird cosplaying blonde characters because I have such like thick, dark brown eyebrows. I love my eyebrows, but man, does it make it hard to cosplay like cute characters with light colored hair.
Yeah. I mean, you could go the redhead route for Johnny. Dark eyebrows would make sense.
I'll go the lime green version.
No, we have gotten to see JoJo's. It's in a sketch. I didn't even notice it was visible in the sketch.
Oh, what?
Yeah, here, it's new. I'm gonna send this to you. This is so adorable. Okay, so yeah, this literally just leaves Johnny.
Oh.
This is a very new sketch. I want to say it just came out yesterday with the newest chapter. Or not the newest chapter, the newest volume.
Wow.
But yeah, I think this just leaves Johnny as the only one that we haven't gotten to actually see his birthmark for.
That's because he's wearing so much clothes all the time. I think that he should wear less sometimes.
I wonder if he might have ulterior motives behind that. I'm gonna overlook it and pretend you don't.
Whoa, that's crazy. I don't know. Ooh, I think I got possessed there for a second by a spooky ghost or something. I don't know.
Yeah, that definitely wasn't you, don't worry. I have no idea who that was that just started speaking.
Yeah, no, there was like... Someone just walked through my room, you know?
Yeah, someone walked in, they just were speaking very loud to be able to be picked up just as well as you.
Oh yeah, they sounded just like me too. That's kind of crazy. Anyways, moving on.
Here, wait, I want to send the screenshot from the JoJo wiki talking about the birthmarks because there's no picture for Johnny and it's so funny. All these other random characters get the birthmark, even just once. Like, a couple of these guys from Part 8, I don't feel like we needed to see the birthmark. I'm happy we did, I'm not complaining. But seeing their birthmark and the fact that we don't get to see Johnny's is so funny. Like, this man is keeping his birthmark in hiding.
Yeah, I forgot about Kay, if I'm being honest.
Oh, but I love Kay! I
love Kay.
I think part of why I like her is I really like the idea that she's Jotaro's main counterpart, not Yoshikage. Because the idea of him being a woman, like in a maid dress with sparkly star-studded tights in another timeline, I like that. I think that's very fun. I think he would hate it. That's why I like it so much.
Yeah, but I mean, their personalities are like pretty close. Too.
Oh yeah, like the protective nature, like they handle themselves very similar to each other, but at the same time Yoshikage kind of does as well. But that's just because he's kind of got a mix of personalities going, to where he's kind of like, he does that thing where like the new characters, like there's such a mix of so many like previous characters that they just become their own person again. And so Rocky likes doing that with the new with the new world.
God, it's so funny that Joseph is on there.
I know, not Johnny.
I'm really glad that they didn't put Joseph Fumi because that was confirmed an accident.
Yes, they do actually have that mentioned. They have this mentioned because it's a whole page talking about the star birthmark, and every time we get to see it and stuff,
right? They
do mention like, oh no, he did have it, was not supposed to. So don't. Okay. Here's a picture as proof that this did happen. He's not supposed to though, because I also have a page mentioning that Lisa has it in one art by Araki.
Right.
Also, I'm gonna send the picture to you because you can see the crazy diamond doll right next to her as well, which is really cute. I forgot that this art features a bunch of dolls, with a couple of them being hidden JoJo references.
Oh, that's really cute.
Yeah.
What I think is really funny about thinking about Kei being Jotaro's counterpart is her stand being the coolest thing ever.
Yeah. Her stand is, like... I love her stand. The fact that Araki...
It's the epitome of cool guy.
The fact that he had to change the name after hearing Born This Way, he was like, oh, that's a way better name for this stand. I need to change it immediately. Like, we had Going Underground for, like, what, a chapter, I think it was, before he changed it. But I do like that he kept the GU, like, in her, like, clothing and stuff. He was like, no, I've already included that. That's part of her character now. It just doesn't mean anything anymore.
Okay.
Alright, so we have finally reached the characters that I told you I decided to add back last minute. That is Slow Dancer and Valkyrie.
I was gonna say it's the horses.
Yes. I don't know why. Don't ask why Valkyrie is a picture of her figure. I don't know why. That was just the picture the wiki had.
I was gonna say, why is the Figma horse?
I don't know. That was the best picture they had on the wiki. Versus Slow Dancer, we get a proper, manga panel. I don't know.
That's so funny. That's so funny.
But yeah, so my original, while I was going through and downloading all the images, my original thought process was, no, I can't include all the horses, there's way too many. Like, even if I were to just include the named visible horses, that's like 10. So I was like, no, that's way too many, I have to draw the line somewhere. And then as I moved on to part 8, I was like, oh, but Slow Dancer and Valkyrie. So I went back and downloaded their pictures too. So, it did hurt a little to draw the line just before Silver Bullet, but I had to draw the line somewhere. Because if I didn't draw the line for Silver Bullet, then I would be like, oh, but Hot Pants, her horse is named Gets Up. That was actually a nice horse too. And I knew that would just continue down the line. So, I had to draw the line firm. I was like, no, just the main two. That's all I can allow, otherwise we're never gonna get through this. Plus, I just feel like...
taken us forever, especially since...
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Because they so many of them have, like, not very much visible personality, but some of them do.
Yeah! Like, I like that we get to see... I keep talking about Silver Bullet. Silver Bullet seems like a very patient horse in comparison to Diego. And I've always been very entertained by that contrast. Yeah. Like, I don't know, that horse just seems like it deals with a lot very well in comparison to, I don't know, the insanity that's going on as they're riding. Like...
Yeah, all of these horses, they need, like, a proper, like... They need to go into retirement, and proper retirement, not JoJo retirement.
Yeah. I mean, okay. This is the thing. Okay, Valkyrie gets that, but for sad reasons. Slow Dancer, it seems like, did stay with Johnny.
I don't want to think about that.
Yeah, no. It does look like Slow Dancer is the horse that's in part 8, which I appreciate, because Slow Dancer was already said to be a bit of an old horse, so I like that Johnny was like, we're a pair now. You're coming with me. I appreciate that. I like that detail.
For sure.
But I also like that the horses get coffee, that Gyro makes them coffee. Like... I just think...
Yeah.
I think that's sweet. I did remove the spoiler screen for that, because that's not a spoiler. That's just a cute little, like, slice of life thing that they talk about at one point. Like...
Man,
I think that's really cute. Yeah.
That whole arc is so funny, because Johnny is so mad at Diego for no reason, and Gyro is just sitting there like, why are you so mad? And he's just like, I don't know, I hate him so much, and he's like, dude...
Yeah, no, what? Gyro plays into some of the hate. Like, he does kind of, like, make fun of him a bit. But for the most part, it's just Johnny looking at him and being like, I hate this man more than anything on Earth. More than me, which is impressive. Because, man, is Johnny really full of self-hate. That it's impressive just how angry that guy is at himself.
So sad.
It's really sad, but at the same time, I'm like, jeez, Johnny, relax just a little bit. It's gonna be okay.
It's why Tusk looks so soggy all the time.
I was gonna say, why Tusk eternally had like the saddest eyes I've ever seen on a stand. Okay.
Yeah.
Would it be wrong to put the horses in A tier?
know, A tier is looking pretty slim. Let's put them in A tier.
Here, to make it a little better, I could put them at the end of A tier so it doesn't look as bad, putting them above Dio Brando. Because we currently have Slow Dancer, the horse, higher than Dio, Yoshikage Kira, and Diavolo.
Okay, but if it makes you feel any better, only 2 rows lower is Danny, and
true.
2 rows above is Arnold. So
Yeah, that is true. We really like the animals in JoJo, I think, is what this is telling me. Because we also have Stray Cat and Coco Jumbo right next to Danny. Oh my gosh, why are the animals lined up? I don't remember, did we do that on purpose?
I think we may have been aware of it, but as we put like Danny in or something, or Stray Cat, no, it would be in Coco Jumbo. As we put Coco Jumbo in, I think we saw the trend.
Yeah, that sounds right. Wow, okay. Oh, speaking of Tusk,
It's just how we be, I guess.
you were just talking about Tusk and his sad little eyes. Here, I'm gonna set him down. Look at these sad little eyes.
Yeah,
These are the
he
saddest eyes.
looks so sad. He's like a soggy little punching bag. That's what he looks like.
Yeah, Araki saying he made him so that he would look like a mascot. I'm just like, do you mean the mascot of Johnny's life specifically? Because that's the only thing I can imagine him being the banner of. Like, the saddest story I've ever heard. That's what he's been, like, supporting. He's just, like, representing, rather. Okay.
Wow, if you look at S tier, look at how much pink and
I was
purple there
about to
is.
say, what's going on with the pink in S tier? Cause, like...
Oh my god, even when you scroll up, seeing Star and Kakyoin.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, him with the red hair is not, like, helping with the pink, but the pink background behind him, because even Gold Experience has a pink
Yeah.
background as well. Like, I didn't realize there was so many pink things that we really
Yeah,
liked. And there's a lot of purple as well.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's worth mentioning.
Yeah, because the Killer Queen, and then freaking Highway Star, Highway Go-Go, and then Anasui, Doppio, and Rikiel. Rikiel's an honorable mention because of his purple hair.
Yeah.
Magenta hair, I guess. I feel like
This is
my
fascinating.
brain is telling me that I need Tusk to be on here just for that. Like,
I mean,
around
yeah.
all the pinks.
Even if we just were to ignore everything the stand does, I think Tusk deserves here to be just because it's like the representation of like the pinks. Like, okay, when I think of like
Yeah.
pink JoJo stuff, I think Trish, Tusk, and Yasuho. Those are like the first ones. Sorry, honestly, but you don't unfortunately do not actually make the list. As pink as you may be, Tusk does overshadow you a bit there.
The first
like-
one that I think of is Trish and Hot Pants.
Yeah, you know what? Yeah, Hot Pants is very pink. Yeah, that's fair. Like, there's a
Yeah.
couple of good representatives, but like for me, yeah, Tusk and Yasuho are both just way too up there. And then Trish, I think, is just the pinkest girl
No.
ever. Trish is out here. She managed to beat Yasuho for the pink girl. Like,
Which is so
she's
funny
so
because
pink.
Yasuho isn't even just pink.
I know. Like, it's kind of impressive.
Her blue shirt and black skirt. I mean,
You know, she's
it's
got a
super
lot of
cute.
variety going on with her
It's just-
colors. She's just associated strongest with
Yeah.
pink, I think. I think it helps her stand is one of the not monochrome, very close to solid color stands.
Yeah, yeah.
Because the coloring team really liked solid colors in Part 8.
Oh my god. If they animate part 8, I am begging for them just to give a couple of the stands a little bit more color.
Just a little bit more, yeah. Like, I'm okay if they were to keep Soft and Wet and Paisley Park the exact same. Speed
yeah.
King
But,
deserves better.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I can't remember his name, but Jobin stand.
Yeah.
yeah.
Speed King and Love Love Deluxe are just a little too solid orange for my liking. Like, I would be okay
Yeah.
if both of them had, like, a sunset theme, but that implies other colors as well. Like, you could use the same color palette
Yeah,
for both of them, and I would still be okay with it as long as there's a
General.
couple other colors in it other than just orange.
It's
like,
like,
you
orange
can-
and some brown undertones, and that's
Yeah.
it.
Like, you can keep Doobiwa blue, just give him various highlights of blue. Don't make him solid blue. Like, There's ways around the
Uh-huh.
solid colors, and they just didn't take it, is my issue, I think. Because, like, basically what we're describing is kind of what they did with Paisley Park and Soft and Wet, is they made them one primary color, but added a couple other little highlights to, like, you know, break up the design a bit.
Yeah.
And, like, that's all it takes, it's just a
Yeah, and
couple
they
little things.
And they actually look good because their designs look like their designs look like they should be those colors.
Yeah! Versus I don't look at Speed King and I think,
'cause there's
all
less-
orange. Like, no!
Because there's like so much more detail on Speed King, for example,
Yes!
as opposed to Soft and Wet, which is just like big chest boy, and that's
Yeah.
it.
He's just very Dorito shaped, and that's about it. He vaguely looks like he's a combination of a Dorito and vaguely, like sailor, like motifs. Like that's
Yeah.
kind of like his whole thing. But like,
Yeah,
Speed King has a
Dorito
lot
sailor.
more going on, like mechanically. Like it's a much more mechanical stand, meaning it has more mechanical parts. So you can highlight those by making them different colors.
yeah,
It's just.
whatever.
Like, I guess it could have been worse. They could have made him all gray and just made him look like he's just one solid piece of metal. But I don't know. I hope better things happen for Speed King when animated.
Yeah, but the thing about it being, if it were solid gray, is that I feel like they would have had to have played around more with tone, which to differentiate the black line art with the actual color, quote unquote color of the stand, as opposed to if it is the solid like orange color, they didn't do much else with it to differentiate the different layers of it or anything.
Yeah. I don't know. My worry is I probably would have said the same thing reading it in black and white and then seeing like, oh, they wouldn't color it in that way. And then actually
Yep.
seeing that they did, I would have been like, oh, how could they?
Yeah. I'm really hoping that that David Productions 10 years from now, when they finally start to animate part 8, is that they take the budget that they have, which they will have after animating part 7.
After 7, if they're not rich, someone was stealing money if they're not rich after the end of part 7.
Yeah. It makes so much money animating part. Like, I don't care if they release an episode a month. I will literally pay for a physical copy of every single episode.
Seriously. Like, also, I think they had... Okay, obviously I can't be the one to give them this permission, but I kind of wish they would make some of the episodes longer for part 7, just because the chapters are longer. Like, I would be okay with, like,
Yeah.
like making it like a 30-minute episode, but it's because you have to pay more to see them because it's on, like, a specific platform, where it's like the episodes are, like, closer to, like, half an hour, 40 minutes, because they're just... They fit more content in them. But also, the episodes are more expensive, and they come out a lot slower. Like, kind of like OVA style. I would be okay with something like that,
Right.
just for the sake of getting the episodes out.
I was gonna say, having like a movie-styled season would be really cool.
Yeah! And I mean, if any part, like, deserves it, I do feel like part 7 would be the one that would translate the best. Because, like...
Oh yeah, it would be like 4 movies, but hey, it would
Yeah.
be so good.
Because I'm trying to think, like, okay, if you were to try to condense it into, like, a 2-hour movie... well, I mean, you couldn't, but... Okay, if you were to try to cut out enough of the smaller fights, which I would still be sad about, because I do think, I don't think the zombie horse would save, Oyo Komawa. I think he would get cut, which would make me really sad. But, okay, don't focus on
Yeah.
that. If they were to cut enough of the small fights, you could get part 7 short enough to be, like, a 2-hour movie. And...
Yeah, but having like 2 or 3 movies would be fine.
Yeah, making it like a multi-part thing would probably be like... Honestly, I
Yeah.
feel like that might work the best with how, like, from what I've heard, how they animated the part 6 ones, basically making them that way. But then just, like, adding
Yeah,
in, like,
and
the
knowing-
credits and stuff.
Yeah, knowing David Productions and the way that they do pacing so well, they'd be able to do that super easily. Like, not easily,
yes.
but they'd be able to do it well.
Yeah, it might take them a little while to, like, figure out exactly what they're gonna do. But, like, I would have faith in them to be able to do that.
Yeah, I like how we're talking about this like it's actual, like, constructive, like,
As if they're ever gonna hear.
conversations with David Productions. Yeah.
As if they're-
David
as if
Productions,
we're
watch
sitting
this
on
video,
the-
please!
It's like, hey, David Productions, watch this video and please make it almost 8.5 hours in to hear our feedback on what we think would be really good for part 7. But yeah, no.
You rename the video to David Productions watch at 8 hours, please.
Yeah. It's like, go to 8 hours, 10 minutes, please, and just start from there. Oh, man. But yeah, no, I do have cautiously high hopes for part 7.
Me too. I feel like not enough people have enough faith in David Productions, but like,
Yeah.
you have to give them some credit. They have to think for a while about how they're going to tackle part 7, and if they end up needing to do CG horses, they end up needing to do CG horses. We've seen the intros and they're beautiful.
Well, I will say, okay, the intros
Part
are done by a different company, but I could see David Productions just working with a different company to do the horses. But
Exactly.
also, the horses in part 2 were CG, and they looked fine. Beautiful, I would say.
Yeah.
Like, they've done it before,
And, like-
granted, they haven't done it to an extent of the hundreds of horses that we see on screen during part 7. But, like, still, I do have faith that they would be able to make them look good, like, no matter what method they go with.
I just really hate that so many people try to spread rumors and stuff of like, oh, David Productions is gonna skip part 7 to go straight to animating part 8, and it's like, guys, part 6 just came out.
Yeah.
It's been what, like 2 years? Not even, yeah, 2 years at this point.
I want to say 2. Did it end 2022?
Yeah, something like that. But it's the fact that it's only been out for 2 years, and it takes them a couple of years to A, think about it,
Yeah.
B, get the budget for it and get it greenlit, and then to actually start animating it.
Oh yes. It's like,
It's
I
not
don't
a
know,
linear process.
everyone's already forgotten how long it took. How long it took between parts 4 and parts 5 and 6.
Yeah.
like- I don't know. I feel like the wait hasn't been crazy.
No.
Like I'm
No,
at a
and the
point where
fact
I'm just
that
like, it's gonna
people-
come out whenever it comes out. But some people are like, if it's not announced by the end of the year, I'm gonna explode. And I'm like, okay. let's,
Wow, you
let's
are
relax a
so
little.
patient. I would happily wait until I'm like in my mid-20s if need be. If I'm in my 30s need be. As long as the animators aren't overworking themselves, which I trust David Productions not to do to their animators. As long as they're not overworking themselves, I will be happy to wait as long as I need to wait, as long as I'm not dead before then.
Yeah, I have fully accepted. Bajolian's probably not gonna happen to my 30s. But also, I say that a little older than you, so.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, like,
I forget that you're a couple of years older than me, because you're 20...
yeah, my age is always the same as the year.
Yeah, which is cool.
It is. It's quite nice. I remember hanging that over my relatives' heads whenever they would go, "Oh, how old are you now?" And I'd be like, "What year is it?" And they'd be like, "I don't know." And I'd be like, "No, I'm not just asking this to try to make you do math and try to remember the year I was born. I'm asking you this for a specific reason. What year is it?" And they'd be like, "I don't know, 2008." And I'd be like, "Yeah, therefore I am 8. You should know this." It's like I am the
That feels
easiest
like
of
such
all
a-
of the kids to remember the age for.
Yeah. For me, it's always been whatever year it is, I'm in the corresponding grade level. So in 2016, I was in the 6th grade. 2017, I was in 7th grade. In 2018, I was in 8th grade.
It's kinda
Crazy.
cool.
Yeah.
Oh man. I don't know why I just realized we never actually put Tusk anywhere, we just started talking.
Yeah, I also noticed that, and I was gonna say something about it, but then we started talking again.
Yeah. Alright,
We hardly even have any time left.
yeah, I was gonna see if we could try to get to at least Gyro. After
Yeah,
this, 'cause
okay.
I feel like at
Let's
least
speed
getting
run.
through. We can, starting off with Valkyrie, I think is starting off on a good foot for the next one.
Yeah, are we just leaving Tusk there?
No, because I want to put him a little higher. I just don't know how
We can
high is the
definitely
issue.
Put him. We can put him. I'm okay with him being like above at least Gwes, maybe like versus Arikiel.
I don't know, because, okay, for me, in terms of, like, design and intimidation, Tusk rivals... Okay, well, if intimidation, it rivals Made in Heaven. But for, like, design, it rivals
Yes.
Killer Queen.
Right. Oh man, we could have it really high. We could have it like by Sticky Fingers or like.
Because there's so many different ways to rank it. The fact that we're ranking all of them is very... Because in terms of, like, little guyness, Tusk beats the Sex Pistols easily.
Yes. Yes. As much as I love them.
Like, just looking into those eyes... I feel like I can't tell it anything even remotely bad, or else the tears will start falling. Like, this is a stand you can ruin the day of very easily.
Oh yeah. You say that you stepped on a worm that morning because it was raining the previous night, and oh my god, here come the waterworks.
Mm-hmm. It's gonna take a while to calm this thing down. Man,
Oh
sorry,
no, I'm imagining it crying. It's so sad.
I started thinking about it animated, and I'm like, oh, I really want the same voice actor to do the Chumi means, because he did it so well in the games.
Yeah, I'm so curious about who they're gonna cast for Part 7, and I'm so excited for it.
I know, because I am cautiously optimistic for Valentine to have the same voice, because they said because I have the little DVD, and it has a little book from like with a bunch of notes from the director, and apparently everybody absolutely loved having him on set for Mikitaka, and I'm like, maybe you should bring him back for a much bigger role, please? Because he does do an incredible Valentine. As much as I hate Valentine, he does an incredible job. Like, in the games. Yeah. It's like exactly what I would imagine him to sound like.
Oh, man.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna leave Tusk there. We have to move on. Okay. Tusk is at a good spot. And also, again, we can always move it later.
We need a speed run.
Alright, Gyro Zappelli. Alright.
Gyro Zappelli.
Is he... Does he beat some of the JoJos? Because I'm genuinely...
I'd say he at least beats Jonathan.
That's what I was gonna say. I think Jonathan has finally been bested by a JoBro.
Oh my god, are we finally splitting up the JoJos?
It only took 7 parts! Oh,
holy cow! I feel like, hold on, I need to like lock in and think about all of the other JoJos that he could be better than.
I know, like, look, I'm looking at them individually. I'm trying to look at like, okay, how do you compare to Josuke? And my brain shut down immediately. Oh,
yeah, no, me too. Because I was like, okay, I love Gyro more than just. No, I don't.
Exactly.
What am I talking about?
It's like trying to say it. It's like I don't know if that's true. Like there's a reason. Yeah. Like the Tumblr sorter. There's always like 20 people tied for first place for me, and it's because I just keep hitting the like equal to button for so long that it's like I don't know who you like, man. Like.
I try my best to avoid the tie option, but it happens so often, and then they try to get me to pair the same character with a different character, and I'm like, yeah, I hate you.
When it forces you, yeah, when it's like it's caught on, it's like, okay, you've hit tie for all 4 of these characters, but it was for these 2 in one pair and for these 2 in the other pair. I'm going to swap the pairs now. Are these 2 characters still a tie? And I'm like, oh no, it is. I don't know what you want from me.
And as a matter of fact, this is harder.
Yeah.
Because now I don't know what I want.
It's like you would. Okay, for a normal fan, it would be so much easier. But I am not a normal fan.
Exactly. No, because there are so many little things about a singular character that makes me go, I love you. No, literally. It makes me sad you don't exist in your life. It's like. I can't live with myself.
man.
Oh man. I think. See, I really, really wish that Gyro and Johnny could be next to each other.
I
But
know.
it would be not fair to have Gyro above, like, Jotaro and Jolene and Josuke. you know?
Okay. My first thought was it feels wrong to put him above Jotaro for the sake of like everything Jotaro goes through. But
Exactly.
also, Johnny and Gyro would not be even remotely the same person without the other.
That's true, but we can't rubber band them. We've already
I
used our
know.
rubber band.
We ruined our rubber band, or not ruined. We already it's been taken. We can't use another one. Ah, man.
But they're so good together.
I know. Even when did I show you when Araki did the little like JoJo book thing after Part 8 ended, and it had all the main characters
Yes.
and the villains, and how he
Yes,
had Johnny
together.
and Gyro together on that page, and that was the only JoBro like duo to show up. I was like, oh,
Yes.
you're right. They are a pair.
They are. You know what? Maybe this isn't a rubber band. Maybe this is glue.
I was gonna say maybe this one's just fate. Maybe this one's just meant to be.
Yeah, I think we've got another glue on our hands. I seriously, because it's not just Gyro that I see above the JoJos. It's Gyro and Johnny
Yeah,
specifically.
it's not even just like the way they interact with each other, it's their like I'm trying to even think about their individual moments, and I'm still just like, no, but he probably wouldn't have done that if it wasn't for Johnny or Gyro. Like their
Exactly.
actions
They
are just so heavily determined by the other. And it's like it happens so quickly as well. Like there's like a couple bits early on where they're like more individual, but then like as it goes on, their every action is based on the other one.
They are so heavily soulmates that they are intertwined with each other permanently.
Yeah. Like, I want to say, honestly, by the time we get to Pork Pie Hat Kid, because we were talking about him earlier, at that point, everything Johnny does, he's doing it with Gyro in mind.
Yeah.
Oh, man. Yeah, these two are
Ugh.
just... They're a special case. It's not common you get a JoJo JoBro duo this powerful.
Yes.
But no, I think if I had to pick it for any of them, even if I would want it to be Josuke and Yasuho, I think it has to be Johnny and Gyro.
Yeah, because even like looking at Josuke and Okuyasu, for instance, they're like, yeah, it's just not the same. Josuke and Yasuho, that is a really rough one too.
They're
We're
gonna-
probably gonna have them next to each other anyways.
We're probably that's what I was gonna say, is like we're probably gonna end up with them next to each other, but for more genuine reasons of them like as their own
For
characters,
individual reasons.
because they do spend a good amount of Part 8 on their own. And the fact that they're both so good individually, I think is gonna work in their favor. Kind of like basically the reverse of what's happening with Johnny and Gyro, is that they're needed for their best, but Johnny, Josuke and Yasuho can achieve the same goals, but separate. Like, they
'cause,
basically, like, they can, as much as they, like, rely on each other, can ultimately, like, they get so much done while away from each other for so much of Part 8 that I feel like,
Yes.
like, I feel like, they're almost gonna be the reverse of this, but then still end up in the exact same situation.
Yeah, because they're both coming of age stories, and but one of them survives as an entity, and the other one survives in individuality because of coming of age.
Yeah. Oh my gosh.
It's like Johnny and Gyro both need something to hold on to, and
Yes.
Josuke needs to discover him. Like Josuke and Yasuho both need to discover
Yes!
themselves.
Wait, okay, I put the spoiler screen up because I'm talking about literally the last page of Part 8. Yasuho looking at him and realizing he needs a moment with the family that he's chosen. Because, like, obviously she's literally his girlfriend at that point. Like, they're little walking through the streets at that point. Like, they're together. Like...
Oh yeah, no, 100%.
like, that's not even a debate. That's just canon.
It was unspoken because it didn't need to be.
Exactly. That's how strong it was. But the way that she looks at him and realizes this is what he's been searching for, is a family. Not a girlfriend, but specifically a family. And to, like, discover himself, her final, like, look back and realizing this is what he needs right now, we can talk more later. That says so much about both of their characters. It's crazy.
Genuinely.
Oh, man.
Their relationship is so important for so many reasons.
Yeah. And also, you brought up, like, the fact that they can function, like, individually, but also separate, versus, like...
Yeah.
Johnny's kind of forced to fight the final boss on his own, but he has to follow Gyro's advice, versus Josuke wouldn't have been able to defeat Toru without Yasuho literally guiding him. Like, if it wasn't for her literally pointing the way, he would not have been able to do it. Which I think is fascinating, the way that their stories, like, literally switch.
Yeah. Because, like, I think that's really important as well, because of what their coming of age really tells about them.
Yeah.
Like, how Johnny needed Gyro to be there for him to grow. Meanwhile, Josuke needed to be alone for himself to grow. So in their moments of, like, vulnerability, Johnny needed to be alone, and Josuke needed someone there for him. Hello?
Yes. Oh my gosh. This is what I mean when people start talking about Part 8 being like, oh, it wasn't as impactful, and I'm like, you missed the ending. Because the ending literally grabs you by the collar and starts shaking you around, and it's like, do you get it? Do you see what's happening?
Yeah, no, I feel like I'm having, like, my head bashed into a wall. Or, like, the TV that the manga is on, you know? It's like, look at this! Look at this harder! You know?
And I'm like, I don't even feel like Araki was being super subtle with it. How many times did Mamazuku need to talk about the spin? Like, before it, like, really settled in for Josuke to be like, whatever the spin is, clearly it's important. Like...
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, the parallels are so strong.
I don't understand what manga these people are reading.
Whenever someone finishes Part 8 and they're like, yeah, that was good, and they're not, like, shaken to their core, I'm like, did you not get it? Did you not read it the same way? What did you miss? Please tell me so I can help! It's like, no, this is an experience. What did you miss?
Yeah, Part 7 left me empty in a horrifically depressed way. Part 8 left me empty and I need more and I want to know more, and this wasn't enough in all of the worst ways.
Yes, because, like, the ending of Part 7, you're like, yeah, that's where that would end.
You get closure.
Yeah, versus Part 8...
Part 7, as much as it's bad.
The fact that Part 8, they specifically go back to mention, oh yeah, Holly is still sick. Like, what do you mean? What do you mean?
Yeah.
Oh.
We never get closure for Part 8, and it's literally a happier ending than Part 7, and I hate it! I don't get it!
Oh my gosh.
It makes me like I don't want to feel.
The way the found family of Part 8 is creeping throughout the story before sucker punching you at the end to remind you, oh, just in case you forgot, this is a found family story.
Yeah, like the whole killing off, like the fake out Norisuke is like.
I was so on edge.
Yeah, it's devastating for a different reason, because Josuke relies on him as a father figure, because, you know, he's basically his dad.
Yeah.
And, like, but also at the same time, because he's not an amazing father, but he's a good dad, you know?
You know, he's
like what Josuke needs, and he has the answers, and it's like...
I know the bar is on the floor, so if you were to simply step over it, you're miles ahead of it. But I do feel Norisuke is the best father in JoJo. Jobin was giving him a run for his money, but I do feel like His own dad had him beat.
Yeah.
Like, oh my gosh,
Yeah.
I just...
Like Jobin, and in my opinion, he had the stress excuse of his son being basically on the verge of puberty death.
Yeah.
So, like, of course he's gonna be, like, on edge and doing anything he can do to save his kid's life and, like, doing as much as he can to supply for his kid, especially since this strange man is suddenly a part of his life now.
Yeah.
Technically, what is, like, his brother? His younger brother?
Yeah.
So,
Oh, man.
it makes sense why he kinda sucked. But he still did
Yeah.
his best necessary!
Because there's only a couple random moments where you're like, maybe you could have done something more for your kid just now. But it's not as many as every other father in JoJo. Like,
Oh my god. Even freaking George, who doesn't suck, didn't suck,
I know.
but like, he wasn't good.
Where did we... Here, wait. I minimized tabs. Where's George? George, where did we put you for trying? Yeah, George is in high C right now. Is he the highest
Okay, I
father?
was close.
He's the highest because of being a father. Dio is, I think, technically... No, Jotaro is technically the highest dad. But, like, okay.
You're on episode 28 of part 6. Oh. Oh man.
Oh no, is that where I think it is?
The palpitations from the tension. No, I feel that. That is miserable.
Oh no, is
Ugh.
that... Wait, I'm on the wiki. Oh no, it is! 3 days until the new moon.
Yeah, they left right as I noticed their message.
Oh,
Because
no.
it's now just me watching the stream.
Oh no.
Oh my god.
Here, wait.
Oh no, that's not a good sign. I don't know when they sent that. Oh. Hello. Oh my god, you're still here. That's so crazy. You're in love with Anasui.
As you should be. Where did we put him again?
Who are we looking for?
Oh, Anasui. Yeah, he's in low S right now.
Oh,
he the-
okay. Yeah.
Is he the lowest of the main cast from Stone Ocean? I mean, not like that says much, but like... Not including Stans, that is.
Character-wise, yes, I believe so. Because everyone else, the only low ones that we have are, like, pre-characters, like Metro and, like, the
Yeah.
Stans. So
That's wild. And he's still in S tier.
I can't believe he made it to S tier. It's because he's funny to laugh at.
I was gonna say, there is a point in my life, like, right after reading Stone Ocean where he probably would have been. Honestly, he turned into a rock. But it was brief. It did not last very long before I was like, you know what? He was funny to laugh at. So ever since then, it's been only uphill for him.
I have to say, 28, I think, is the closest you can get to the end of this series before you won't be able to sleep at all.
Yeah, that sounds about right. I'm looking at the episode list now.
If you watch any more episodes, if you watch any more episodes, good luck sleeping for the next, like, half a week.
Yeah, because that's 10 episodes left. And honestly, that's 10 episodes I would just watch in a row. Like, starting with Heavy Weather Part 1.
You can't, oh. I hope you don't have school or anything tomorrow. I don't know how old you are, but oh my god. Yeah. No, I feel that. I don't remember. I think I binge watched like the entire second batch all in one go or something like that.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Woof. But hey, it's a perfect night to pull an all-nighter.
Oh man.
Okay, are we doing any more or do you have to go?
1 second, I was getting alerts about my storage almost being full. I mean,
Yes, of
okay.
course.
Do we want to leave or rather, do we want to start on Diego or Valkyrie? Because I feel like we could probably sort Valkyrie fairly quickly. But do we want to start on that?
Valkyrie real quick.
Okay.
Because I feel like we might as well get as much as done as we can tonight, because
Yeah.
the rest of it is going to take forever. Except for the super easy ones.
Yeah.
And I know I see a few super easy ones.
Oh, you know, there's gonna be a couple from 7 that are gonna be fairly easy.
Yeah. Freaking Blackmore. Oh my god, I'm so excited for Ringo Rodigan. He's so like
Oh, I love Ringo.
he is one of my favorite Part 7 characters, which he's there for like hardly even a full arc.
Yeah. He's not even really the focus during most of it. The confusion is the focus during a lot of it.
Yeah, and I love how angry they get at him. It's so funny. It's like, I don't know.
Yeah. Oh, also, yeah, don't worry. I scrolled up so you can see Gyasho. He's currently, well, he was the last in A tier for a little while, but then some horses showed up. So, they get gradually more realistic as you look at the horses. As they go down the line, the horses become more realistic.
That is so... Why does it almost look like Gacho is turning into the horses?
Oh no! It's the color scheme! Oh no!
If from him turning into white and blue horse to purple and brown horse, it just looks like a natural progression.
Yeah. Oh man.
Ugh. Oh, that's so uncanny.
I do feel like the highest I can justify to myself reasonably is bottom of A tier for Slow Dancer and Valkyrie. Yeah. Even though they, you know, literally carry Part 7. I feel like this is as high as I can logically put them.
That's so funny. Yeah, but having, like, genuinely at the lowest at A feels good because I cannot see them being lower than Dio.
Yeah, that's kind of my issue.
But that's a good spot.
Yeah.
I bet there will be more A-list people who come in as well, because there's no... The rest of the tiers are going to be filled up so quick, I think, because there are so many characters that I feel so neutrally or so good about, or so... Momo, no, be nice to Dinosaur!
Oh no.
No! That's your favorite good girl.
My
Yes,
gosh.
good girl. You are going to be devastated if you rip that one up. Yes, good girl, Momo. Yes, good girl. Good Momo.
Why does
Yeah, my
the
dad-
list remaining look like the same length of the tier list when it was unfull? How is there still so many characters? They're still not visible all in one screen. Granted, it's not that far of a scroll, but how? That's wild.
I don't know. Hey, at least we got Valkyrie, and now all we have to worry about is the rest of the manga characters.
Yes. Oh man. Also, no, these are with bias. There's a lot of bias. For example, Kitato is currently holding the barrier for last place in S tier. So
I don't think it's physically possible to do this without bias.
yes. So because we both feel very passionately about different characters, we've both allowed ourselves a couple, like, this doesn't make sense ranking, like, overall this character so highly because we acknowledge they don't do much for the series. However, I like them, so we're putting them in S tier. So it's a mixture of, like, personal bias and how much the character actually contributes and how, like, good they actually are. So, like...
Yeah, and then there's Peshi and Kinoto in S tier. Yeah.
Yeah, we do have a couple randoms in S tier other than them. We also got Yuya and Highway Star.
Okay, but our reasoning for them is really good. You know, the narrator being in S tier.
You know, we also realized, okay, so there's a lot of blondes, and trust me, you've not seen nothing for the blondes.
Oh my god.
But there's also a lot of pink, which is interesting. A lot of pink and a lot of purple and a lot of blonde. Which I would not have... I knew there was a lot of blonde JoJo characters. I didn't realize how highly I ranked so many of them.
Yeah.
Like this
Oh,
is
man.
kind of wild to see how many repeating hair colors there are. There's a good number of green as well, I will say.
Oh yeah.
We got FF, Rohan, and Pesci at the very least, if we're counting them for green hair. I know FF's wearing a hat, but and then Jolene, her hair is kind of a green.
gave you the ick. What? I love Yuya. He's so good to all of his girlfriends, and they all love him back.
Okay, I can understand that with him. The scene of him realizing his nose is so strong. However,
Yeah,
everything from him out of the hospital onwards. That's the reason he's an S
Yeah.
tier. Everything
And him
pre-hospital.
sniffing at his girlfriend was weird.
Yeah.
But I really love it. He's such a. I feel like he had like a proper he was never really a bad guy, but he had a proper redemption.
Yeah, like he was a bad guy just for the sake of trying to heal himself. Because he wasn't even really working with Kira.
Yeah.
I don't even think he was aware of what happened. He just, suddenly fell off his bike. And I think even he probably assumed it was because he'd been drinking, not realizing, oh, it's because
Yeah.
you got stabbed. And you got shot with an arrow while riding. Yeah, that's gonna knock you off your bike.
Yeah, he wasn't. You know what? I do love him.
Here, you know what? I'm gonna save the image for this, where it is now, so that I don't have to download it again later. Oh, I have to. What do you mean I have to? Okay, well, there's the image. Oh boy. This way, because I know some of the characters, probably gonna have to replace like Shinobu and both of the horses because they're not in here originally, and then also some of the Part 9 characters. So, well, we haven't gotten to Part 9 yet, so that's fine. There we go. What was the point of naming it JoJo if it's not named JoJo? That's.
I
Whatever.
just saw your message about Speed King's stand cry, and I.
Oh yeah.
I'm gonna cry.
I don't remember. I remember the first part. I don't remember that second part. Where did that one come from? It literally sounds like he's gnashing his teeth, and I'm like, I don't remember that. When did that happen?
Maybe his gears just start freaking out, and he just starts like clamping down on everything.
Here, I just realized there is actually a citation on that. I'm gonna click the citation and see where that happens. Chapter 9? Oh, okay.
We are gonna finish this, just not tonight, because it's late, and I mean, it's not 3 a.m. for me, but it is late.
Oh yeah, he's 3 hours behind, so for him it's late, but more reasonable. Late?
Yeah, I need to make myself some dinner.
Oh wait, did this chapter come out? Oh. Oh my.
What?
This chapter came out in April of 2020. Because I scrolled down, saw the author's note of Araki being like, even in this situation, manga artists are still drawing as usual. Everyone, please stay safe. And I was like, oh, what happened during this? What could he possibly be referring to? Oh,
Ooh, very
I see now.
lovely.
Sometimes I do.
I love when
Sometimes I do briefly remember. Oh, right. The last couple arcs of Part 8 were written during COVID.
you
It's
know
like-
that would explain why he wrote about COVID in Thus Spoke.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, there's like that, because normally I think Araki does a very good job at separating his personal feelings from what's happening. Because there's a lot of things where I can't tell if it's supposed to be him, like just speaking for his characters or not. But I do feel like there is a little bit of that Rohan rant that is just straight up Araki talking. Which are you questioning? Because I will say I can't stay awake for a moment to hear some of the justifications. Because we did go over justifications for each ones as we placed them, but that is over 24 hours worth of video to watch at this point. So I would not blame you for just straight up asking.
I will also help with justifications because I know that some of these are us collaborating, but some of it is just you being weird and some of it is just me being weird.
Yeah. Honestly, I probably would have put
I-
Goes in A as opposed to S, but I think because both of us like her, I think that makes putting her in S tier more reasonable.
I love Gwes so much, and
If it was if it was just me ranking the Dio kids, Raikeel would still be up here, but he'd probably be low S or high A. The only one I would be positive that I fully would have ranked S tier on my own would have been Versus.
Yeah,
I will say
except I'm,
personally
like-
he's my favorite. You like Rekil, so I think that helps me like justify putting him up there, being like, yeah, that's fine. I'm okay with that.
I love Rukia. He's like, I see myself in him so much, like, and also I have a crush on him. So it's a strange feeling.
It's a fun little mixture.
Yeah, because I really like his design, regardless of the fact that he's just cow.
Yeah.
But also, I do like feel really bad for him, and the fact that he was so easily like, I won't say manipulated, but I'd say manipulated because the
I would
second
say-
that his anxiety was gone,
Yeah.
it was like,
He was easily swayed as opposed to full-on manipulated, because the moment he was given some confidence, he was like, whoa, I've never had this before.
yeah.
Yeah,
Who
Rekil's
are
fun.
you Who are you troubled with though? I'm very very curious.
Yeah, now I want to know.
Is she throwing you off?
Here, I can scroll the list again as well. And I'll scroll it like not super fast.
And if you see a character that's in multiple parts, but you see them in a lower part, it's likely because we just didn't see their significance in that part. Like, part 5 Jotaro and part 5 Koichi.
Yeah, because that's another thing is we're ranking them for their that specific part that they showed up. So that's why Jotaro is there so many times, because we're ranking him each time he showed up. And also we're just big fans of him. But there's a couple characters that are ranked kind of low. Like we have like the world for part 6 all the way down and just there. Cause yeah, he's kind of just there.
Because Shigechi is a good character. He's just bullied because he's ugly.
I love Shigechi. He was a great kid. Like, he's not even...
He was genuinely good friends with Josuke and Okuyasu. They enjoyed
Yes.
his company. He wasn't even selfish until they told him to keep the money for himself.
Yeah, Shigechi's a great kid. Literally, he's just a kid, is the thing. He's literally just some normal kid that's just not super, like, social.
Yeah, and he's really, like, he's funny on screen, and it's not in, like, a point and laugh way, but, like, I genuinely enjoy his... What do you mean
Yeah.
FF is just there? FF is in S tier.
Yeah.
Atro is lower.
Yeah, that's what I mean, is that some characters are in different tiers, because of, like, there's everybody in this list. So this is Atro, this is not FF. FF is all the way up in S tier. FF is one of the highest for Stone Ocean, actually.
Yes.
Actually, yeah, FF is the highest aside from Jolene for Stone Ocean, not counting Jotaro.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's the
I
thing, is you gotta look very closely for some of these, because the images indicate which specific version it's supposed to be. Which, yeah, there's a couple here that are kind of confusing. Like, I do keep mixing up Shizuka versus her stand, because this one is Shizuka. Octung Baby is the one over here, though. But because the images,
Right, yeah.
you could use either of these images to represent either one, basically. So it gets very, confusing.
Yeah, for Shigechi, I didn't see him as annoying just because he fits in very well as a trio with Josuke and Okuyasu, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But, like, I understand where you're coming from. I just the both of us end up feeding off of each other when it comes to liking characters. So when one of us is like, oh, this character's misunderstood, but I really like him, then the other one typically goes, he's so misunderstood, I also really like him, and then they end up getting put higher.
Yeah, it's been happening a lot.
Very clearly that's been happening a lot.
Look at the sheer size of S tier. Yeah, it's been happening a couple times, I would say.
S-tier is, like, embarrassingly big. So much to the point where it feels like A and B tier feel low.
We have 6
which
levels.
is why I think you... Like,
of
I
S
think
tier.
with the concept of A being so high is different to you than to us, because we view A as kind of low because we've been putting everyone in S tier.
Yeah, because, like, okay, this is ultimately a small portion of JoJo characters. if you purely look at how many are in A, B, C, and then the various just theirs, and then D and below. Like,
Are you talking about Ungolo? Like the first brother?
wait. That's an interesting way to describe him.
Is that Ungolo?
I mean, that...
I feel like he
See
fits the
that.
best description of it in Solmista.
Yeah. Where did we put him? I know we raised him higher, because he was in, like, C, I think.
Oh,
No, he
yeah,
is still in C.
he's,
Okay, no, he was in just there, but
yeah.
cool, and then we raised him into C. Because he's the only one of Dio's kids who's currently not in S tier. So we felt bad, so we raised him a little higher. He is wearing the same purple hat. It's just missing the stripes, I will say.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
I
no,
mean,
he's a fun character. We were talking earlier about how he's introduced trying to stab Poochie. Actually, no, successfully stabbing Poochie. I forgot he does actually make contact. He just misses any veins, and that's one of the things Poochie talks about, to being like, oh, I think this is fate, as he's staring up into the sky. And it's like, Poochie, there is a knife. Or I don't even think it's a knife. It's just whatever, like, embedded in your body. Maybe don't stare at the night sky so dreamily right now.
it's Bohemian Rhapsody.
I don't
That's
even
the
remember.
original.
What does that one get localized as?
Oh god.
I literally don't even remember.
I cannot remember.
Here, I'm looking it up
I
now.
don't. Yeah, I don't watch the dub enough, and honestly, I kind of ignore the subtitles if I can hear them calling the name.
That's what I do.
Because sometimes, yeah, the localized names really bother me sometimes. I really wish stuck with Flaccid Pancake, though.
Yeah. It's Bohemian Ecstatic.
Right, no wonder I didn't remember that. That's
I never
definitely
would
a
have
name.
thought of that, yeah.
Rhapsody and
Interesting.
Static?
Yeah, I never would have correlated those two. Interesting.
Yeah, well, at least it's not, DNG.
True, we had a whole discussion about that DNG, once you add an apostrophe, apparently it's localized now, and not just them spelling out how his name should be spelled out in English. Which is... I love the JoJo wiki. That's a really dumb thing for them to write as a localized name. I get the logic was probably, well, it is technically different, so we have to put it somewhere else. But at the same time,
Yeah.
I would say, no, it's not that different. It doesn't matter. Just put it back when this. Just say he doesn't have a localized name.
Yeah, if anything, just put them both in the correct name area, and
Yeah.
just say that that's how it would be translated into English.
It's just such a weird one.
If anything. I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard to look up anything for JoJo while you're watching it without getting spoiled, because Google assumes you're caught up. Google and
Oh my
random
God.
memes and stuff all assume, like, oh, you're caught up? Here's everything that happens in the next 50 chapters.
I do so good with spoilers, and I stay off net as I'm reaching climactic points, and I still got spoiled. So
Yeah.
I feel that. Yeah.
Especially, like, Stone Ocean is one of the worst with that. Like, Steel Ball Run, there are some things that are talked about so often, I think some people forget that they're spoilers. But Stone
Yeah.
Ocean, people talk about Stone Ocean, like, as if you're supposed to know the ending is coming. And I'm like, hey, maybe
Oh my God.
not. Maybe don't.
Yeah, like, I think it's people who don't, like, people who care a lot about spoilers, but still go on the internet and, like, people like my sister really bother me, is what I was trying to get at. Because she sends me posts for, like, part 8, and I'm like, my guy, if you like and send things to me that are part 8 related, you're going to get spoiled, and then you're going to come, like, to me really sad, saying that you got spoiled for something, and you aren't even reading the manga anymore.
Yeah, like, if you are neutral to the spoilers, then that's fine. But it just bothers me, like, I don't know. Like, okay, there are some things I think that just straight up shouldn't be spoiled, because that's the fun of reading, is to not know. But other things, I'm like, come on. Even if you're, like, neutral to being spoiled, please, just read it. as opposed to like getting
Yeah, like-
spoiled.
All of Part 8, for instance, I don't think a single lick of Part 8 should be spoiled.
Yeah, it's just so.
Because going into it
Such an
blind
experience.
was the best thing I ever could have done.
And like,
And like,
it's so confusing, but like that's the point. It helps like the later stuff hit harder.
the Stone Ocean ending isn't ideal. I won't say anything
I'm not-
because,
yeah.
again, spoilers. But like,
I've told you before,
there's
I had
a
it.
lot of-
I had it spoiled for me incorrectly. So
yes,
it's
there's
not
a lot
what
of
it
misinformation
seems.
spreading.
yes,
But like genuinely, I think there's a lot of miscommunication with the fans and all of Part 6.
yeah.
And there's one big one that I hear all the time that just it infuriates me to my core because it turns people off from watching it, or it makes it hard for them to get into it properly.
Yeah,
it's
because
like,
they go into it expecting
is-
one thing the whole time, and it's like, no, that was
Yeah.
never. That's never where this was going.
Yeah,
Because yeah, I don't know exactly
also
what you were
depends on
told, but yeah,
do it.
it is one of those things where
yeah.
once you finish it, if there's still any little questions that you might have, I am very, very familiar with all the little details.
Yeah.
Wait, does it say no? No data? Is the stream about to get cut off for me?
You don't know. It keeps loading a little bit.
Yeah, it warned me about the buffering, but it just straight up said no data for a second. I think we might still be good though.
Oh.
Um,
Well, I mean, you were supposed to be going to sleep like, what, 20 minutes ago? Oh,
40.
30 minutes ago at this point anyway.
we're approaching 40
40.
minutes. Yes. Don't worry, we have
Oh,
reached.
no.
We've reached the point of the night where I know that the second I lay down, I will fall asleep. So I'm not worried, because like that was part of why I gave 2:30 as the cutoff, because I was like, I don't know exactly how tired I'm going to be after talking about JoJo, so I might need some
Right.
time to fall asleep. Don't worry, we're officially at the point where once I'm in that bed, I am out. So
It's
That's-
funny because
it's gonna be
we're
nice at
also
least.
approaching the point where if we stream any later, we're gonna start getting the people who woke up at like 5 a.m. because they couldn't sleep or something.
yeah, they woke up to join us last time and being like, oh lord, you're still going? Like I got the notification when I went to bed.
Yeah.
Oh man. Yeah. Here, I do have to get a thing real quick. So I can't see the chat, but yeah. I do really love JoJo. Even when like things are being misunderstood, like I still very much enjoy it.
Hey, JoJo. Hey, JoJo.
Yes.
Now, why would you come to sit on me right now? No, where are you going? Don't leave me.
You know, I do think a couple JoJo stands. If you were to bring a couple JoJo stands into life, I don't think the world would handle it very well. Like, there's
Dude,
a lot of like.
Bohemian Rhapsody. Sorry, I interrupted.
No, you're good. I was gonna say, even if you were to leave out the main characters and like the antagonist stands, there would still be some really dangerous things running around.
Oh, yeah. See, I almost wish that I had Bohemian Rhapsody, because I actually, never mind, I don't wish that I had Bohemian Rhapsody.
Oh no! What did you realize halfway through that sentence?
Well, I was like, oh, I'd have so many, like, guys hanging off of my shoulders, and I realized, oh, that's a bad thing.
Oh no.
Like,
Some of the guys that you've picked from JoJo, I do think might be an issue in real life.
oh, what are you who are you talking about?
I don't think Rohan knows how to have a normal conversation.
I don't think Rohan can have a conversation, period.
True. Yeah, he does kind of struggle through them, even with the weird ones. Yeah, I do like rewatching JoJo as well, because it makes things make more sense each time you watch it again.
Oh yeah, because you have the knowledge in the noggin of at least where you misunderstood, so you have a better understanding of like what else could be understood.
Yeah. So like you know where to pay more attention to, basically.
But I will admit, not a day goes by where I don't wish that I couldn't rewatch JoJo Blind again. God, that was a lot of negatives in one sentence.
It's okay. I think the message came through anyway. You know, I was just.
I wish that I could go into it blind again for the first time. I wish I could rewatch JoJo for the first time. That's what I was trying to get at.
There are times where I think about like how Part 8 hit me so many different times, like both Part 7 and 8. Like some of those scenes, like, they got me hard.
Yeah, I also wish that I also wish that I could read Part 8 for the first time and Part 7 for the first time, because, like, I wish that... I don't even know. Like, I wish I could comprehend it differently than I did, but also I would kill to just reread it for the first time because it was so... like, genuinely life-changing.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, you know, the way Part 7 had me genuinely sitting down and rethinking, like, things, like, it's wild.
I will say that chat is likely not late, but rather, we are just in the middle of talking.
Oh, no, there's also a thing. OBS is actually later than you. You see messages before I do. So, like, you might not say something right away because you're talking, but genuinely, the messages usually show up about a good, like, 10 to 20 seconds later for me than they do for you. I don't know why.
Oh, right.
Cam and I have discovered that, where he'll start responding to something, and I'm like, what are you talking to? And then, like, 5 seconds later, then I'll see the message, and I'm like, oh, okay. Like, I don't know why there's such a strong delay, but if I want to see chat sooner, I have to specifically open up the tab that has, like, the YouTube tab open. Otherwise, I'll see the messages significantly later. It's part of why it's harder for me to remember to check for them, because I already know, like, oh, it's gonna be so late even if something's there. Usually I just check on my phone if I want to see the messages quicker, but if my phone is currently in bed, so...
Yeah, I watch the stream as we talk, so I just have Discord open in the background and I'm on YouTube, so I see everything as they pop up. Yeah,
that's what happens with Cam too. It was just kind of funny for me to realize, like, man, how bad is this delay? Or like trying to engage in the conversation, I just can't because I'm just physically not seeing things the same time.
Right. Yeah, man, I don't even remember what I was gonna say. It does make the delay for you placing characters really awkward, because I'll be like, oh, yeah, you could just put them there, and you're like, oh, I already put them there.
Yeah. Because usually, like, I'm like, moving them around as we're talking about it. So yeah, sometimes it's got some funny little moments.
Say something, yeah. Because the second that I finally say something, you're like, oh, yeah, I just put them down. My finger was getting tired. I was like, ah, right, my bad.
Oh, man.
I love how this episode in particular, wow, has been very, like...
Sorry, I muted in the middle of what you said. Could you say that one more time?
Oh.
I didn't mean to.
I was gonna say, this episode in particular feels very, like, podcast heavy.
Yeah, that's a good way to describe it.
Yeah, because, like, it's not necessarily a bad thing or anything. I just think it's funny because I'll be yapping and, like, looking up at my ceiling and stuff, and then I'll look back at my computer screen and see the tier list open, and I'm like, oh, yeah, that's what we're doing right now.
Yeah. Ah, the joys of ADHD.
Ah, yes, we got so sidetracked this episode. A part of me wonders if we're still going to be doing this by the time that I come over.
I was gonna say, we can try to do, like, one, like, big day focusing on, like, the manga stuff. Where we can, like, literally, like, make the whole thing just manga.
Right.
Like, I don't, because, like, okay. Off the top of your head, do you know when you would be potentially free to do something like that. Because I'm pretty much free. I don't think I have anything specific planned for a while.
I move next week.
Yeah.
And
That's why I'm asking.
After that, yeah, I'm trying to. I don't know because I leave on Friday and I haven't packed basically anything yet because we don't have any boxes and my dad keeps telling me that he's gonna buy us boxes, but whatever. And I don't know how much time after that I'm going to be free because my birthday is also coming up.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna be in Ellensburg for that. So I'm basically unpacking and getting adjusted, and then it's gonna be my birthday, and then classes start.
Yeah.
I'll let you know when I'm free, because if I'm gonna be free, it's probably going to be after I move in and unpack everything. But I am not entirely sure when exactly that will be.
That's okay. I was gonna say we could try to do okay. Maybe instead of one big one, we could try to do a smaller one this week. That way you could still have time to pack, but I don't know.
I keep procrastinating on packing.
Yeah, no worries.
I think I need to focus on just getting school stuff ready for a little bit.
You know, that's good. When I said mini, I meant like an hour.
Yeah.
But like even then, yeah, I don't want to take up too much time. I don't know. I'm sure
I'll see when I'm free. I'll see.
Yeah. That's okay. Oh man. Okay. Yeah, I definitely need to head to bed because we are almost an hour in.
Yeah, it's
my allotted time, but don't worry, that's okay.
yeah. Sorry, we keep getting distracted.
It's all good. Also, yeah, Lucy, we definitely need to do a stream with you at some point as well. I think all three of us would have fun. I don't know what specifically, but I think it'd be fun.
But ASBR together.
That would be nice, actually.
Take turns being suck.
Oh man. Alrighty, I think here. Let me open this up so I can see what time we're at. Time slot. We are at 9 hours and 15 minutes. Oh boy.
Ah man.
We're just
we
under
can't even
the last
hold on
one.
to. Yep, we can't even hold on to hour 10 this time. This is so sad.
Yeah. Oh man. If I didn't have stuff to do tomorrow, I would, but we do actually have stuff. I do still have time to sleep, though, so it's not too worried.
Yeah, I also have stuff I need to do tomorrow, so I understand.
Yeah. Oh, but this has definitely been fun. I can't believe it literally took 8 hours to do the entirety of part 6. But you know what? That's on par for us. That sounds right.
Yeah. With 25 hours to get to part 7, and then only... You guys are wild! See, okay, yes.
Here, I did download the
nothing else to
image.
say.
I did download the full image. I'm gonna try to send it on Discord so you can see the full thing without scrolling. Oh, it's so long!
Yeah, I see, every time that I talk about streaming specifically for the JoJo tier list, everyone I ever tell is like, oh, you're still doing that?
Yeah.
How long have you guys been doing this for? I'm like,
look at how long this image is!
Jesus Christ, man!
Oh.
Holy cow!
Oh my gosh! Wow!
And that's not even with 7, 8, and 9 yet.
Yeah, granted, okay, at least part 9 has graced us with the fact that it's still going. So it's still short. There's only, here, actually, I'm gonna go count real quick. There's only, there's still 2 rows. Okay, 1, 2. Sorry, the eye scared me. 1, 2. Okay, there's 22 things right now for part 9. That's not horrible. Like, that's not gonna take us nearly as long.
Yeah, and there's not... I feel like there's not nearly enough character development for half of those characters for us to be like, well, I could justify them being 5 slots higher, but I don't know if I can see them above that other character, but I can't see them below being that other character.
I don't know. JoJo and Dragona are both very easily S tier for the little we've seen of them. And Paco's got a place in my heart. I don't know why. That man's just weird.
I do like Paco.
And Usagi's he's truly the freak of the team. That was clear from day one.
I remember when he was exclusively called Hot Dog.
I know, I was just talking about that the other day. I was like, man, you guys remember when we called that man Hot Dog for like 3 months? Like, that was all he was called for so long.
I'm so glad that I can finally say I'm part of JoJo references as they come out, like JoJo inside jokes.
Yeah.
As they're happening, because I got into everything too late to be a part of the inside jokes that were happening as they happened.
Yeah. I did get to live through the what's his name? He's actually on here. This man, the flashback man. I lived through that man not coming back at the ending of part 8, and that was hilarious to see. What did people decide to call him? Like, it was something similar to Dario. It was like Darbo Branbo, I think is what one person called him that stuck with me. Because we don't get his name, but they saw the hair and they were like, something about this guy reminds me of Diego. So, yeah, like that, just getting through the ending of part 8, some people genuinely being in the last, like, 10 chapters being like, you think we're gonna see Flashback Man again? And it's like, it's been a Hunchback Man again.
Having all of these up for 7, which just looks so gloomy and, like, heavy with the line art, and part 8, which is so gorgeous. All of the colors and stuff. They're so pastel and, like... Oh.
I know, like, I do love the colors of the manga. Even though we were talking pretty bad about some of the solid colored ones earlier. The solid colored ones aren't all awful. I'm not gonna say the name of this one because I don't feel comfortable saying it right now, but it actually looks pretty good all blue.
See, what do you mean?
Oh, us talking about how we're gonna, like, pull through and, like, living through it.
Well, I mean, like, I'm happy that I get to live through, like, because I was late to the party. It's like I got FOMO for something I didn't know existed.
Yeah, you're only... You're 3 years into JoJo, so you got in just after, the Part 8 train. Versus I got in with just enough time to join the Part 8 train as it was still going.
Yeah, and now I get to be a part of the Part 9 train.
Yeah.
And get to see the people who decided to skip Part 8 because they didn't want to read it, and then get confused about Part 9 and then have to go read Part 8.
Yeah. That made me sad when the first chapter for Part 9 came out. So many people being like, "Oh, I gotta read Part 9," and me being like, "But did you give Part 8 a chance, please? Pretty please?"
Yeah. Why do people not want to read Part 8? It's so good.
I think it's just because it's known for being confusing. People are like, "Well, I don't want to read it if it's confusing." And I'm like, no,
it's
but
confusing
that's the charm.
On purpose.
That's the charm. That's the point. It's great. It's confusing and it's a mess, and I adore it because it doesn't stay that way.
Yeah, like the confusion isn't there as like a, oh god, I don't understand anything that's happening. Rather, it's a, I'm glad that I finally can understand now that I've finished it.
Yeah, it's nice. Chocolata is still shedding? Oh no. The wig! The wig! The Chocolata wig!
Oh!
It's been shedding for weeks now.
I was so concerned, like, did he just, like, come, like, he came out of the screen and rubbed his head all over you and then went back?
Oh, that sounds horrible. Wait, can you send me another... Can you send another picture of what he looks like so I can show Pasta? Because he looks like a succulent. It's really funny. I don't have any on my computer, though.
God, I feel like that would reek. Not the cosplay, I mean, like, it took a lot of work to stick his head through the computer and rub it all over.
You know, he looks like he would smell like a mushroom. Because, like, I know it's like the mold
mushrooms
and spores and
don't
stuff.
smell bad.
No, I'm thinking like
Yeah,
rotten
but, like,
mushroom.
Yeah, I'm like walking into an abandoned bakery, all the mold spores around.
Yeah.
Disgusting. Oh man, we're like, we're.
Here, okay, we can wrap up. I just want to show you what Chocolate's book looks like first. You just gotta wait for the delay. Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
Oh man. Which I'm not kidding when I say he looks like a succulent just sitting in the corner of the room. It's great.
I am so excited to see this.
I wonder how many times the Stardew music has looped. I'm sure I can do the math for that. Because it's like a 58-minute track. And I haven't paused it, so it's just been playing the whole time, so I could probably, like, divide however many hours into the Stardew track. Because the fact that it's off by 2, like, I don't know how that correlates with math. Because, like, otherwise, if it was an exact hour, I would just be like, oh, the Stardew music has been playing for 9 hours. It's played 9 times. I don't know if 9 hours is enough time for the 2-minute delay to, like, matter while doing that math.
Yes, I am seeing the group chat. Hold on. That's really funny.
Oh man, I can't open Instagram. I will say I can't open
That's
Instagram
so
on my
funny.
computer because it kind of breaks a bit. Because I noticed it had some issues earlier when I opened it. But I have seen it before, so I know it's great. It's genuinely amazing.
It's so good. I can't wait to see the finished product.
Yes, oh, that's gonna be amazing.
Ah.
I'm so excited. We're gonna have such a fun little group.
I'm so excited. I'm so excited. Cause Quinn
Yes,
is also staying with us, so that's
Yes.
also excited.
it's gonna be so much fun.
Well, you should go.
Yes.
Momo is zooming around like crazy right
Oh,
now,
no.
so I can't hear anything.
Oh no. She's got too
Oh
much
my god,
energy.
all I hear is oh my god.
Oh, the late night zoomies are getting to her.
Okay. Yes. Okay, then you should go.
Yes. This has been so much fun, though.
Yes. Yes, thank you for being patient with my schedule and lack thereof.
You're all good. This was worth the wait. Alright.
Okay,
I am gonna-
well, I hope you sleep well.
Yes. You too, whenever you head to bed.
Oh, thank you.
I am gonna go pass
Okay.
out. I am so very sleepy. But this has been very fun, so... Oh, wait, I should probably do the
Well,
end
good
screen thing
night.
before. Yes.
Yes.
Bye, and good night.
Good night.